It breaks my heart to think you gotta look for him out of work. Those are the lesbian. Like, you probably get a job at like medieval times or something like that. Like, you can't tell me no where. I heard put your lips on the front of a Tesla. So. What are you? What? Oh, that's the biggest steroid for his giant family morbid suckmouth. What is your flight? What are you into? I mean, honestly, I catch a lot of lesbians. Seriously, I mean, recently, my only options are like hitting Arabs and fucking years ago, like digital news. You know, so it's like, I don't know, digital players. What's the last date you went on? Last hookup you went on, perhaps. Fucking 7-year-old lady. So my shop was at South by Southwest, just like there on location. Where you met her, that was like a four-star deal, was better than what you look like. She was dude, that was kind of good. She was white, right? And like was right under her clothes, but she had a flat stomach. It was weird. It was weird body type. She smelled like corn tortillas and pozole. It was pretty nice. Yeah, I need to say that. Yeah, it was a Latina. Yeah, for sure. Okay. I mean, like, she's been looking up pages for the family board of what's happening. An older boy's mustache. So how did exactly did that sexual hookup take place? At her place? At her place. Her place? At her place. Her place. So how did that end? She wanted to oh, okay, perfect. Well, that's not exactly that. All right, Jack. Well, congratulations. Here's a medium-sized film. Hello, everybody. All right, keep it in the middle and make some clear. Check out our podcast on the line at HeidiRegina.com. That's my friends here at Xtable. It's Doc Ferry, everybody. Pussy. I just can't stand you fucking bitches. Let me explain. I'm surrounded by females. I got 9 eggs. I got 3 ex-wives. I got 4 daughters, no sons. I got 7 grandkids, 6 which are girls. So what I'm trying to tell you, ladies, I'm your fucking bullshit. You look fucking crazy. Let me give you an example. My dad saw me smoking a cigarette when I was younger. He made me smoke the whole pack in front of him. I get it. No punishment fits the crime. Now my mother, she caught me jerking off in the bathroom. She made me. I can't look my uncle in the eyes to this day. It was horrible. My dumbass wife asking dumbass questions. I'm single. You're every time you beat the shit out of one of your wives, you know, mid-time dude. This gets pretend you're fingering a girl from the 70s. That's a good question. You're on to me. Doesn't show. To keep telling us the most dramatic things that she did. The last 2 years of our marriage was in the basement, scared to death of her. He would go to work and she would show her ass. I mean, she didn't care who was there. She just act a fool up and down. What does that mean exactly? What does that mean? What exactly would she do? Here's a guy who had lies and words together at the time. She would go to her work to my work. Right? I mentioned that today was what? You're the military. Oh, she would show up to a military base. Okay, go ahead. And she would act crazy. But one of the things that happened while I was in the military, and married to her was in the bathroom taking a shower, and she literally kicks in the door, right? And then I look like this, and she goes, "I want you to take the shower on your knees." And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She said, "The one, the sound of the one is gonna make the baby." I think get the fuck out of the bed. She was serious. She was married to that bastard. What the fuck? When she got mad, that's what she sounded like. It was horrible. She was mad all the time. What ethnicity are you exactly? I'm half white and half Mexican. I didn't know. That was my third wife. Third one was the whore. We went in depth with it. Oh. Yeah, this one was, I'll just give it quick. She put her, while I was contracting overseas, she was back here putting herself on Craigslist personals. And she was, dating a lot of people. She was like 5 to 7 guys at a time. And so when I came back, I said, why did you do it? And she was like, well, the relationship is just romance. I was like, good luck finding a romantic gangbang bitch. And then I thought, holy shit, I never permission. I didn't know romantic gangbang was a real thing. So I had to go do, romantic gangbang in the search bar. And I'll tell you what, it took me 15 years to have thought of the jargon for the Trump Reaper zero. Right. She's an instant bitch. Wait, you an emergency zero? You're making a joke? I'm making it. Okay. God, she's a bitch. Okay. So you seem to really hate women at this point. Right. And what's the next date you went on? Have you ever had a positive interaction as a woman? No. And then go into it thinking this is going to work. No, I'm going there with okay, so what's the like? Can you give us an example of a recent date that you went on? I haven't been in 2 years. You haven't been on a date. Have you hooked up with me? 2 years? No, not since I was on December 22. What happened in December 22? That was the last time I got laid. How did that happen? She was a girlfriend, and she just got jealous because I live in Bernie, so there's a lot of money over there. So like the main house has 7 bedrooms, and so like pick up some people sometimes. They live there, so I had a friend, female, who lived there. I want to take out one time at a time. You said the main house has 7 bedrooms. That's your house. Yeah, you live there. Yeah, by yourself. Well, my brother lives there. I got my daughter now, but all of my grandkids. It's your house. It's my house. Right. How are you able to afford a 7-bedroom house? I'm looking overseas those contracts. I was making for 9 years, 8 years. Okay. Well, I was a protective service for the American. You're going to serve what? Okay, yes. You were doing you. Sir, if you got this weird looking guy outside there, I'm like, I'll be like, wait, I'm pretty sure that guy would rip your fucking arms out of your socket. I'm pretty sure he just absolutely did whatever he wanted to. Yeah, I'm getting used to be a little bit more in shape without the anymore. Alright. Who are you? Tell us how age is the most recent. Okay, I piss funny now. When you say you piss funny, what I go in, I have this key problem, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, I'm going to try it. I don't know what it's going to do. I think it was really my dinner. I go in, I'm trying to stay away from things like that. So I go in, go into the room, move the lights, I'm not comfortable. They put me on my side. This, with a small thing on there, and they shove it in my ass. I hate to tell you, you're a Ruth Chris. That's the next. Like a comedian doing jokes. Yeah. What made you start State 10 years ago? That was the day my kid was single. Yeah. Okay. So I'm in ship with a girl. Oh, this is yes. And he told you to success another one tonight, and you didn't get it tonight, and he said you have a chance of being ignored. Researching. Answer, we love you. I tell you something? Put one in the oven. I slow cook it. I put it on the you would need the goddamn cream. To me, perhaps the jalapeno stuffed. What are some of your favorite things? Comedians, what the fuck going on? Let's see. I haven't tried. Sounds good. Not better. Doritos. Still shit. So it's like right? Chris. Five. I learned a lot. It's actually a stage. Especially some different things. Motherfuckers. TV is what it is. What does it mean? 2 large around the world right now are going, what the fuck? You guys have a superior version. Fuck. Action anomaly. For one of the things we also have a superior gas station. Our grocery stores, our gas economy. But that's
Swimming. My question: the Olympics. If I could do it. What made me realize that I did this, the next step, was because
Do the one more. How long do you think the one more is?
Have you noticed that nothing anymore? Your car, 7 years, your phone, 3 years, your washing machine, 5 years, it's opening doors for I think it all started with complaints. They were right. Someone had to. Anyway, it was impossible to hide your biohazard.
You're in the interview now. If you want to sign up for this here tonight, what make you want to sign up?
Got to the show for at least 5 years, and I thought, nervous back there, but it's okay.
Paula, let's talk about your scene. Obviously, the set didn't go that good, but you saved it. Okay, tell us about your life, Paula.
All right.
Fuck, dog.
Child catcher from Chitty Bang Bang. What is Chitty Chitty? Ice cream. References. Come on, children. On the YouTube. We're going to one of the worst villains of all time, the child catcher from Chitty Bang Bang. I have no idea. Oh my god, I do see it. Pull it up and it absolutely amazing. Okay,
When are you fucking watching?
by the way, can you do one more when you haven't done the first one yet?
turned 16, but it was something about it was when one of our kids was in college, and he lived in Waka, and we had never been to the place, but we were paying rent, and he wouldn't let us in. So that's what the question was regarding. That's
Right. It's amazing. Sure, you've seen that show called All right. How many kids do you have?
2.
What did you do your entire life? She's not. Okay. I'll show it again. Okay. All right. Answer the fucking question.
I tried. I was fitness trainer for a while.
Okay. Fitness trainer. And then what? You married? Stuff like that. I get it.
I fitness. My kids were older.
Okay. How old are your kids now?
When it's
Okay. Cool. And you have a boyfriend now?
I'm married.
You're married. How do you keep things fresh in the bedroom? This is what the show is. Sometimes it's over under me, and sometimes it's straight out city. You never know what's going to happen. Alright, here's your plan. Tonight, you were third female comedian of the night. Was Lady Jenny.
So I've been thinking about my celebrity doppelganger. I finally found it. Nerd emoji. Yeah, I've been a nerd for a really long time. Back when the internet asked women one question. Was it hot? Were you hot? Or were you not? Yeah, it was on a scale of 1 to 10. And I was a 9. Yeah, don't laugh. I was 9 years old. Okay. Now, ask me more questions. Like, what's your name? What's your social security number? Are you a girl boss or are you a trouble boss? And I'm like, I'm single and tired. I'm social boss, right? What's your single? Yeah. I'm scared I'm not going to become a robot. But that's what I think of being a robot. Interesting about you. Any one of the things would be where one of the things. I used to go to after college. I was free. How much should that be? Way to end the show. During the show, in the show's history, it's the this is William discovered and then she said, I'll turn this into a little nest. What's going on?
an ambassador on what I mean, the backup, they love them. They love them. So actually, they need to realize okay, they get I think every week what's the I was honest with each other. I don't know what small, small. That's really keep us. I think let me get no, you know,
someone having decided with me, active my sin, honorable moves and please go ahead. The report is not 26 reports. This month, on the go. Culture right now. So they I was I don't understand. When they carry did you not project that's why I said you repost. So what you do support because it's also good. Collect And was
fellow. All the
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You should all know that you sound wonderful. Let's not fight over it. Okay, you will sound great. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I appreciate it if you follow me back. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. I'm a KOL, and you want to connect with me. Secondly, you should know that I have spent more than 360 days live streaming on X Spaces 24/7. You don't know anybody else on X who does 24/7 spaces, let alone video streaming. So you want to connect with me for that reason. And most importantly, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that means I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, I'd like to get a little my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree. I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and I continue to grow each day. In addition to being extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towns in developing nations for the benefit of the listeners. Additionally, my ethical lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a web3 marketer, if you're a rater or shiller, and you want a free mentor coaching friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people. With that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Absolutely. know what a live streamer is? Deepa, do you know what a live streamer is? Excellent. So maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But what I do is create essentially a context or a timeline using video, so that you can literally go back in my life to any moment of any day for the last 4 years, and not just know what I was doing, but also what was going on in group events. And you should know that AI needs human data in order to build its models, and I have more data for AI to be able to read it than any person can, which is making me a very influential person. Essentially, all of the data that I'm creating will be monetized in the future. I'm creating a giant library of it. And I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So essentially, you'll be able to see my life in decades from now and go back in time, almost like a time machine, to see what was going on. It's going to be extremely valuable to humans. Just like in the past, where people would read history books, or people would read so much diary, so much journal. I do the same, but I do it using video. Does that answer your question? That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Whenever you watch my streams, I'm literally wearing a merchandise of $100 million coin. Additionally, in the last 100 days, I helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3. So if I may just interject, I help Web3 24/7. Absolutely. Let me explain what I do. I will help you, absolutely. And that's why I say anybody with a mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I'll be happy to help you. This is what I help people to do. First and foremost, if you don't have a resume, I help people to get a resume. If you don't know what a resume is, it's essentially a summary of your contact information, the kind of job that you want, your past career history, and your education. What we do is we get a one-page resume for yourself. Then what we do is we make sure that you have the ability to apply on different job sites, because I want you to not just have a Web3 job, but I want you to have a career as well. And whatever it is you may do, you may be a community manager, you may be a Web3 marketer, you may be a reply guy. If you're a reply guy, I want to make you better. I want to make you a social media manager. If you are a community manager, that's I want to make you a brand ambassador. Whatever you want to do, I want to help enhance you. And by the way, everything that I tell people is absolutely free. The strategy that we use is free. I never charge anybody for any of this. I do not do this with my heart. Additionally, there are a lot of people on here who want to have bigger networks and they don't know how to do it. What I advise people to do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's essentially one link that you can put in your X profile that gives links to all of your other social media. I make sure that people create as many social media accounts on different platforms as possible and have the biggest network that they can. This has a five-part strategy. First, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on the most amount of platforms. Secondly, it allows you to promote your clients on the most amount of platforms. Thirdly, what it does is it gives you more than 30 different fourthly, what it does is it allows you to rank really highly in social media and AI and in search engines. And finally, it makes it very difficult to impersonate. Once people do this, I look over their profile, I help them with it if they need help, and then what we do is we go and we ensure that they have content on their different social media. Then what I help people to do is be able to pitch themselves in a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 90-second pitch, so that they can go into a space and with very little experience come in and say, "Hi everyone, I'm a Web3 marketer and I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms." That means you're going to get more DMs about your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people interested in your NFT. If this sounds good to you, please send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then I get people a menu that they can essentially send to their customers in order to make 10, 20, $100 a day if they want to, depending on the project. So I do my best to help people to become more successful in the web space while simultaneously live streaming my life. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I was going to give you um, before I go with the thing, there's some things I will not say on this piece to privacy so that but now I want to look into your profile across this classes. Before I ask that question now, is that you're doing all these things my experience is always involved in something. Like at the end of the day, for example, we do a lot of things we are coming up with concepts, branding and all that. But the vision for the growth of the community, as much as I'm not an for training anybody, we're actually doing all of these to grow the community. That is so I'm very sure there is an end goal from Rabbi as much as we're trying to achieve doing all of this. But I would not, it's not comfortable to answer that yet. I think I'm always talking about that later.
No, I'm comfortable with saying it. I have the heart of a teacher. I'm a teacher, and I like to help to educate people. I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched app on the App Store and Google Play from medium to tablets. That is allowed me to have financial independence. Additionally, I'm a rabbi. The term rabbi means teacher in Hebrew. I like to teach. I like to see people better themselves. If you join my community, that's great, but I don't demand it of anybody. You don't have to. If you just want to DM me and get information from me, that's absolutely fine. I don't ask anything from anybody. I absolutely understand what's the reason why you do it. If anything, I like to see people better themselves. But you can ask the 100 people who I've helped in the last 100 days, not one of them has ever been asked for anything. I do my best to improve people. And really, the joy that I get out of it is to see people become successful. When they come back to me and say, "Rabbi, I got my first job," and it's great. And they're like, "Okay, but I don't really know what to do. What do we do?" And I help them and we strategize. That's a great feeling. So, if anything, I enjoy the feeling I get when I help people.
Okay, excellent. I want you to say something that's good for the communities that you mentioned. I think I'll need that for later because we have a lot of stuff also doing as a community. And I wanted to say that it's really okay to you yourself how you enjoy the team as the since you provide and you enjoy it. It will also be nice to have that team to have that team to open classes and all that stuff that we have. We just make sure the community is doing something what you don't like, but that's somebody do. Lastly, and I noticed that you wanted this space for 20 hours, which was quite a decision. Concern, establish that you're not you're not so how would you say that using this space for over 20 hours and that's my message to you? I think if you're just going to count it hours, you have to take down the hours. What exactly happened? Just exactly how much is it? I really want to know because I was listening to if I don't have it on there will be 100, 500%. So what kind of space for 20 hours and you just like what exactly happened?
Excellent question. I'm not the one who hosted that space. It's another account that I have that I don't promote. That's an account that simply records my life 24/7. That's the one that has been live streaming on at since February 14th of last year. So we're just coming up on a year. And those aren't like the audio is important, but what's really important to me from those videos or from those spaces, and you may not be able to see it if you only have an Android account, is it's video. So if you go to that space with an iOS device, you'll be able to see me for 20 hours straight. That's extremely important in my project in archiving the life of a human being. So I don't promote those spaces. I mean, I did repost it recently with one of with this account, but that project is not really promoted by my favorite account, which is this one. So for anyone out there, if you ever want to find that space, you add space search, just like Rabbi, and you'll be able to watch my life 24/7 in different parts. Come check it out. I don't promote that space stuff and just let it go, and it's been going now for more than 350 straight days, which is quite an accomplishment. And yeah, I do them for 24 hours usually, and then I restart them. So I don't promote them. I don't ask people to join them. The 5 people who join are just random accounts that join. I don't do that because I want people to join those spaces. When I host a space, I get hundreds of people in the space. When I have that account join the space, it's really just archiving the.
Giving and all that visibility just as you already speaking. Now, we should talk more maybe in the games and if we can partner with things, if we can part of these aspects. I think that's so that's Rabbi, and just in case questions or I ask my own
Welcome,
I saw you say
welcome. Hey, what up, Levi?
Son, what else? Son, first you would take heck. I raised up because not allowing you to see.
Well,
So, shaking so much.
She needs to sit on the couch. Just a bunch of bitches. Yeah, so the bitches that last girl, she's so strange when she was looking at it, just touched her shoulder, just trying to be nice. And then with what I was doing, I took her, she was just sitting there staring at me. I was like, okay, bitch, keep walking. These things work produce it all. Nearly like Demo job. It's extremely kept. The Jack McRae was fun. Well, so busy hanging out and also from Estonia. My it's totally it's really no, I can't. Brief right. Not a lot. You're asking me what you've been doing in the green room while we've been taping the show. Huh? William, how's the thing working? Snap out of the fucking machine at 3 ways. My son had a nerve. Just worried I was going to stop doing that. Just stop doing it. So we got to get mad. And this hard for 3 weeks now. So I'm just not getting out into, it's fucking eBay. I'm going to flood all the fucking free products. Like, early fit. Replaced to lamps. Now I'm buying a bunch of lamps on fucking eBay. But I'm a little worried. It's really cool. Kind of like ashtray. And I got the package finally arrived today. Why didn't you get it from me, William? We're fucking friends, man. Yeah, you could go to Nick Rush. My God. Hey, no, you know you're very good-looking rugs. I'm looking at spots and rugs. Good-looking rugs. It's great rugs. IX house.
lampshade. Like this lampshade website. It's real boring. They got different kind of lampshades. They got ones that kind of look like cylinder. They got ones like a fall top. Yeah, what else? It makes a lot of like yeah. So boring and boring. I heard I saw someone on social media that you were sitting in your living room. I'm a little smashed in here, but is that true? It's true. It's really weird. Like, I didn't really understand, but that's literally in my car recently. These birds in my side window. Oh my god. Like birds will just start going into my fucking side window. You know what's happening in my apartment. You know what's happening with you know what's happening with horns. You know what's happening with different kinds of birds they ever encounter. Seriously. It's like a guy from just the late 50s, no big deal. You want to go to Harvest? Nothing else. I ordered them and the birds are fucking flying into my mind. Seriously, it's weird. That's why I never resign. It's weird. Birds and their windows. Correct. And it's on some social media. I heard about that. I also heard of ostrich up your ass. If there's something that you're leaving out, perhaps you some food that you left out, the birds fly in your window. Something like you keep it donating. A bird is in your house, somebody's gonna die. I don't want to be morbid, but it doesn't feel like a thing. But I've been watching a whole bunch of fucking police videos. That's what I've been doing. Dear Lord, right before this, I kind of haven't been feeling great. One, I didn't even click on the next video, it just goes on. And it's these two officers, there's this crazy normal on the window, and they take you like that fucking driver's license, and they have to break it out the window, and he shoots the guy through this stuff. Shows the process of walking off the road, these cruisers, fucking police can't do
Kasi may you know, it's keep on. Amazing.
Yo, what up? How are you, big dog?
Man, shalom.
Shalom, what's good, son?
Everything, man.
Excellent.
Anything, you know.
Good, good in life. How'd you find out about me? Please remind me.
Um, so you know, anime songs.
On anime server?
Yeah,
Okay, very well. Did you watch it?
anime.
Cool. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't. I'm not American. So, not something owners or whatever.
Are you kidding me? I had like a whole dedication to Latin America. The entire halftime show was in Spanish.
Oh, well, I'm from Australia. On which translations.
Dog,
You know, it might be good.
I had an Australian in here. You know the Australian, there's going to be an NFL game in Melbourne next year?
Yeah.
All right, very well. All right, what about the Winter Olympics? Do you know that there are 56 Australian athletes competing?
Oh, you're into all the Olympics.
Baby, I'm into everything too.
I'm more into like finance, money, and politics.
All right,
I don't know. Right?
I'm into everything. That's just cool too. All right, have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Yes or no? No.
No.
Why not?
I just I'm like my business and my almost money full time. Like I just work a lot.
All right, I mean, it's something you can listen to. You don't have to like do anything, but it's 24/7 Web3 discussion. Are you into cryptocurrency?
And
All right, well, you're not in the Web3. Twitter Spaces?
I just don't know how transactions Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Okay, but what about like meme coins or
Pay with meme coins, especially after Trump launched his own token. I noticed that it was a bit too speculative. And it's not really like something
okay, what kind of business do you run?
help people with disabilities.
Very cool. You have a big heart.
And I think it's about like when I started the business, I wasn't really about the money. I was just providing good service.
Do you know what raw comedy is?
What's that?
Dog, it's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Man, you don't know anything about Australia.
I mean, I grew up here like most of my life.
No, I'm just busting your balls. Do you not know what raw comedy is though?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Dog, you got to get on board. It's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Do you know what comedy is?
Yeah,
Who's your favorite Australian comedian?
I don't have one, man. I have American comedians I like.
Okay, who's your favorite American comedian?
Probably Bobby Lee. He's very funny, like little Korean man.
That's hilarious that you think. But okay, excellent. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide.
No, I don't really know him. I didn't know all these Australians and all these like facts about like 10 different things.
Yeah, I know. I'm having to teach you about your own country.
Oh man, you're gonna say it that way, man.
I mean, am I not? Am I not? I'm over here teaching you that you have 56 Olympians in the Winter Olympics. I'm teaching you. Do you know about the JJJ? The music
No.
radio?
Do you know about Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm into like those funny influencer like fights, you know. And that's the shit like I follow. Have you seen the Andrew Tate versus Chase DeMore?
I saw he got his ass whooped.
Yeah. By like some influencer boxer with pink boxing gloves. He smacked him there.
There you go. Do you like UFC?
UFC. I used to follow UFC. I stopped watching it.
All right.
I know a lot of the fighters. I know like Israel Adesanya, Alex Pereira, like all of those people.
All right. Very well. Are you excited for the White House UFC event, July 4th?
Maybe because you're a streamer, like get into all of the trendy topics.
Dog, I'm into everything cool.
What's gonna happen?
I'm into everything cool.
Really? What about the guy that got kidnapped by like Trump or something? I don't know. Some Mexican looking guy.
Dog, Nico, the guy from Venezuela.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
Apparently, like Venezuela has like 20% of the world's oil.
Yeah, dog. We've known this for a long time.
Yeah, that's why the oil prices are priced so cheap. Look at that Venezuela oil.
It's arguable. We basically kidnapped their leader and staged a coup, and now we're running that country.
We did that to Chile as well, right?
We've done it to essentially every Central and South American government.
Yeah.
Yeah. That we basically have large corporations that want the resources of those places. They come in They change the leadership. They put in some puppet leader, and that puppet leader does everything that the United States says.
Yeah, exactly.
Word dog. All right. So,
Is your family very rich? Because the Rothschild family is very famous for that.
yeah, I mean, we're all
Having
related.
wealth.
We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us globally. It's a pretty common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the name Kennedy as an Irish person.
Mm-hmm. But you're not a part of the main Rothschild and Co. family, right? That
Baby,
branch.
baby, they're a part of me.
Like, oh, but you're not like connected.
By DNA,
Do you have like social connections with them?
I have familial connections. That's even closer.
Familial. Oh, then what are you doing streaming, man?
Baby, this is the biggest event in global history. I don't work. All my food's taken care of for me. I'm financially independent. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
what more do you want me to do?
Probably like I guess you can chill. I guess you're set and then just do whatever you enjoy. If
This,
I enjoy this,
this is what I
that
enjoy.
gives your life meaning. Like no one's forcing you to stream, right? You're doing it out of your free will.
100%.
Okay. That's good, man.
I could be traveling the world. I While I enjoy traveling, I really am a homebody. I like to learn. I like to be entertained. I like to be comfortable more than anything. So I make my time streaming my life 24/7 and meeting new amazing individuals who don't know anything about their own country like you. Now, let me ask you this, my man. I'm just busting your balls. What are your thoughts on Robert Irwin? Oh, wait.
I don't know those people.
You don't know who Robert Irwin is? Dog, he's like the biggest celebrity in Australia.
Like I don't like. I feel like these people like I don't really connect. Like I'm not in the entertainment industry or these things. It's
Dog,
not like
dog,
it's not like in my
dog,
area.
dog,
You know what I'm saying?
dog.
My area.
Dog? Do you know who Steve Irwin is?
Yeah, I know. I know.
All right. So he has two children. Bindi
Yeah.
Irwin, his daughter, and Robert Irwin, his son.
Oh, his son.
Yeah, dog. So just living like a pimp. That's what I'm doing. Going into Twitter Spaces, telling people about what I do.
Do
And
you know any good investment strategies like right now? Like, I think the world's gonna change a lot in a couple of years.
well, of course, it's going to change in a couple of years. Yeah, I know the best investment strategies in the history of humankind. It's called data. Aside from data, though, if you want to make a buck really as fast as possible, get into pump fund and whenever a coin is launched, buy it immediately and sell it within like 3 minutes, and you'll essentially every single time make at least like 1 or 2x. And then you just keep doing that, and
Most of them don't, right?
no, most of them do.
Most of them don't.
Right when they launch, they all go up, and so you just buy them right when they launch, and then you sell them within a minute. It's basically
That strategy actually works
a cheat code. Yeah, absolutely, it works.
because I lost a lot of money on company.
Well, yeah, because you didn't sell soon enough. Because you didn't sell soon enough, right? Exactly. So basically, you say to yourself, I'm going to ape into a coin. I am going to only be in it for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes until it 1x's, 2x's, 3x's. Then I'm going to go out.
Yeah,
And so you just have to be happy with taking small, two,
50% or like
Exactly, but that adds up very, very quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
The cheat code, dog.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
No, I know all the cheat codes. Again, data. Data's the biggest cheat code of them all. Data's more valuable than petroleum, dog.
What can you do with data? Like,
Train AI with it. You know about AI. You know how valuable AI is, right?
yeah, yeah.
Well, in,
Changing the world.
in 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as its number one resource.
Mm.
So, I mean, how much money do you want to make?
How do you invest into data? I'm not, in an underground equity investors. Most people don't have access to private equity.
It does. You create your own data.
Technology.
Dog. So you basically recognize that human data is the most valuable asset in the world. And you create your own. Basically, you create your own human data and recognize that it will be extremely valuable in the future. It's the number one resource on earth. It's more valuable than gold, silver, oil, cryptocurrency. Human data is number one. It's more valuable than water.
Isn't your own? I think isn't your own data like not much money? Like it's not much like your own
It,
like
was,
personal data.
it depends how much of it. It depends how much of it you have. There's another person in here. Um, he recognizes it. His name's Spirit Man. Spirit Man live streams is like 24/7 on YouTube. He's been doing it for like 300 days. There's a lot of value in that data. I've been doing it 24/7 for like 1,500 days. There's a lot of value in that data.
How do you get that back to your wallet?
Different social media platforms. The different social media platforms,
Also,
they pay you.
but you're not selling your data, right? Are you selling your data?
No, you still own it.
But
So
I mean, they collect data from you and then they run ads to sell you things. And like companies that run ads pay big social media platforms for your views and something data, you know?
right, and then you get paid for that.
Oh, so you social media where like you get product users.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to recognize views can make you money. The data itself can make you money. Endorsements can make you money. There are multiple profit streams from this. It's not just one profit stream. That's what makes it so valuable.
I think that some people who are able to value and others is kind of what I should be. He seems like he's doing very well. He's young. Like he
Of
has a lot
course.
of people watching him.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of influencers bot themselves. In fact, the majority of influencers bot themselves so that they have what's considered a larger audience, then they get more money from it. But the number one job in the United States that a young person wants to be is an influencer, and that is now the number one job as a global desired career. It used to be athlete. It used to be a football player or basketball player or soccer player. No longer. Influencers taking over. You can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Literally, whenever you turn on the camera, money starts to get generated. It's like a free money glitch. Yeah, or whatever. I mean, like I did. I'm wearing. I'm sponsored by crypto. That's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear their shirt, which costs me nothing. I'd have to wear a shirt anyway, and have their pillows and comforter and stuff. And I generate money
You might be honest,
enough.
like there's so many ways this gradually and it's you can monetize right? So but you can take
They don't. All you have to no. I disagree with you on that. What it takes is consistency. Consistency is the key.
consistency. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to consider, if you want to consider, if you want to consider consistency as skill, I agree with you. You could be someone who has 1 million views on one video, which is fine. You can monetize that. But what's much more valuable is 1,000 views over the course of a year. You might say, but why? Because you have a lot more content over if you create an entire year's worth of footage for people of the future to be able to study. Absolutely. Like, let's take it like this. You could have a, like data is very important. Like in the past, okay, let's put it like this. People in the past would write journals and diaries, and they would say like what the weather was like and what was going on in the world, and they would talk about their passions and their dreams. And you could have perhaps 100 pages of a really famous person, which is valuable, or you could have a lifetime journal of someone with maybe 10,000 pages worth of journals, and maybe they might not be famous immediately, but the fact that they had so much content over the course of their life becomes the backbone of many of our history interpretations. Like they're able to shape history due to their words. Maybe they weren't president, or maybe they weren't the king of England.
There's our own daily. There's a whole thing that will be recorded every single
That's exactly right.
news
That's exactly right. From the 1970s to the late the late noughts, and so for like 30 years, that's become the backbone of global television archive. And she worked for Apple Computer, and she and her family basically used the funds that she made from Apple to be able to take on this project. And now the reason why much of our video archive exists is because of her. So she may not have made huge amounts of money over the course of her life. She did though because she had Apple stock and stuff. She lived comfortably. But in 100 years, she'll be seen as an icon.
Yeah. Like I do all of that video footage and learn and the
That's exactly right. It already can. I can get AI a 12-hour video of mine, and it gives you minute by minute timestamps of everything that was going on, an analysis of the language, and summaries. I mean, it's incredibly powerful.
But who's still buying like that thing? Who's still doing it? Who's still buying that you
You have to understand it's about influence. If you're not live streaming right now, but if you do it for 10 years straight every single day, you'll be a millionaire. Just about guaranteed. If you do it 24/7, and here's why. Because you'll have people who come to you to say, hey, I've seen what you're doing. I like your content. I have this cereal I want you to be a spokesperson of, or this clothing brand I want you to be a spokesperson of, or I want you to drive this car, and you're going to get on podcasts, and you'll get interviews. Your you will see perhaps exponential growth. You didn't know who Mr. Beast was 10 years ago. You can go back and look at Mr. Beast's first video, which is like in 2014, and he looks much younger, and he's just like, hey, everybody, I'm making a video for myself in 10 years. You do what you need to do, baby. It's your world. I just live it. Yeah, so you're over here. I'm telling you, like, the way to success, and you get it, but you don't. Okay, so 10 years ago, Mr. Beast, well, maybe like 12 years ago, he was worth nothing. He was living in fucking North Carolina, and he had nothing. Now he's a billionaire. He kept up there with that dream. And I'm just saying, like, you want the easy way, his way's creating content.
Yes, definitely. About AI, there's AI.
So you have to recognize it's the idea that it is human content that makes it valuable. AI cannot replicate human beings. People think of it like this. You know how people pay a lot for handmade things like watches and cars, but the most expensive cars are the ones that are made by hand. The reason why is because it doesn't involve machines. People are willing to pay a premium. It has more value. Additionally, look at art. Like people could be like, well, art can be created by computers, and it can be, but it's not as valuable as art that's been created by great artists. And the reason why is because people value the human touch, and the same is true with content. Yeah, you can create really cool videos using AI. There's no doubt about that. I think it's great. I do it all the time. However, no machine can recreate your reaction to it accurately. It's not real. And people recognize that. When they know that it's AI generated, they know that it loses, at least for human beings, it loses much of its appeal. That's one of the reasons why people value going to concerts and being able to see the actual artist as opposed to listening to AI music or computer produced music. It's because they can connect with the humans. And we're at the point where, I mean, if you've heard of the theory, known as the dead internet theory, it's where much of the internet has already for at least the last near decade been replaced by robots and been replaced with artificial intelligence. And thus we're moving more and more away from human contact. And people long for that. People love it. Look, I can just tell you this right now. I've got one, two, three, four. I've got like five different people on the street who just like being around a human. They could be just live streaming to like some AI model or whatever, but they won't. They like the human connection. And that's just in this Discord. I've got another 20 different YouTube streams that are going and random people in there who just literally like to know that it's a portal into someone's life and it's real, that anything could happen. That's the thing. It's anything could happen and it's real. It's part of history. Anybody could say like, hey, we're just going to, play anime or play a cartoon or play perhaps a movie. But that's predictive. It's generated. Anything can happen. You can say anything. Any random person can come in here. And that's exciting. In many ways, yeah, there are similarities to that, and then you don't get in trouble and people like that. That's right. I mean, look at um, look at old photographs. Okay, people like old photographs because it's like a snapshot of history. And that's what these live streams are. It's a snapshot of history. People will study this decades and centuries and millennia into the future to understand what life was like in 2026 and 2025 and 2024 and 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and even the pandemic. I mean, that's going to be really important for society. In many ways, but it's not just about my life, it's about world history events. 24/7, they keep a radio on in the background that captures the news world events because there's been evidence of historical revision, and I don't like that. I like historical. I like I like historical accuracy. So I want somebody to be able to go back and in my stream and know exactly what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. And if somebody tries to manipulate that in the future, somebody can go back to my stream and say, no, that's not how it played out. Yeah, I mean, 24/7. I'm live streaming. Dude, you don't even know this? Okay, go to at the top of this stream. All right, pardon me. At the top of this Discord, do you see under welcome? There's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube. Yeah. Okay, click that, and then you see a link in there. Yeah. Click that link. Look how many live streams I have going on YouTube right now. Right. So you can see my life. for 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And they say, well, yeah, but you only have like 100 followers in each one of these accounts. I know. I recreate an account every few months or so that I don't lose it all. If somebody wants to come in and ban my account for copyright or some other misinformation, whatever they may want to do, I don't lose all of the data. So it's basically redundant, and I have many different streams. That I get paid for those on some of the platforms, and more importantly to me, far more importantly, the money doesn't matter to me. I don't even collect it; it just sits in a pool. What's important to me is the fact that my life.
I feel like you don't really need too much money. You don't
I mean, I, I live comfortably. That's all I care about.
like, are you paying your like rent? Like,
I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry about. I don't have a boss. Nobody wakes me up. That's the key. That's the freedom that I enjoy. I don't have a boss. Every single person in this world has a boss,
the boss?
but I don't.
Everybody, even the boss is the boss.
Exactly. But I don't. Nobody wakes me up. I do whatever I want. I wake up whenever I want. I do whatever I want. I'm able to communicate with anybody I
You
want.
have the freedom, to do like anything you want.
I mean, I have religious. I have religious, but those are ones that are, imposed to me traditionally. And if I wanted to, I could break them. I recognize that I have the freedom to do that, but I enjoy the fact that I'm part of a religion. That's important to me. And
It is like each of
every single person on this earth, every Israeli, every Jew has at some point eaten something not kosher because of the fact that some things are really difficult to detect. Like a small aphid in broccoli would be considered non kosher. Okay? So nobody has a so nobody has a perfect record in this world. I do my best to buy kosher, eat kosher, and maintain a kosher status, and have for as long as I can remember. Thank you. I do my best too. I do my best. If you wonder what just close that after you start one of the cameras that in this stream. So when are you going to start streaming? That's my question for you.
People are going to think it's funny because I see a lot of more crazy.
Yeah, and you know what?
If I know people are watching it's when people say because I just take it out of people.
Okay, but I mean that's part of the reason why people might like you.
I don't know, but I usually tell this.
Okay, so you're a business owner right now, and you do your best to help. And let's just be honest. In 12 years, you're not going to be a millionaire, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I want to.
You want to be, but there's like, come on, be a realist. You're not going to be a billionaire in 12 years through your business. Like if you no, wait, that's a very good point. But no, come on, let's be realistic. You started a business. You might be a millionaire, right? But even a millionaire, the odds of you being a millionaire in 12 years, I don't know, 25%, 50%, something like that. Okay, okay, multi-millionaire. Let's say 100 millionaire. The odds of you being 100 millionaire in maybe 12 years are pretty low. You'll probably get up to like 12 million, 15 million, 30 million. You're comfortable, absolutely. But if you just said to yourself, you know what? If I just took, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000 and had a nice setup where I could stream my life 24/7, I would be a billionaire in like a decade. I mean, look at look at
In the decade,
Mr. Beast did it. Why can't you?
but the art is like what I mean, like it's also rare. It's not just like it's YouTube protect.
Uh, with if you find it yourself, you can easily be Mr. Beast. No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely.
Mr.
Absolutely.
Baseball himself.
Mr. Beast is the biggest botter on YouTube. He's his company bought him. Yeah, I mean, if he buy the bots he did in the beginning. So, but
His
I'm not even
parents
saying
are government connection. Did you know that his parents are for the internet?
there are arguments for that.
But he actually admitted that on the podcast.
Okay, you can recognize that if you were to say, I mean, you're a millionaire, so you have a business, you were to say to yourself, all right, well, I'm gonna just have a live feed going. You don't always have to be on the live stream. Like right now, I've got like 20 different angles, and of them, I just walked over there. I was on like maybe uh, I wasn't on this one, I wasn't on that one, I wasn't on these, but I was on three others. You don't have to be on camera every single second of every single moment of your life. That's not necessarily what's super important. It's the fact that anytime anyone wants to watch your stream, they can. Even with Mr. Beast, with as much content as he has, if you're really dedicated, you'll watch all his stuff within a few months. Every single video of it. The same is untrue for my stream. You would literally, to watch every angle that I have to spend a century dedicating your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to watch all the content that I've created. And it would even take longer than that. And that's just that. I've just been doing this for like 4.5 years or so. Just think about how much how content I will have the opportunity to have made if I do this for 50 years.
What's your family's reaction to make
Um, I mean, I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm independent. Um, I, my cousins uh, recognize that they deserve it, and I would say that it's very positive towards it. It's like archiving human, it's archiving human history. That's a very cool thing.
it seems like you're archiving your life. I mean, you have some stuff in your radio background, but it's all transcribed. Everything like the radio stuff.
Absolutely, 100%. That listen to the radio and transcribe every single word that comes.
Oh wow.
And you can even get it now. This is pretty I think phenomenal. Like there are some more advanced YouTube videos that I have. Like basically YouTube is always adding different features. So in the future they'll be able to make it so that all my videos are 8K. And they'll be able to make it so that I've already seen this where they have voice one, voice two, voice three, voice four, like however many different voices are going on in a different video. You're able to get the transcript of each one of them individually.
Yeah, yeah.
Like right
So
now,
this,
like the video will be transcribed, but also my voice will be transcribed, and your voice will be transcribed.
I think that's basically the direction of YouTube. That YouTube's ready for you to deadlines to videos. Like, it's good.
Exactly. And
And
once
continue to like adding more features.
Absolutely. And once you get to 8K, the human eye cannot perceive anything more than that. So we kind of hit a ceiling. What the human could even be able to detect with the we're not that far away.
Don't you have a what? Don't you have a what?
I choose not to. Here's why. I mean, I could have. I
It's
could.
like you're just reading 20 like a romantic life.
I mean, I'm very look. Before I started shooting, I was with a lot of it, and so I have like a really big bank of just excellent relationships with really beautiful women. And I know that when I go viral, which could happen any single day or any month or whatever, I'll be the most famous person on earth. Well, arguably, I have more data than any person on earth. I have more data than Mr. Beast. I have more data than series. I have more data than PewDiePie. I have more data than all of them combined. Combine PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and multiply by 10, and I have more data than they do. And I'll be able to use my role as a global leader not only to be able to improve it, but to have any woman that I want. I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth. And every woman on earth, no matter, like, this is something that I've learned, no matter how tall a guy is, how athletic they are, how rich they are, the thing that a woman wants more than anything is to make her fucking friends jealous. And the best way to do it is to give it a really famous. Fame is an incredible aphrodisiac to women in many ways. It's the most powerful aphrodisiac. Every woman wants to be with the most famous man on earth.
Well, fame or the most, I would say it's a combination of many things as well.
It is.
Um, yeah, so fame is one thing. It's gonna magnify it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Every
It just
woman
makes you more.
exactly. But essentially, what I can give women is the opportunity to be remembered in the annals of history. Just like if you wanted your name in the Bible and you did something, your name is in the Bible. In the same way, if I find you to be attractive enough, you'll be on my street and you'll be remembered in the annals of history. Hundreds of millions of years into the future. If humans have been able to travel interstellarly and intergalactically, somebody somewhere will say, I want to see what life was like back in 2026 on Earth and know what was going on and what someone's life was like. Just like cave paintings or hieroglyphics or Renaissance paintings. Everybody wants a snapshot of what history was like in the past. And in the same way, my streets give people that opportunity. And any woman out there, if I were able to say to somebody, hey, would you like to be in a Renaissance painting? Absolutely. They would go for that. They want to be on the world's largest live stream. Well, now, do I live stream my life because I think it's going to get me a lot of ass? Absolutely not. I've had a lot of ass and it's great. It's wonderful. But at a certain point, there ain't no pussy like new pussy. You always get bored and you want to move on. What I don't get bored of is live streaming my life. And that's really, it's power. I'm able to talk about world peace. I'm able to talk about futurism. I'm able to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, cryptocurrency, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence, things like
Can I break down something like I have a that all of life right now is made thousands of different people.
that's correct.
And then you have a continuous stream on you as one individual, but it's really a big company. So like, how do you decide from your back in the market? It's all 30 years.
Yeah, excellent question.
What's your unique?
Absolutely. People live stream their life. They don't archive the live streams. What makes mine unique is I archive mine. So if you're a Twitch streamer, and that's what you're live streaming, and all the people on Twitch are live streaming right now. That's really neat, right? Their streams erase after 14 days. And if you have a premium account, their top tier is 92. It's gone. It's like it never happened. Even with people who are like, "Yeah, I'm going to do the world's longest YouTube stream." That's cool. It's not archived, and YouTube says that. Been there, done that. It's a difficult thing to prove, and additionally, the Guinness World Record Company is about advertising, and a lot of the things that I stream are copyright infringements. So it's like today, I'm watching the Super Bowl. That is not something that you're supposed to be streaming on YouTube. Did I do it? Yeah. And I just have a way around the copyright infringement, which is playing multiple things at the same time. Exactly. And that allows me to get around. But I mean, like I have friends of mine who have Guinness World Records, and it really hasn't done that much for their project. So I know that is something that I'll have officially in the near future. I don't really sort that one out. What I think is really important and what's important is just maintaining the consistency of 24/7 streams of every 12 hours. I restart my stream and I start a new one, and that means that it's archived. You can literally go back and watch whatever the person in here, Spirit Man, what they think about his streams, and he's recognized this. He has to restart them every 12 hours. And he and I have been looking for people who do what we do, basically archive their streams every 12 hours. He's the only person I've ever met who is archiving their stream every 12 hours like I do. He's been doing it 250 days. I've been doing it for about 1,600 days. He does it from one angle. I do it from 20 angles. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying if I wasn't doing what I was doing, his stream would be the most important stream.
See, so you're basically like you're and it's unlimited.
Yeah, I would say so. And then I do it on so many different platforms. I don't do it on YouTube. I do it on Rumble. I do it on Twitch. I do it on YouNow. I do it on Billy Bill. I do it on so many different streams. On Instagram. I've been live streaming on X on a video live stream of X for 360 days. No one's ever done it that we can find an X space for 365 days on video. I have more video content on X than any person ever. And you have to understand how valuable this is going to be to people of the future. To understand aging, like I have myself on here for like basically 5 years of my life, and people will be able to study my aging, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my sleep habits, which I think will be really important because not a lot of people stream themselves when they sleep. Every aspect of behavior patterns, every aspect of human interaction, every aspect of existence is essentially archived on this sheet and will be able to be studied by people in the future. Incredibly valuable data. It is amazing. It is. Well, I appreciate that. And so what I'm saying to you is, you're a business owner. I understand you got to run your business. 100%. What stops you from just getting a computer, a cheap computer, and then every 12 hours just archiving your life? You can always mute it if there's something that you don't want to have on camera, or you can stop the stream, or you can go into another room and talk with someone.
Like how do you archive your life like after you do that stream and use the software to upload it? Is
It's
it automatic?
it's automated. Yeah. So like basically when you do a YouTube stream, so long as it's less than 12 hours, it's automatically archived. If you don't want it, then you delete it.
Well,
So all you'd have to do is just get a computer if you already have one, create a YouTube account. I recommend also creating a Rumble account, a Twitch account, and a Kick account because then you have 4 times the audience And when you first start, for the first few months, very few people are going to check you out. But then people will start to follow you. And every time you go live or start a new stream, more and more people will follow you. We have 20 people in this Discord. I have not had this Discord the entire time that I've been doing this. I've only had it for about 2 years or so. I have 2,800 people in here. It's the middle of the night in the Western world, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in here, 6 people in here, not including you, who are, like, dedicated to what I'm doing or in their own way, or just like being around me. They like not being alone. They like having a connection with people. It's really a beautiful thing.
Hey, it's like I've seen it myself. Like, what do you normally do, like, throughout your entire lifetime? Do you just eat and then what do you do? Like, what do you like to do?
Yeah, so usually when I awake, first I get up prayer, I then wash, do the hygiene things that I need to do, go to the bathroom. I do record a lot of that footage, but I can't upload it to YouTube because it's against their terms. So I just have it on a GoPro. Sometimes on Instagram or I save different things that you can put up.
That's
Oh, it's so if I shower, a lot of times it's just from the waist up. I'm still in the shower, so that's content. And once I'm done with that, I have my morning prayers that I say. So I done to fill in like we Orthodox Jews do. After what's called chakras, which is morning prayers, um, I teach a class anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. Like this morning's was 3.5 hours on Nida, which is basically how a woman, um, how a woman is able to keep kosher and basically a clean state of purity while she's having her period in marriage. And I go through, I it's not goes on that, but that's just what today's lesson was. But I really it's a class about which is Jewish mysticism, and I've been doing that at least for 1 hour every single day for the last 44 days.
wow.
To some extent, yeah. But it's not just like me with my eyes closed. It's literally like I go through biographies of great travelers of Judaism, and I read their biographies on camera, and then what we do, um, that's not what it is. It's more about uh, it's about meditation certainly. It's more,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. I
I'm,
mean,
I'm interested.
certainly. Um, it's not like what you would think of with magic. It's more about studies of how to God and how to become enlightened, those kinds of things. And it's really the history of that as well. So I do that. I also have a lesson in Yiddish that I do every day. So if you know what Yiddish is, it's the German Hebrew hybrid. It's that in the medieval period. Um, so we have a lesson. Then I have a video that we watch, a different video that we watch every day from the Civic Dynasty. And, so I've been going through all of the short lessons that are on the Civic Dynasty of original art. Then what we do is we have an open topic talk today was about women's issues, and they could be anything. Previous days it was about like butchering. It's been in the past as well about like AI and how AI affects you. I mean, it's all very religious. So I do that anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours every single day. Then I go into sometimes longer, like today's was 3.5 hours. Then I go into Twitter Spaces. You know what Twitter Spaces are? They're basically like usually they're audio reels, but sometimes they're video reels, like the ones in my house. And they have things called chili chills, where you can go in and talk about yourself and promote your project. And so in the last 100 days or so, I gained like 3,800 followers doing that, which is a lot. These are real people. These are not bots. People who are familiar with what I do and positive towards it. So I do that for a few hours. Certainly have coffee and eat and those kinds of things. Then I have people come in here in the afternoon, and then it gets into the evening. And I have been playing. I play games with people in here, usually every single week, and we catch up on our day and how everything went. But then we have games that we play. So, like this experiences in here, we play bowling every night. We do a bowling game, but then with some other people in here, or they're not in here currently. We'll play pool. We'll play golf. We'll play um, like Go, if you know what that is. We'll play dominoes or dice. We'll play like they're mini games. So they're easy to run on your phone, and they don't like overtake your computer. They're just
By
pretty.
the way, how old?
I'm bored.
Oh, God, that's I'm only 25.
Okay, well, you'll be 40 someday, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge. So we do that, and then basically, then it's time to go to bed. And then before I go to bed, I'll either put a podcast on or some kind of history lecture. And then also 24/7, I have Jewish history lectures going on. So what you see in that other screen that I have, there's like someone talking on there who's a rabbinical colleague and his classes I go 24/7. So literally, you can come to like, yeah, two things going on. There's basically Jewish practical discussion. There's 24/7 radio that basically kind of what we do. Then we have podcasts that I watch all of constantly. I've also got some other music that plays low that so I own copyright. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. So I'm live at one, two, three, four. I'm live in like half a dozen other Discords. And the people who see me in those Discords either come here or they see me from YouTube. So basically, I can come in and coming out. You're like, well, usually when I see that many people coming in, and that's true because it's 2:36 in the morning in the Western world. But if you come in when it's daylight, I'll get over the course of any given day at least a dozen or two random new individuals who come in here. We connect, and um, then I also coach people and mentor people and assist people in Web3 and getting jobs.
Wow.
So I review their resumes if they have it, if they don't have them. I help them to create a resume. I help them to create different job application accounts. Then I help people to be able to promote their projects in Web3. And the way that I have to do that is I have them create link trees and then about 30 different social media platforms, everything from Reddit, Amateur, Instagram, Threads, um,
Take down like total.
well, so that they can promote their own token. What this does when they create all these different social media, it's a five-part strategy. One, it allows them 30 different places to promote themselves. Two, it allows them 30 different places to promote their clients. Three, it gives them 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients.
Wow.
Four, it allows them to dominate social media, search engines, AI. And then five, it makes it really difficult for them to be impersonated. So they do that, and I look it over, and once it's good, then I help them to join different communities in Web3 on X, on Discord, on
Can you
Telegram.
actually take like rentals and all these things? I want to do that too.
Okay, certainly. Do you have a link tree?
No, I don't have one.
Okay,
I can make one.
absolutely. I'll send you what I send to everybody. Do you have an X?
Right, thank you. I don't have an ass. I used to have one, but I didn't make it.
That's okay. And so I recommend that you create these create a business in each of these. So just one moment, I'll send you a message on all. Right. or not on text. All right, and then I'll just send you what I send to everybody, and this will change the game. I mean, this, especially for your business. I mean, I know that like you're already a millionaire, which is great. I mean, that's wonderful, but this could push you to being a multi-millionaire pretty easily by just promoting your business. Uh, like you don't have an ads for your business, you're not communicating in the open world. And you've got to recognize that nobody like you can run paid ads. Exactly, you can run paid ads, and that's fine. But why not allow these free websites to do the work for you instead of paying some SEO, instead of paying some SEO company tens of thousands of dollars a month to be able to promote your company? Just do it yourself. So, what I want you to do is go read through the message on Discord that I just sent. If you're going to say, that makes complete sense to me. Now, I know I put in there how to get a job. I know you don't need a job, but just read through what I said to you. It's complete sense on Discord. Check your Discord message.
I sent you the friend request.
I recognize that. I appreciate that. I am only allowed to have 1,000 different friends on X or on Discord, and I'm already at the point. But I did send you a message, so I can message you. So go take
Okay.
go read what I. Okay. Okay. So what you have to do is at the very top, you see of your Discord, there's like a blue like chat icon. Click that. And then,
I see it. Oh, yeah, I see it now.
all right. So go and read it, and you're going to say, "This is the key of how to market," and it's all free.
But why are you helping people so much? Like, you're really good.
Thank you. I've a heart of a teacher. I mean, Rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and I've been a teacher in the past, and I get a lot of joy in seeing people become successful using information that I help to share. You get a great joy out of it.
Oh, it's a shame because, like, people, like, I've noticed that, like, I went to with kids. That's true.
So we can talk about all that. Read what I just sent you.
Well, okay, I'll get that. I'll get that done.
Does that make sense?
And I'll let you know. It makes sense.
All right. You're welcome, baby. I'm here to help you. So you run into issues, but you know, I tell you it's free. do that, you change your life.
Yeah, for real. So what kind of job did you end up doing like before you started all of this?
I'm a certified project management professional. I launched apps on the App Store.
Oh, okay, interesting. You know, I thought you were 30 something. I had no idea you were 40.
When we first
I felt like you were 30 something.
when we first met, I was
Oh, really? You just turned 40? Like recently?
44.
We first met only a few days ago, actually.
Oh, well, and then yeah, I'm not much older than 44 years old.
Must be an interesting feeling to be 40. Because I remember when I hit 45, oh my god,
Guess what?
I
When
can't
you hit,
imagine being 30.
it's the same when you hit 55, the same when you hit 30, same when you hit 40, same when I hit 57. Same, just another day.
We're all mortal. We
No,
live in mortal places.
no, I think that reverse aging and also perhaps be able to use technology to be able to live it that way. So I don't see aging as
Wait, so you're saying you have a way to become immortal?
exactly. Essentially, it's known as, there's life extension technology. There's also reverse engineering pharmaceutical, but oxygen therapy, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics, to get you to be like 120 years old. But with age reversing pharmaceuticals, someone who's 120 might have the body of a 50-year-old, but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, then there's something known as mind uploading technology, which is already being experimented, which is where you, with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. The later download is an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be a future of digital immortality.
You're very well spoken.
Thanks, bud.
Speak very fast, and you can recall a lot of knowledge quickly without trying.
I can tell you this: I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I have had these conversations. Sometimes I have multiple of these conversations. Um, so I have rehearsed it.
I think you have a high IQ plus like it's pretty strong.
Thanks, baby.
Have you ever tried using your license?
Cerebral license.
Right, it's a neuropeptide that enhances your ability to learn.
Well, I have not plugged into it by any means.
So I had a friend who's designed by one standard deviation. And amino acids, right? The amino acids that are derived from the brains of animals. It might not be kosher, actually.
If it's
might be hard to get a kosher source.
mean, you eat it.
You get the peptide extra and you
So
inject it to your muscles. It's a muscle injection.
yeah, so generally that would be considered most halakhic determination. After generally the way that you're thinking has to do with eating or drinking and how it's especially if they
Injected into your body is kosher. Alright?
yeah, I mean we have many people within the Jewish community who have to inject insulin and they have to inject testosterone. So that's unfortunate.
But like the neuropeptide comes from animals.
Okay, that's fine. What animal?
Niacin normally comes from people.
Okay, that can run into it. However, even some vaccines have a type of pig Jackson.
Human, like fetus
Yeah,
cells or something.
there's that too. There's at least within Judaism something called which is um, the doing something to for the protection of life. So if we can make the argument that this is the only type of way to be able to protect your life, but that's still probably considered somewhat experimental. And you just have to wait a few years, and there'll be some kind of synthetic version of that we wouldn't have to get kosher, and perhaps a synthetic way. All medicine basically evolves like this, and especially to avoid it having to be made by non-kosher animals. So I'm not too worried about that. It's something that it's just a matter of years for scientists to recognize that there is a market for it. Orthodox Jews who live like this. It's Muslims many of the same criteria through law. So that's a much bigger market for this type of technology than Judaism is. So the people who run pharmaceutical companies, they have to recognize that these types of technologies are going to have their experimental phases, especially with animals like this. But eventually, there are kosher alternatives.
Yeah, there's something else that's synthetic that's not from the brain of pigs and that's steam-egg. It's another neuropeptide. And you don't even have to inject it. It's it's brain of your nose.
You know, so it's inflation.
Normally talking peptide, but I went to a rabbit hole and kind of learn about peptides. Retatrutide, I've been taking retatrutide and I lost 4 kilograms in 2 months. Like that, 1 kilogram is only 2 pounds. So it's around 2 pounds.
You
So I lost 8 pounds in 2 weeks. And what it does is that it suppresses appetite. It works on your glucagon processes. It increases your metabolism. And it has GIP, which is the lowest inflammation in the body.
Is it a GLP-1?
No, it's also a GLP-1 peptide. It's like it works on many different biomechanics.
There you go. And so, like, that's having to do something that might have some issues. Just to show you the advances in science now, GLP-1s in the United States are available orally, so you can just take a pill.
Yeah.
It just takes time. And I'm someone who doesn't really want to take too many risks when it comes to my health, but I will usually Probably about 7 years now. Certainly open to different pharmaceuticals, different therapies. Once they have been able to kind of work out the kinks, and in the same way, I think that technology that I talk about, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, are very similar. I don't want to be the first person to teleport, but once a million people have teleported, and I know it's safe, then I'll do it.
Yeah, I guess it's a very safe.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who are going to want to do lack of a better phrase, the guinea pigs. Some of them are going to have some complications. Remember, I don't want to be one of those people. But once I know that thousands of people have done it, I'm willing to do it. You know, when trains were first developed, people didn't really know how the train would work, and they think that their brain would fly to the back of their head if they got onto it. They were going at such a speed. Many of the same types of questions arose in terms of air travel. But all of those issues have been worked out in the past 100 years or so. And as someone who believes that life extension and perhaps reverse aging and maybe even mind uploading technology are reality, I'm in no rush to be able to utilize any of these different types of technologies. I guess essentially what I'm saying is that because the idea of reverse engineering exists, and I think once it's available to the general public, I'll be able to utilize it. There's no time limit on my life. I don't fear death. I know I could die. I certainly know I could die, but I think I'm at a very interesting point in society where we will be able to extinct death. I mean,
Like,
well, essentially not die. And if you think about that, makes us a new type of species. We no longer are Homo sapiens. We're something new. Homo sapiens die. That's part of being human. But if we don't die anymore, we're a different kind of species, and we evolve into something different.
yeah, it's interesting to think about.
All right, so have you played your lead?
It's around my 10 p.m. right now. Uh,
Baby, I embrace solutions. I reject excuses. And you can create all of that stuff within a day or two. Come back to me, and then I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make sure it's professional,
yeah,
and then move on to
yes.
the next step.
Um, have you ever got your IQ test?
Yeah.
What was the result?
It was a test when I was in junior high, and it was extremely high.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Oh my god. I knew you were smart, but I had no idea exactly smart.
yeah, but I mean, I don't.
So smart.
I do stupid stuff all the time, so I think that I might have just had a good day, or it was a test that I was uh, perhaps perhaps well acquainted with taking. I really think that someone who has an IQ of 160 one day could have an IQ of 130 another day, simply because testing differs. But I have
Yeah, or like you have a back sleep, or you wouldn't let it.
exactly 100%. But I have that the ability of extremely high levels. But again, let me with
It's
that.
very
You know what? It's interesting that you say that. Yeah, a lot of times I go into these spaces and people who speak too quickly sound too hot. I've noticed that reality. I go into these spaces and people speak really slowly and they're not used to speaking really quickly or reviewing the types of technology I discuss. And I talk about really futuristic topics. Uh, I got excellent. Well, I can tell you, when I go into a space, I have something that I've rehearsed for the last for some time. And most people don't have their pitch rehearsed as well as I do. But this is what I tell them. Hi everyone, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days over 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data and overtaking petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to be you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you probably need. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, that's for YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 3 minutes, 60 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube stream, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do. Because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical and cloud seeding, to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and drink it. If you are a reply guy, if you're a website partner, if you're a rater or a shiller, and you want a free intro coach and friend, send me a call and we'll follow you back. Send me a DM, I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. People hear that, they're like, what the fuck was that? I recognize that. Not everybody has their pitch down that well. Not everybody speaks.
Super like the average group never really sees that kind
I agree.
you know?
I agree. In fact, I got to think that people come to AI. They literally come in and they're like, we know you're AI, but we would not, we know you're not AI, but we would not know that based on how you speak. We literally have to go into your profile and see that you're live on camera for us to know that you are not a robot. And I recognize, okay, I can speak slowly and I can, uh, I can adjust my message to the audience. But in general, I got things to do. I got people to see. I got goals to accomplish, and I don't have time to mess around. So I want to be fast. I want to be to the point, and I have a lot to cover as well. And a lot of times, these people don't have the time to be able to listen to you. But if they do, and they say, "Wow, Rabbi, that's really fascinating. Please keep talking," I'll say to them, like something like this. In addition to being an app developer and a rabbi, I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevator, space tours, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies.
I didn't get intelligence was given to you by like basically broad, like generic.
That's exactly right. I come from, I would say, a successful family, with no effort perhaps than anybody else, and I have I've studied a lot. So let me finish my pitch and then we'll go through all that. Things like artificial intelligence, super intelligence, cryptocurrencies, things like Santa Claus machines, replication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Florida Ibex goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossus Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, we could reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm really excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting to be able to archive. In addition to talking about subjects such as these, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. And would increase that with your consent, utilizing different resources such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonic cryogenics, nootropics, photon therapy, and corrosion therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get to be 100 years old. But 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, it should not be forced on you. But if you want, you should be able to utilize the type of technology known as mind-avoiding technology. We scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan and MRI. Maneuver every element in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, avatar, cyborg, or cybernetic part of yourself, a robot in a theory, whatever you want to be, what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? When I say that to people, I can tell you, I thought it was for her. Like, you can tell, like, I said it more than one time. But people are just like, oh, what would you be? The fact that we won't die, perhaps, in the future, what's not, that's amazing. Every civilization.
It's like I want to see how much, how behind that thinking to come to those conclusions that like and I know we can actually
Absolutely. They want to know about the next meeting or the next token or how you can get them, $5 for a job. I'm someone who doesn't give fish away. I teach people to fish. And I want somebody to be able to put food on their table because they earned it, not because somebody gave it to them. I want to give them a structure to be able to be successful. And in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people to be able to get jobs, Web3 careers, not just in Web3, nurses, teachers, translators. I mean, one guy is from Iraq. He was in construction. Now he works for the United States Embassy in Baghdad as a translator. He's working on coming to the United States. I've got another guy who was in Tunisia who had a dream of coming to the United States. We talked about it. A year went by. He came into the stream. He's in California. We're basically neighbors. Uh, basically, like, I'm able to change people's lives. And that's really cool. I've had people who are nurses who don't like being nurses who have been able to quit their jobs to be able to pursue Web3 just in the social media market. People pay them because they created 30 different social media platforms and people pay them to promote their different projects. I'm about solutions, not excuses. And so many people are about the here and now and making a quick buck. And that's cool. I understand that, but I'm playing out the long term. I have a mindset like someone similar to Mr. Beast. Like, hey, if I keep doing this consistently for 12 years or whatever, I'm going to be a billionaire. I think if I do this for exactly, but I really feel this way. If I do this for 12 years, I'll be not a billion, but a trillion. Oh, 100%. I think every few. The reason why I say that is I'm talking about $1 trillion in the bank. I'm not talking about stock options. No, I'm talking about cold hard cash. And people recognize that I can
You're
revolutionize.
gonna do one trade as cash, but if you can, I think it's a just reason the way you
Yeah.
add it.
Well, so
So,
so so I have what I need. I live comfortably. I would like to do more good in the world, though. So the plan would be essentially to create a 501c3 where which is the United States tax setup, where you essentially create a charity or not for profit, and we have essentially like a global forum to be able to help the people of the world with uh, with desalination, with agricultural drought, hydroponics, vertical farming, all the things that I love, and really revolutionize people's lives. And that's what I would like to do. And that's what I want to live stream. It's an incredibly interesting project. And when people say, all right, Rabbi, so you're going to make us all rich, how are you going to do it? It's not just one way. It's four different ways that I see it currently, and it could expand, but there are four revenue streams. There's the data monetization, which is giant. Data is worth more than petroleum. Basically, what I'm saying is that I'm sitting on an oil derrick. I'm sitting on a gold mine, all of the data that I have. Secondly, there's the social media. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Ballista accounts, and over 10,000 Gig accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And much every single one of these has a lot of content on it. I mean, tens of thousands of posts. As we're speaking right now, I'm posting to Instagram. What am I posting on Instagram? I just literally post videos of myself with songs over it, and it gets likes. It just organically, I get 25 likes per video. Like literally, I'm talking, and it's not even playing my voice, but I just play a song over it, just some popular song, whatever it may be, and I get I get uh, interactions that way. And I can tell you, I have so much content it will take generations of people to go through it. It's just a giant treasure trove, and so I'm going to be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. Yeah,
what do you think about hiring someone like give like some stupid like $2
no.
US an hour?
Then they're going to become, then they're going to become. You want that. No, you can't. Nobody, nobody cares about. Nobody cares about. They care about you. You're the character. It would be like this. Do you know what Sesame Street is?
Yeah.
Okay. You know the like Big Bird and Cookie Monster and Bert and Ernie and all those guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's something called the Children's Television Workshop that runs all of Sesame Street. But nobody cares about that. They care about Big Bird and they care about Elmo and they care about Cookie Monster. They care about the people on camera or the beings on camera. Does that make sense? So let's say you were to pay some Filipino person $1 an hour or $10 an hour, whatever you do. That's fine. That person is going to be the one who becomes influential, and then they'll eventually break off. They'll eventually break off from you and do their own thing independently and just live stream their life. You will have given them all of the tools to become influential, but you won't have any of the influence that they have. They basically will have been able to be the creator. And just to finish up on how else I've met on making people rich, endorsements. So I currently am a spokesperson for $100 million cryptocurrency, and I'll be able to basically not just endorse cryptocurrencies in the future, but things like Honda and Pfizer and Deutsche Bank and NFL or whatever else I want. And I really anticipate wearing like an F1 suit. If you've ever seen like an F1 driver, and just while I'm on stream, be able to promote these different companies 24/7, take all the money from that and put it in the 501c3, basically the big pile of money. And then the final way I'll be able to do it, I'm at the epicenter of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a multi-trillion dollar industry. And what I say will turn to gold. I'll have the minus touch. Basically, any single cryptocurrency that I endorse is going to green carry.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying to you is, when I say that there's a very good chance that I may be worth a trillionaire, even be Elon Musk, because you may say, wait, but the Tesla stock's worth a lot. Okay, I understand that. I'm saying he doesn't have a $1 trillion in the bank. I'm talking about having $1 trillion in the bank. That's what I consider to be a trillion. I don't care if you have real estate
Well,
corporations.
I think if Elon Musk like everything, like you'll probably get like
Yeah, that's fine, but he doesn't. That's the thing. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about perhaps anticipated profits. Look, if the Queen of England,
sounds very like right?
uh, he is generally secular. He does not have a Jewish background. He's South African.
Oh, I think his name like Elon sounds like Jewish, you know?
Okay, what about it sounds Jewish?
Like the name?
Okay. I mean, I know Elon in the Bible. What about it?
What is it?
Oh, I mean, I can say this. It has heated origins. But like the term Musk is like not any background I can see as well. Uh, there is, if I recall, it's been a while since I've done the etymology on things, but I believe there maybe, yeah, I think it's Book of Judges. It may be, but it's not like a popular Jewish name. It's not David. It's not Mordecai. It's not Chaim. Not Michael. It's not Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be. I mean, it's really a it's either an Americanized, Anglicized version of some Hebrew name.
I was thought it sounded like a Jewish.
I mean, it has uh, it has Hebrew roots, so you might think no. But is it a popular Jewish name? No.
It sounds like Elon. Elon.
Now that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
But I mean, Elon and Eli are different.
That was,
But
I think people don't realize how big of like IQ, like hundreds, 160 is. Like you said, you're 160, right? No, you did a long time ago.
I mean, I was, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to like early because I think that's when you can really like grows with what I'm saying because you kind of gotta like slow down. You can't speak really fast and like get through the voice without explaining it.
I mean, I don't feel that one, and I've got over literally with me. Um, and
But maybe I'll just be exclusive, right? Just all one business like jokes all the time.
right. Um, so
Right.
to the name Elon, just because someone here and then which I believe is like oak tree, it doesn't necessarily mean that they. It certainly doesn't mean they're Jewish. Michael Jordan's not Jewish. He has a Jewish name or a Hebrew name. Michael Jackson, arguably, are there, but people like Moses, um, Hebrew is one of the root languages of many people for the last 3,000 years, but there are also many variants of it. So I can tell you that Elon Musk is not openly a Jew. He has he has Jewish children because he's reproduced with some Jewish women, but he himself is not openly known as, even though he
I
has
think he said on a podcast somewhere that he went to Israel or something.
he has. I don't know. I don't know how much Hebrew he knows, but just because his first name is of Hebrew origin, the only way that the only way that he's Jewish, his mother's Jewish, or he's had an Orthodox conversion. That's the only.
Is that difficult for him if he wanted to?
No, he can do it. So basically, he would have to live within an Orthodox community for a year or two, and keep kosher, and essentially learn Torah, learn Talmud, not wouldn't learn it all, but at least dedicate himself to that. It's really not that hard. The big thing is, it's not. It's not. He wouldn't be able to drive on Shabbat, and he wouldn't be able to work on Shabbat. I mean, there are some eat kosher, those kinds of things, but if he wanted to dedicate himself to that, he absolutely could.
I've always been secular since I got really deep into religion. But recently I've been getting into like magic and all of that, esoteric stuff. I know Kabbalah, like, about magic was around. Like, I was going to do with actually, yeah, it's interesting.
Well,
I'm trying to get into my spirituality. That's it's called.
now back to Elon Musk. His with his Musk, I don't know. A lot of times people change their name, especially their last name. So I can tell you that I've been at Shabbat tables where the question is raised is Elon Musk Jewish, and the overall consensus is no. But that doesn't mean that perhaps he couldn't be if he wanted to be in the future. And Elon has had a huge increase in its popularity as a name. In 2008 was the 33, like 3,310 most popular name, but it's increased incredibly over the course of 10 years, 385. So it's become more common, and then it's become likely more common in the Jewish community as well, especially because it is Hebrew roots. But it's not one of our uh, more common names within Judaism. Oh, there are some that's really big, so we don't have it. But the big ones, Moshe, Shlomo, like Kalman, you know, uh, those are Daniel, Michael, uh, certainly get into Zechariah. But I think that it's definitely growing. Elon Musk has certainly had an impact. But as I just for his family history, he has it reportedly as if we don't practice Judaism, and he has opened his secular. In fact, he is very. I'd say he has a lot of
You
Christian.
know,
He,
like
He's Jewish.
he's he said that he's Jewish, but later when they asked him, he said he's a little bit religious. He's like agnostic.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all agnostic. But yes, I mean, there are arguments to be made too. Some people who say that they're Jewish are not Jewish by Jewish law. About 50% of all of Israel is not Jewish by Jewish law.
But what makes someone Jewish?
Their mother's Jewish, or they had Jewish conversion, a kosher conversion, an Orthodox conversion. So there are a lot of people who are considered themselves Jewish because their dad's Jewish. They're not Jewish. They can't marry my daughter. That doesn't count. So there are a lot of those cases, and then there are a lot of people. 20% of the population is Muslim or Christian or something else. So less than half of if someone were Israeli and they wanted to marry my daughter, you have to have look at their familial genealogy to ensure that they were Jewish, and if they weren't, they would need a kosher conversion. So for Elon Musk, even though he may have a name that is Hebrew, and he married like an Israeli, or he didn't marry an Israeli, he produced with an Israeli, that argument to be made depending on his or his baby mama's her genealogy, as that child may still not be Jewish. It's complicated, and things happen, especially when we do migration of people, especially from the Soviet Union, or reform or conservative people who make Aliyah, which is essentially moving to Israel, and they recognize that their children cannot marry Jewish children. They have to come. So a lot of them go to other countries and just which that's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they don't have Jewish um, marriages. Or, yeah, they don't have at least look it up.
Correctly, well, at the end of the day, we can make all this money. At the end of the day, I actually believe that my purpose and that's spirituality, man. Like, yeah, I see that, like, have like most of like, you have the money and the spirituality.
I
What about family? Family doesn't emotionally you would want.
Oh, absolutely.
Ahead of that,
No.
above that.
No. I'm not above that by any means. I'm that means I can reproduce in my 90s. There's no time limit on it. So I could find a wife who's 25 years old and be able to settle down and have a huge family with her, and that's never what I'm doing with her. My power is not based on biological clock like women's can. And somebody who recognizes that
I heard, I could be wrong, but I heard that sperm cells degrade when you age.
but you'd still be able to get some viable options. Even age 90. There are men who are near 100 years old who have
That
children.
is true.
So I'm not worried
I
about
heard
that.
that younger, like the best, like DNA,
No,
like aging, like you
that,
know,
that's not how it works. You still have viable sperm at age 80 or age 90. That is just as sperm that you have.
you're 100%.
100%, absolutely. And we see this happening now. Robert De Niro just had a child. He's like almost 80 years old. His wife is 25. Child's fine. Same with Al Pacino. Al Pacino just He's
Women, it's also different if they get like their so like
so then you run into issues where there's a higher uh, rate, there's a higher rate at problematic pregnancy, where because due to the age of the woman, there are more complications that can happen. But some of those can be avoided, perhaps with surrogacy.
so statistics like women past the age of 40 and I think it's less than 45 where the chance of the kid getting Down syndrome increases exponentially.
But there's surrogacy options. A woman frees her egg, and then essentially have in vitro fertilization and use a surrogate, and basically have the same odds in many ways as she would have if she had that child at age 20.
That's I was I've only I looked into the females like egg, but I only heard about the sperm on ChatGPT because I don't think this is on like male sperm. So I didn't look into the statistics. So I didn't look into it because like that one was like they get older. Because I thought with something similar like just like build a very everything and then have kids. I'm like old because it doesn't matter. Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah,
Research.
I mean, still, all you have to do is very easy. All you need to do is find basically just one five sperm, and you can impregnate that kid. Um, so they'd be able to basically you would ejaculate into a petri dish or essentially get a sample. And even if you were 90 years old and 90% of your sperm was not viable, still 10% is, and you have hundreds of millions of sperm cells, or at least at least tens of thousands of viable sperm, but more than that, even at age 9, you just need the laboratory basically to use one of those sperm cells to impregnate a baby, and then you can have a child in 9 months. It's just biology.
Reproduction is interesting. I can't imagine myself alive even like having to come in a jar just to like make my own project. So like planning to do it like do like have a test out of age or planning.
I mean, yeah, I have a plan. I'll go viral. I'll travel the world for 2 years, do a lot of good, set up all the not for profit, basically have a harem of chicks who I slay, so gosh, have a good time, and then eventually find the one for me, and then
Be like
and I would not be able to do that without data. In fact,
you have like 900 concubines.
one and two, absolutely. I think that every woman on the planet want to reproduce with someone, and I do it for good reason. I don't want to
You like women understand women those are something from the mind. A lot of the women I say what I say that. Women understand that. Because I feel like someone I have
I honestly have less, for lack of a better term, but less. I don't find IQ to be as important as emotional intelligence. To me, emotional intelligence
What is that?
It's far.
Even higher.
It's I can even higher emotional intelligence. So I can tell you that I've taken emotional intelligence class and in the highest person I've ever seen. Now there are ways to play that as well. So I was kind of going for a very high score, but if anything, I have extremely high emotional intelligence, and what that allows me to do is to be able to empathize really well with people, to be able to communicate really well with people, to be able to teach really well, and to me, that interpersonal communication is far greater, a far greater determinant of success in the world than simple IQ. We see a lot of people with extremely high IQs in society who are nomadic, who are antisocial, just because they may be able to calculate something quickly or accurately does not necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. What we, what we do see,
Yeah, it's like a combination of everything. However, I'd like to also make a point that the majority of multi-billionaires is 140 plus. And that's like the top 1% of society. Like you.
so many of them do, but it's
Yeah.
not necessary. And some of them don't. Some of them have perfectly average IQs, and they've just been set up
And,
well.
and
I would tell you this right now. I would say
I
most.
think my IQ, is not as high as yours, definitely. But I have a high crystallized intelligence, not as much as would. But I noticed that my research, I found out the biggest factor that would affect your income, besides the biggest factor besides location, like the same job, same location, I guess IQ. Like that would the higher your IQ, the more money, the same job.
I would disagree. I think emotional intelligence is more important. But we could argue that one. But basically, once you get the job, it's about how you're able to network within it. And emotional intelligence, if you're highly sociable, you're going to get more promotions than the person who's just smart.
I think that emotions would get into a different job. And now it's not about performance within the same company. Rise like the hierarchy.
And that's absolutely, yeah, and that's how you become successful.
And then there's also other factors like your also as variable, and that's the number of variables. It seems like the high as well.
I wouldn't
Are
necessarily,
you aware about agreeableness?
I wouldn't necessarily say that
Well,
that's
not like there's a trade-off in agreeableness, but if you're like low enough where people are really eager guns, like it's better and you are higher value.
with me. I mean, this one has broken in that you need to have fortitude, you need to have determination, you need to be aggressive. Yeah, and I think risk taking certainly has um, plays a role in that. I I really wouldn't underestimate emotional intelligence. Give me someone with a really high emotional intelligence in a job over someone with a really high IQ any day. Here's why. They're going to be able to understand the environment faster. They're going to be able to make more people happy in a shorter amount of time. And when it comes down to moving up as for a promotion, the person with the higher emotional intelligence do better. I mean, it's like the same to say, give me someone who's attractive over someone who is just average looking. The person who's attractive is going to move up in the ranks far faster. Now, if you're looking for someone who's going to be able to come up with some equation where perhaps human their human behavior doesn't have as much of an impact, give me the person with the high IQ. I'll take that all day long. But if you want me, if I'm picking someone who needs to be intelligent, uh, and emotionally the intelligent, in order to be able to get a promotion, give me the person who is emotionally intelligent. You're going to be able to lead a team better. They're going to be looked up to as a leader. They're going to be followed. They are going to have accountability and integrity and dedication to excellence, and dedication to mission and teamwork. Other than someone who's just very smart, and that proves out. If you look at coaches, even CEOs, they're generally not the people with the highest IQ. They're the people who've been able to navigate the company in the best way. Now, there is some nepotism to that. Last thing,
also something that is important. I also agree with you. I also think IQ is important too.
I agree with you. No, there's no doubt about that. They're both important. Which do I think is more important to success? They just because that's practical. Any computer, if you give me someone with high
But like,
emotional,
that's why I said to like the same job, like that IQ would be like the thing that would I think become the for the same job. EQ operates on a more like different layer where like you can jump to different jobs, so better opportunities because of the to better rooms. Like you're not stuck in that one place. So that's basically what we're saying. Like in that
yeah, I see it as this. IQ will help you to perform well on tests. EQ will help you to perform well with people. And businesses are not tests. Businesses are people. And that's why people with high emotional intelligence do well. But also someone's attractive. You can give me someone who is attractive with high emotional intelligence. I can tell you that that person will be CEO of their company within a decade or two. I mean, that's a killer combination. Even if they have an average IQ. And IQ, especially with AI nowadays, can anyways be replaced or at least the field can be left because maybe someone previously who wasn't that good at writing a paper or doing the math equation can just plug that or the code can just plug that into AI and AI has a far higher IQ than even the smartest person in the world. And what the high IQ person cannot do is the reverse of that. To be able to go to some kind of machine and create a really good emotional quotient, really good emotional, improve their emotional intelligence. That's something that you learn by doing. It's about behavior. It's about how you relate to other people. So someone who, let's just take someone who is uh, average intelligence, they can go and use AI to make it seem like their intelligence is much higher and have the job result of someone who with a higher mental acuity, and then they would be able to use their emotional intelligence, their interactions with those around them in their environment, and being able to adapt to be able to be far more successful than a person with a really high intelligence quotient, which basically is limited now because AI raises everyone's intelligence, and the person with the high IQ is unable to replicate the same results that the person with the high EQ had because there isn't a machine that allows them to be able to improve their emotional intelligence.
that's that's what happens when I think that nowadays it's still good because like, we're not fully neural links yet. But once we're neural links, then having a high IQ means shit.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in.
And then like in EQ also, surprisingly AI is very good at putting things eloquently to this
Yes,
as well.
absolutely. Yes. So eventually we may kind of all become the same drones in the future with some type of
Yeah,
brain.
that's
brain computer interface. But until we're there, the fact that people with high in, emotional intelligence can have a high IQ using AI is a game changer. I can tell you this: if you gave me someone out of college who had, let's say, never, like, what would I think? Would I rather have extremely good looking, extremely high emotional intelligence, or um, extremely intelligent IQ? I would take extremely attractive over both of those other two. There's something still about aesthetics that are very important to society. People want to be around good looking. So even if somebody's not that smart, that person may rise to the top because they're very good looking. But what, especially with plastic surgery and different therapies and such, you can cheat. Exactly. So that it depends how much money they have, is basically what they want to do. But give me someone who has high emotional intelligence, who utilizes plastic surgery to be able to make themselves as attractive as possible. That's a killer combination. And then give that person AI, which basically raises their IQ, and they're going to be a very successful.
Like Elon, Bill Gates, like all these billionaires, and Forbes, like Jeff Bezos. Let's say Jeff Bezos. They're not like good looking models. And they got their, and they also have high IQ as well, and they seem to be very intelligent, you know?
I disagree with the emotional. I disagree.
Act
I,
emotional
dis, I disagree with them.
but
I disagree with
when
them.
when you see them interacting
I disagree with them. I disagree with the emotional intelligence of Bill Gates. He's always been seen as a nerd. He's connected himself with basically bad players in many industries. He's not seen as very personable. Uh, he's not seen as cool. In a lot of ways, I don't think he has very high emotional intelligence. In fact, he just had to apologize for in Australia. He made a statement for some of his snap that was not a of his time, so to speak. Uh, they've all been set up. So I hate to say it, but Elon Musk, his grandfather owned an airline. Bill Gates, his father was one of the heads of Planned Parenthood, and his mother was a trustee on the board of trustees of the University of Washington. His grandfather was a banker. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA, which created the internet, which created GPS, which created a hologram technology, like basically really advanced things. So he's been set up. His family comes from extremely wealthy ranchers. Sergey Brin, Larry Page, they, they basically were set up in many ways with uh,
was a rich humanity, maybe.
or they were basically put in a position. Someone like uh, Larry Ellison or like Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs is an interesting one. He was adopted, but he was adopted to a middle class family, and his location helped. He was in Silicon Valley.
It makes a big difference in
Absolutely
very
does.
big.
And you look at he also set himself up with really important players. But if you look at the success of the computer, not because of Steve Jobs, because of Steve Wozniak, who frankly
Yeah,
is
sure.
like the brains behind it. Isn't one of these super mega rich people. I mean, very wealthy, but not in terms of uh, looking at becoming a billionaire, which you would expect. But Steve Wozniak wasn't as personable as Steve Jobs was. As it's been discussed. Wozniak was the brains, and Steve Jobs was the salesperson of Apple
He was
Computer.
like the EQ guy that was like evil, like an evil high EQ.
Exactly.
But
I'm in
it's
agreement.
like authentic.
That's an excellent way to put it. Steve Wozniak was the IQ, and Steve Jobs was the EQ. But frankly, all of these guys are all westernized men. There are people in India and in China who have far higher IQ, far higher EQs, but because of their location, nobody knows who they are.
Location, yeah. Location is the biggest predictor of business in my opinion. And that's why I regret this location.
Right, but I'm in agreement with you, and that gets into your social network. It also gets into what kind of opportunities you have in education.
The internet is helping us bridge that but it's still a huge difference. Like you're born in Africa, you're super smart and hardworking, like it's very like a billionaire.
Look at Elon Musk. He was born. Look at Elon Musk. He was born in Africa. He's almost a trillionaire. You can't necessarily say that.
Because he moved to America, that's why.
I understand why he was born in Africa.
Yeah. I mean, like the location would affect your income. So like,
I agree. I agree with you, but
yeah,
I would say that he would still be a multi-millionaire if he never left Africa because his grandfather owned an emerald farm. I mean, that's like
yeah,
being born in third base and you know being happy that you get a home run. It's like you were born on third base. It's not that impressive. Give me someone who literally started from either a low income family or middle class family and they built a business up and they came from nothing. That's really an interesting story. Someone whose grandfather was an emerald mine
Trump's dad wasn't
owner.
even he was the guy who had like a shit ton of real estate in New York and gave it all to Trump.
with a
Yeah, like
with a negative
loans.
with a um, uh, negative reputation. He was known as a slumlord. Basically, that he wouldn't take care of his properties or the people in there. Oh, 100%. Exactly. Very bad reputation of his family.
What about the Rothschild family?
Well, I mean, we take our beginnings certainly biblically, but going back to 18th century Germany, and it's been about connections ever since. Um, and we're a superpower within the world and have been for 200 years.
Big
Absolutely.
it's so interesting to meet someone that also happens to like have studying like different people that are powerful, you know, in the world.
100%. Well, I am.
Like you're already powerful, right? Like you don't really need to study other powerful people because you already have it.
I mean, I would say that my brother is eventually uh, still to be determined. Let me add, I am. I have my friend here, Riser, and I know you said it again, like where you are. Riser, this I am from Australia, but I have to rip on I am. I am does not know what raw comedy is. So we had to teach him about that. We had to teach him about the funny people in Australia. So he's got some work to do. Riser, how you living? Yeah,
Yeah, you're awake.
yeah, I'm awake and I'm sleeping.
Yeah,
Yeah, did you watch?
nice.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
I was going to. I was gonna hop on my Discord and watch it, but I went to sleep at 9 and then I woke up at 7:15 and I was like, oh, is the thing still on? And then apparently, I don't know what time it started. Specific time, like 4 or something.
It started at 3:30 Pacific time. extremely boring. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I watched all the highlights, and one team scored 12 points. So the Seahawks were eventually won. They scored 12 points in the first half, and the Patriots scored zero, which is generally like no touchdowns in the first half, which is pretty exceptional. And then we had a situation where we had some scoring in the second half. It was what's called the garbage time, where like the other team's not trying that much. They're already up like two touchdowns. They could really change. Oh yeah, and then there was Bad Bunny who did the Super Bowl halftime, which none of it was in English, and there were a lot of people pissed off about that. I watched that, and I didn't know what it
Say
was.
Rothschild live, or you just watch the highlights?
I watched the whole thing, but I watched it later on, and was very boring. I shouldn't say it was very boring. I was actually really excited. I misspoke. I wanted to say the reason why I found it boring is I didn't know Spanish that well, and it was entirely in Spanish, and there was no English, none. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Like maybe like a little bit of Lady Gaga. She performed as well, and there was a little bit in English, but it was like just like a few lines, and it was 13 minutes long, all in Spanish. But I thought it was really cool. So like they made him like had going go in like different environments, which was cool. And they had somebody get married during it, which was interesting. But it wasn't supposed to be Bad Bunny. It was supposed to be Taylor Swift. And the reason why Taylor Swift didn't perform at the Super Bowl, nor has she ever, nor was ever perhaps, is because when you are a Super Bowl performer, there are some caveats. You don't own the footage. And Taylor Swift, as you know, is like really big on owning her own art. But the NFL is a bunch of billionaires. They could care less about Taylor Swift. She's just a one billionaire person. They have combined like $600 billion amongst all of the 32 uh, owners, or maybe not that much, pretty close when you combine them all. And so their teams and everything. They don't.
And that reasoning or why, like, what is Taylor Swift from having the rights to Super Bowl performance? Like, even if she felt for herself, she's going to fill in from different angles. The road gets if the NFL doesn't, they'll see film as like same performance. So it's like profit on
That's right. She doesn't get to film it. The NFL is the one who films it. The NFL gets the footage. That means 30 years from now, the NFL can use her footage and she doesn't have a say. And she wants control over it. Another major issue is the people who perform in the Super Bowl halftime do not get paid anything. They do it for free. The reason why they do it for free is because it automatically essentially makes their music the next day become number one on all the streaming sites. So they see the performers see the benefit of it. Taylor Swift is already basically number one in most things with streaming. I mean, it's not like she needs more record sales or anything, so she doesn't see it as that beneficial to her. And she, did you know?
she doesn't care. When that pop music, they just don't care about the pyramid anymore.
Um, they all want to become billionaires. She already is a billionaire, so she doesn't necessarily need that much more money. To her, what's important, from what I've read, is control. She wants control over her art. That's why it was such a big deal when she bought her music from Scooter Braun, that conglomerate, that she had control over her art. And this happened within like the last year, and she doesn't. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's why we talk about how important data is to people. But she wants control over her art and her data, and she doesn't want to give that up to the NFL, even if it's only 13 minutes of a show that she would give. She wants control over it. See, the thing is, she wants to be able to use the halftime show to promote herself And the NFL does not allow you to do that. She wants to be able to take different highlights and use them in the future. Hey, this is when I performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Here's a song that I used. I want to put on an album for that. None of that is your data. It's all owned by the NFL, and they are very protective of it. They don't let you use it.
That's a strange contract. Why wouldn't they want the NFL? It's a positive thing.
Well, a lot of times the NFL is really protective of what people say in regards to what they call the shield, that NFL logo. And if you have, like, let's just say, just an example, Kanye West performed at the Super Bowl, like 10 years ago. And he goes off the deep end, whatever, like a couple years ago, or last year, whatever. And then he goes and starts using his NFL halftime show to promote himself. The NFL doesn't want to be associated with that. And if the NFL doesn't own that data, then Kanye West is going to be able to put that out and basically detract from their brand, from the NFL's brand. The NFL does control it, then Kanye West cannot come out and really promote himself with that content. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it seems like he's talking about like lost the coast over his NFL athletic, my anti-Semitic merch, and I feel like 12 hours of it. It looks like kind of chasing all that attention.
In the United States, if she wanted attention, she would have done the halftime show. She gets no money for it, and she doesn't control the data. And I know that they were in discussions of doing let me get the specifics um, of what exactly.
I reckon Kanye is supposed to be all those attention.
Super Bowl. Why doesn't she do it? What does it have to do with her controlling the data or the footage? And also, you don't get paid with the data. And also, the billionaires don't really need them. All right. So, Taylor Swift has not performed in the Super Bowl halftime show, and her decision stems from a combination of factors related to value, respect, and personal priorities. All right.
Hang up.
While the NFL does not pay halftime performers, relying instead on the exposure and local reach the event provides, Swift reportedly rejected the opportunity because she didn't want to perform for free, especially given her status as one of the most influential artists in the world. She doesn't need exposure, as she commands massive audiences and record-breaking sales of her album.
I disagree with the exposure thing. That's it's still like the value, you know. Like, again, he doesn't need money, but still, like, it doesn't hurt to get the exposure of 100 million viewers.
There were reports that she requested ownership of her performance footage and rights to promote her own project during the show, which the NFL reportedly refused. This aligns with her long-standing fight to control her music master, including her recent acquisition of the rights to her first 6 albums. For Swift, ownership isn't just about branding, it's about creative and financial control. However, in a recent interview with Jimmy Fallon, Swift clarified that the real reason is not about rights or money, but about her emotional investment with her fiancé, Travis Kelce, who played for the Kansas City Chiefs. She said she's too focused on his performance throughout the season to commit to choreographing a high-pitching halftime show. He emphasized, this is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in. I mean, come on, that's what she says. It's about she's not going to get it.
Vegas, though. Like,
I'm not Taylor Swift's spokesperson. I'm just saying that it's about she's not going to get any money for it, and she doesn't get control of the music or the rights to the show.
She doesn't get money for it. It's the main thing. Doesn't get or whatever.
I get that.
But I don't think football fans want to listen to it. Anyway, it's great for
I would. I love Taylor Swift.
Really?
I mean, they're like
I have never heard of it, but I've heard some different guys like that.
she has like maybe 5 songs in her, like, which is a lot for artists. Do I buy her shit? No. Do I listen to her shit on Spotify? No. But she has some classic songs that I really like, and if you look at my like, if you look at my uh, playlist over the course of my life, she's been on some of them because I think that she puts out some hits. Now, she has now, but again, that's all very subjective. But the idea that she would bring in a huge female audience for the NFL Super Bowl, it can't be understated. She would bring in a lot of people and a lot of interest, more than Bad Bunny. But I'll say this: Bad Bunny brought in a huge audience globally. Was top viewed, um, the top viewed uh, halftime show on his.
Yeah, I mean, I know that one is very popular. I don't know if it's very interesting. It was probably not just part of the person,
He's the point of
but
He's nothing else.
okay, I have
You never charge that you know.
fair point, I guess. I mean, I don't know. You might know more about music than I do.
Well, I think he does. I think he does. But
I don't know how.
I don't think he knows charts on that one.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Oh, wait. I do.
because you don't think of like he just knows a chart.
Like, hold on. Yeah, he is. He's good with Instagram. He's good with Instagram. Something happened on Instagram, it's gonna go by. He knows about uh, Australian pop charts. I'll give him that. We have had that discussion. And then he and I went through the Billboard Top 100 for the last year of 2025 to see who would win the top song in Australia. Like, we have had this discussion. Not yet, but he he's got some like I don't know if he could do 5 Bad Bunny songs.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I agree with you. My question for you is this: do you
I mean, I listened to one funny song that's fire. I'm sure, I don't know, it's not form, but yeah, you think that the end of Philippines is like Spanish, like an undrummed before, and they you think they were like, hey, I don't have the Spanish audience, for you to watch it. You already have everyone in America watching it, and we have like people watching it.
That's correct. That's correct. They have been expanding the game, especially in Latin America, like they and just globally. So they're having a game in Rio de Janeiro and downtown, and they had one um, uh, last year in Sao Paulo and the year before in Sao Paulo. They previously had preseason games in Mexico City. They're looking to expand that footprint, which is great money for them. And also, they're taking these teams, NFL teams, globally. So, also, they're playing in Melbourne next year. The LA Rams are playing the San Francisco 49ers in Melbourne. And they're going to play 3 games in London. They played in Dublin this year. They played in Frankfurt this year, Germany. Either, oh, yeah, they're like every season, there's a certain part of the season where they play a bunch of games internationally, and the games are on at like 6 a.m. Pacific time. And I watch them too, believe it or not. Like,
Your broadcast at that time,
yeah,
like people in like Berlin or going to the stadium. Yeah,
no, they're broadcasted in LA at 6 a.m. So it gets to be York they'd be at like 9, but they're like in Frankfurt. They played at Frankfurt at like 5 p.m. And people watch these games, and I did. And they're also lining up these streams to be connected with different cities. Like Kansas City is becoming like Sao Paulo, Brazil, like their team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are becoming like uh, London, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are becoming Ireland, and uh, Buffalo Bills are becoming Toronto, or already basically Toronto, and the Seattle Vancouver connection is pretty big. And there's one other.
Is the actual sport of like football, American football, popular?
Well, they're trying to increase it because it's free money. They see all the money that the Premier League is making, and they say, "Look, why can't we?" Like for too long, as soccer been cutting into our profits, why don't we start cutting into their profits? And um, I've been doing that. There's another team. Oh, Dallas Cowboys in Mexico City. That's been like a huge connection too. And like for as big as
Okay, but pause it. Why would they want to host a game in even like Mexico City? Like, or like South America would be more profitable for the stadium. I mean, I guess there's like kind of two things they do. There's like the back sale. Even there's like this other thing that you're mentioning, the money that you can get from having a bunch of fans all around the world. Yes.
Mexico City is one of the largest cities in the world. Sao Paulo is one of the largest cities in the world. Why not have your home team like Dallas, but also be able to add all of Mexico to the fan base?
Yeah, true. And you just play like
If that, Mexico is very much like a Dallas connected uh, country, and the NFL has played an NFL game in Mexico City. But even just with preseason, you get generations of people who are Dallas Cowboys fans, and they're doing the same in these other countries. And so with Bad Bunny, he basically opened halftime shows to a Spanish-speaking audience. And the NFL basically was like, look, we're going to try to get Taylor Swift. If we can get her, that's great. We'll have a ton of women watching our halftime show and there's people in general. And if we can't get her, we're going to go with Bad Bunny, who is technically American. He's from Puerto Rico. And we're going to get all of the Spanish-speaking countries like really involved in this. And they see it as a win-win. Now, my question to you is this. Are you ready to lose extra?
yeah,
Excellent. And excellent. Doug, I gotta be honest with you. What about memory is not that fun. Can you hear me? Who fucking Bryce is doing? Bryce, you break yourself off all fucking day. You sleep 13 fucking hours. They give you open notifications. You decide to come in at 4 fucking in the morning and jerk yourself off publicly. It's incredible. Like, isn't it amazing? Bryce, can you hear me? Bryce,
I'm inside now. Like you said, Montgomery started.
yeah. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But isn't it amazing? Come on. Isn't it amazing? all the people I have in this Discord.
And there's two people I'm thinking of.
But the other people are good people. I mean, I can tell you, I've did this for a long time, just alone. And it's really nice to have other people who are in. All right, so here's why William Montgomery has been sucking. He is not a very consistent performer. Here's a few reasons. Number one, he doesn't memorize the set. I understand, but he comes up and he just reads off a note card, and also um he misses about one or two performances every month on Kill Tone nowadays, and it's because he can't come up with.
He's probably touring.
No, it's not because he's touring. He has a contract with Kill Tone, and he comes up with the excuse that he's sick because he can't come up with material. And
So you're telling me he came up with jokes every week for years, and now all of a sudden he's super popular. He's not going to come up with jokes.
well, he ended up an alcoholic and a cocaine addict, which
That sounds like it. Yeah. Washing my hands.
all right, why you do that? I'm gonna get you coffee. That's what grass is. That something?
Oh, you need stimulants in the wind?
It's decaf, dog. It's decaf.
Unfair advantage, folks. Openly
Yo, dog. How are your puppies? Puppies.
What?
How are your puppies? Puppies. How are your puppies? It's a pun. overextended spleen.
Ovary sparing space.
Uh, if it's with the dog, maybe they keep the ovaries but still get neutered essentially.
Yeah, you don't get
You know, whatever space. Was
yeah,
that
she still has her ovaries, but they're uterus. But it's not the only one place for your that does a ovary-sparing spay, surprisingly, and ovary-sparing spay is important because
hormonal?
really, there's a lot of hormonal things that happen that the ovaries are important to your overall health. I don't know if that's specific.
So basically,
Like,
she had a hysterectomy.
what's the hysterectomy?
Excellent question.
Ovary-sparing spay.
The hysterectomy is not like a canine hysterectomy, the same as an ovary sparing space. Or it's close. Yes, yes, a hysterectomy in a dog, same as an ovary sparing space. You should have just said that she had a canine hysterectomy. And I'm just going
Yeah, I remember procedures for yeah, as you know, apparently that keeping the hormonal balance of
Did she have a cone?
she didn't have a cone even after the surgery. Like she just happened like years ago.
Did she still get a period?
But um, she, she got it in a sense. Yeah, she still had there's like a
Did she bleed around your house?
no, she used to, and I had to put on diapers for a time since the but it does. It's like when it's whatever. So yeah, there's no bleeding anymore.
How old is she?
And strangely enough, I guess not strangely enough, but we had her first dog period when it was this is called a blood moon, like some rare moon cycle.
Oh, I know it's like where the moon is orange. There's no pressure. It's like the when the moon is red.
Yeah, the moon orbits the Earth's shadow.
Right.
It's like a loose and you know, they are that I guess that's
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's red.
roughly every 2 to 3 years. That's rare. And I was like the first ever married with a man, and it's like really trippy. But like I've never experienced like a lunar effect on
How old is she?
like 3.5.
Here's my next question. That's a question. So normally when I make my fucking videos on that one account, like only you access, I don't promote. I just go through my signal. I don't think I forget anybody. And I kind of like it. I don't want people to know about that account because it's kind of like it's a secret account, but it's like I don't want it to get famous. Okay, but I recently, just in the last like 48 hours, I did just you know what? I'm gonna just instead of me lip syncing all the songs, I'm just gonna have the music going over my video of me just doing whatever I'm doing. I'm gonna get so many fucking people who like my shit because I'm putting out so much content. I got like 10 follows on that account in the last 24 hours, and like 150 likes. So it's pretty more. And I think it to be so great. Next thing I'm gonna do.
So, are you doing music video?
Okay, so
No lip sync?
I don't do lip syncing though, just because it takes too long for me to make sure my mouth is moving at the same time. And like I'm making the videos right now, but I'm talking to you, and I play a song over the video. Like just go to that account and you can see what I'm doing. Oh,
Anytime.
I'm just, can you spell it?
100 new posts. Jesus.
Isn't that crazy?
Never thought. Yeah.
No, I mean I've thought about creating a bot to do it. I'm doing it. So basically, can you see it's just me talking, but it just plays a song over it?
Yeah. Interesting.
Here's the thing: I'm just getting a lot of fucking interaction. Anyway, next question.
There's so many videos. How many fucking
I made like 500 in like 3 days.
yeah, so I mean, for 400 10 followers for 500 videos.
No, it's not. Okay. Well, each video takes me like a minute and a half to do, and I don't have to do anything. I just have to have it. I just have to have it. And I'm not doing it for people to like me. It's like a lot of people do. I love. Okay, I'll just give you statistics. The last month, and keep in mind, I've only been using this strategy for like the last few days, but yeah, 7%. Bunch of hot. Um, we've got one. Let's go to my right. Right. Where is the you're sending a notification? Here. All right. I've gotten 39,000 views. That's a lot of fucking views. 39,000 in the last. Um, yeah, I mean, come on. I'm up 1,000. I'm up 1,500%. I'm up 1,500% on views and 1,500% on profile visits. I've reached 27,000 accounts. Uh, what I'm saying is just it's like I'm up like 1,500 interactions. Um, so I put out I got 372 likes, 26 comments, 8 people have saved my shit, 468 people have shared my shit.
There's like some like weird like retweet.
But whatever it is, I'm just saying that like, it is. Some of my, I don't know, it's just, like before I would never get any interaction, and I've been doing this, now I get like a lot more interaction, and I'm literally just making these videos as we speak right now. So it doesn't cost me anything, like, it's not like I even have
What
to,
happened is spam like recycle. I guess they're repost management and stuff.
you get fucking limited or banned.
On right going out of nature. Allow me to use it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or I say, why don't you tell me when I'm getting in trouble so that I don't push the limit? Or tell me you're not allowed to use this feature for the next 24 hours or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Instead, exactly. Instead, what they'll do is not tell you anything. Log into your account. Okay, you've been banned for enough this. Enough this. And you can't say. All right. With that being said, are you ready for an invitation?
Yeah, that's your
As I previously said to you, it's decaf coffee. And I don't even know. No, it's reverse caffeine coffee. I put depressant in it. No, it's got tranquilizers in it, dog. I put extra tranquilizers in it. Dog. He's been very unimpressed. Riser, I'm just gonna be honest with you. And I'm not saying that they won't. They're not in your contract because he's still. I have the worst fucking thing. Um, because he still is someone who is like uh, something that the audience still likes, but he's just not as funny. He used to be funnier, and if you're like, you mean to say that cocaine and alcohol made him funnier? Yeah, he played more along with them. He's got like a few bits that he does, like uh, Tony will be like, all right, William, what have you been up to recently? Be like, Tony, I've been uh, doing my drum machine. Like, oh, cool. What else have you been doing? He's like, and I was doing puzzles, and I was on eBay. And be like, what else were you doing? And he'll be like, I was hanging out with my dog. And all kinds of shit like that. Like, he'll get really excited. But he doesn't do that stuff as well anymore. And, um, are you going to go? Here. Oh, you're going to go? All right. I want to ask you, how do you think Canada's going to do in the Olympics this year? personally, did you watch any Canadian coverage of the Olympics?
Yeah, I have.
Do you watch it on CBC?
Yeah, they have like a really on it. Pretty much that.
Right, I've been trying to watch it on CBC, and um, a lot of their shit is on the app, and not that at least in the United States. I have really been trying to watch it, and haven't really had any luck.
So you're looking for watching it on US stream, Olympic stream.
So long as it's in English, I'm okay with it.
So the bad money version.
Um, right? This is going to change Bad Bunny's stuff. I hear them on the radio. They would like never play him on the radio at this station. They'd only ever play like English speaking people.
Another fun fact about these two was a flight from years ago.
I think
Jackson was
you had on our radio. It's a very
No, I'm saying, but I'm listening to that station. Like they never play music. I love it. And I
I think Gilmore goes annoying character.
you know, I forgot. I forgot he was. I forgot he was in it. What did he do?
He was the cat.
That's right. Did he speak English? Did he speak English?
With another thing, or us.
So you didn't watch any of the Super Bowl?
I slept through the whole thing. I was gonna join the Discord and watch the so
I watched.
it was on like the West Coast time.
It wasn't. It was played in Santa Clarita, San Francisco.
So when they started the game, I got. Normally they started. I guess depends on. Honestly, I had like all my last previous years, like really wanted to watch it this year.
Well, I'll tell you this. I fucking watched the first drive. I could tell it was going to be a boring game. Nice look. So don't consider yourself missing out. But then I did something really interesting. I don't know why I don't fucking do it. I mean, I guess because it's cool. But then I don't know, I watched I watched all the highlights. So you watch every single play, and then um, I watched every play, and what else? I watched every play, and I watched every play, and oh, I watched every play, which was 23 minutes of footage. I watched Mad Funny with no commercials, which is 13 minutes of footage. Then I watched the top 10 commercials. They were terrible. So I was like, wow, in like less than an hour, I literally feel like I watched the whole Super Bowl and I didn't have to watch any of it. And normally I like to watch it. It's like an American tradition. But frankly, I don't know any Bad Bunny. The two teams aren't of interest to me. So it's just one of those things. You're right. And I could kind of tell that. That's why I started watching it at the beginning. And I could tell just how the teams were playing. I really could. I was like, oh, they're not very good at all.
I mean, for the people that cross me, I don't know, great. I mean, more like entertaining.
Um, yeah, and then last year's game was like the biggest blowout in fucking Super Bowl history. So it was. They haven't had a good game in like a few years.
Are you fucking serious?
Maybe, maybe I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row.
Uh,
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt,
um,
no doubt. Zoot and I have been playing. Um,
oh, fuck you. Okay. You're gonna play Joe? You're gonna play Joe as your receiver? Or you might be they're afraid of it. Yeah. Oh,
you're good at doing that.
yes. I think
Oh, that sucks. It's not good. How many of any of any country? How many Olympians, Winter Olympians, can you name? No, 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 no. Who are competing this year? That should have been Chris.
I can name at least an amount of this and zero for dictator. Hockey players, I can name players. Athlete.
Have you ever known anybody who has played curling?
If I were going to ask anyone who went to, I do know some guy went to school, but
But I mean, have you ever met anybody who has been a curler? That's really interesting. I haven't either, and it's like a really rare sport. That like nobody in the United States plays it, and I find it interesting that basically it's just so rare. Like you are somebody who is like in the heart of fucking Winter Olympics world, and you can't even name somebody who fucking plays curling or whatever curls.
it's like shuffleboard.
Yeah, I know people who play shuffleboard though, but nobody.
I think shuffleboard should be in the Olympics.
Dude, I think people should be.
I mean, as long as it's the Olympics, it's really like open the doors. There should be a lot more Olympics. Wow, really? What the heck is this? Do you have an S?
You're really
Another S. Wow. Seriously?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? That QI really fucked the whole left side of the board.
Yes. I mean, no, there's still the other side that go up there.
Right.
Sounds totally end.
I agree.
Okay, that's the word. This is a sexy play right here.
Uh, I'm ready for it. Hit me.
That's a good line.
12 totem? Do you think 12 is good?
Oh, just a fine. That's a good word.
Oh, okay. This could
Oh
be
no.
this could be a major
This is
mistake.
great phone.
This could be a major mistake.
That's it. Bullshit.
Oh, that's good. That's a fucking uh, fish. That was really good. Not even bullshitting. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
flawless.
I did not know.
What are your thoughts on this lead that I had? Oh, that was great.
Oh man, I almost was able to play that.
Did you know that there was a streaker at the Super Bowl?
Uh, uh,
I also
there really is.
sometimes I also saw a thing. I don't know if this was really true, but a guy made a bet and won like $300,000 by guessing that someone would run on the field, and he was actually the person who ran on the field. I don't know if he got to keep the money, but that seems like a really easy way to make a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I've talked about that before. Why would you not just break that? Pay some guy like $100,000 to run one quick.
Dude, you could fucking destroy me.
Oh my god. There are the letters down. Good.
So even though I don't think that William Montgomery's been funny recently, I'm still obviously his biggest fan. But he's not. He has not been that funny recently.
Get around the funniest movie.
Yo, Doug. Big Dog, you're up. The guy who streaked this year though was smart. So he didn't get a public indecency charge. He kept his pants on. He probably picked up a small charge, but nothing big.
Was it in the middle of the play?
Yeah. Well, like it was in the middle of it. It didn't interrupt the play. Maybe
How long was he running for before he got attacked?
he made some moves on some guys, and that's one game in a row. Just in case you were even hearing. He was able to dive some people, and then eventually he like slid down, and they stopped.
I want to see someone on like electric rollerblades, just like how two lives with a speed advantage, like get away with it.
How do you have roller on rap?
Zoot,
Uh,
zoot, cutthroat, zoot, zoot, cutthroat.
Oh, you started the game. Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Zoot, cutthroat. Zoot, Zoot. What did you think of Bad Barbie or Bad Bunny? Yes, you did. We watched part of it together. What up, baby? What happened?
3%.
Yeah, it's three person, and it's trick shot.
Look at that shot.
You, Doug, what are you talking about?
Missing.
And your ex girlfriend was there? Was it the girl from the adult bookstore? Did you munch her box?
She
Oh, so she's down to fuck. Wait, this is the crazy girl, though, right?
yeah.
Penalty, penalty, because it is. Next question.
Oh,
What do you have to do? I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is that how it works?
something like
Nice scratch, dude. All right, so Zoo, you got her number. That's tight. Did you munch your box? Isn't this the crazy girl who stole all your money? Dude, I like how I keep asking that question and you don't answer. You had to pay for her heroin habit. Not the same girl. Okay. So who is this bitch? So who is this? How long did you guys date? 2 months? Okay, how'd you lose your phone? Yo, Doug, remember that time I asked you a question and then you were dead fucking silent? Like, why are you such a bad communicator? How did you lose your phone? Oh, hilarious. What are you doing at the... No, dog, it's where you get blown. The orgy place. No, it's his adult bookstore. And you lost your fucking phone at this place? And you had to admit where it was?
did you tell the police where you lost it? No. Oh,
Do you think somebody...
I pulled out. I thought someone was getting covered in me. Oh shit. That's all. I was like, oh, by the way, I lost my RP in bond. Told your ex-girlfriend that you don't need her to watch with on a big screen.
Did you did you tell her that you were a finalist for Raw Comedy?
Yeah.
Of course you did, dog. Good job, man. Did she say that's tight? What did she say? Did she say congratulations? I can't believe someone who's that funny could be a finalist for our whole fucking state.
I can't believe someone who doesn't know how to respond to content make it funny. Yeah, that's
Are you in love with this bitch?
not, not.
You're not in love with this bitch.
I do care about that. I just know it might work out. Yep, crazy rebel.
What's that, baby? You're oh what?
I like
He's about to fuck up.
How come? I don't know if it's a trick shot. You see that? You know, yeah, people explain that. See the line. Right? Yeah. Keep kind of.
Dude, there are a bunch of types of.
Sometimes don't believe you.
No, you should. He's not.
Lying.
He's not. It's not worth that much, but it'll be worth 10 points. It just makes it really difficult. Okay, so there's a kiss shot. It turns off the like protractor thing, the like line.
Oh, okay. So it's difficult to see where things are. All right.
I agree. It's cutthroat. You are winning.
You know, crazy. Rothschild made players.
Well,
Think my
to be honest, I don't know how to play either. You masturbate openly? Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Dude, you are the most horny motherfucker. Uh, I like how Zeus quiet. What'd you say, Pimp? Yeah, baby. Zoot's done. So I'm basically fucked.
No, you just need to get a last.
Dude, so you didn't watch Bad Bunny? I figured you would know everything about Bad Bunny. You'd be a Bad Bunny homer. You'd be like, dude, I saw that Pedro Pascal was there, and Lady Gaga, and Jessica Alba, and Ricky Martin. Did you know Ricky Martin plays?
Why are you trying to what you do? No. That's not what I want. One of us is just your own. Oh,
No, he didn't.
I have to sing fucking rabbi.
It's cutthroat.
Yes.
Dog, I'm about to dominate.
That was not a trick shot. What kind of fucking trick shot
Did I lose because of that? Dude, that game sucks. No, let's play cutthroat, but no fucking trick shot. Yeah, let's try it. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, well, they sent you
Did you first time you're fucking falling up the pile and like you're like I don't even want to look at this.
How are you playing this game right now if you lost your phone? I mean, isn't that like an important thing to say? Where did you find it? Where did you find it? In between the seats?
Yeah.
Dude, the life you live is so wild. Yeah. So what? Why was your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, at the fucking Riser Go at the adult theater? What a shot!
Because that partner was she was on the PlayStation. She was partner.
Her partner? So she's in a relationship
Yeah. Like a relationship.
with a dude? Oh, so this did she say that? Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch.
Oh,
Why not? Riser Go. Fuck.
How size I wrote? She thought I had better than the pronounced.
All right. I mean, was that a good thing? Or it's good with these fucking distractions. Dude, STFU dog, you're not helping anything. So, dude, this goes a 4. She's a 4, and that's why you dated her for 2 months. She's terrible looking. All right, so she's a 4. All right, so she's a 3. Okay, I don't know. I mean, so was she a 4 when she had brunette hair? Right, she's a 3.
Hey, sir, you know. Possibly.
Well, I can tell you, if Zoot dates her, she has a terrible sense of humor. Like, just awful. Did you tell her that you've got to get checked for chlamydia or gonorrhea? Yeah. Did you tell her that you are patient 0 for a new strand of super gonorrhea that you developed? from the adult theater. Or no, it was like an orgy hotel. Zoot, in Australia, did they not teach you to answer questions when people ask them? Yeah. All right. Well, I don't see you making that shit. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? That was some bullshit. That was the worst shot. Good job, Zoot. Good job, Zoot.
How did I not realize that was what
Baby, I don't know. You're the same guy who lost his phone at an adult theater and went to the police over it, and you thought you got pickpocketed. Who the fuck wants to stick their hand in the pocket of some dude at an adult theater? Like, dog, I don't care if you have the newest fucking iPhone. I am not sticking my hand in any dude's pocket at a fucking adult theater.
the guy actually drive to the police station and you went back to the hotel and then it's on the same right where you left.
Right next to a big old cum stand. So, Zoo, do you masturbate openly at this place? Do you masturbate openly at this place? That's absolutely disgusting. And that doesn't make you. Is that legal in Australia to openly masturbate in an adult theater? Dog, that's why Pee Wee Herman lost his fucking career in the United States because he got caught doing that. He was like a giant children's television star who got. Oh, are you fucking serious? That was unreal. That was an unreal miss, dude. Dude, you had the win. Dude, you had the win. I like how slow Riser is. Riser, you gotta. Yeah, but he's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. He's distracted by Pee Wee Herman because he's got like a friend now. Zoot's fucking Zoot. Zoot. That's a great question. Like,
There's like a one in a million chance that you'll find love. That's where you're gonna find love.
you have a better chance of finding love at the fucking police station.
How does that go? Like guys with their just like something about them.
He had it movies and TV show, dog. His name is Paul Rubens, and I know he's now your new hero. Zoot's like, it's not weird to masturbate in adult theaters. Pee Wee Herman did it.
don't have brothels in Australia.
Yeah, legal ones. Riser, Zoot, what the fuck? Get off of Wikipedia and get in this game. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot, Zoot, you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot is so in. What is the word? Zoot is. What the fuck is the word when you don't care about others? Zoot is so inconsiderate. Thank you. Zoot, you're so inconsiderate. Zoot, I have to say though, that was like the most baller shot I've ever seen you have on this list. Zoot, that's gonna be your fucking. He's your. He's like. Are you proud of that? Is he gay? I. I, I don't think so. He just was known as a pervert. But even what he did was not that big of a deal. It's not like he. Like there are a lot of people who do other way worse stuff.
Like using kids.
No, he was not doing that. He just got caught masturbating in a an adult theater.
Public movie theater or adult movie theater?
Adult,
Adult
adult,
movie theater?
just like Zoot.
Is it designated adult theater and where?
I think it was in Florida.
The banquet. Oh, you just are you
Give me, give me this fucking win. Give me this fucking win. That's a miss, Riser. That's a miss. Can't believe Riser missed. I cannot believe Riser missed. I like how you refer to yourself. Nobody understands but who gets to go win. Look how good a shot this is. Yeah, baby. Uh, dude, he's written more. He wrote more science fiction material than any person ever. So, he's written. He wrote more than any person. He has more published material than any person in global history. Now, in answer to your question, yeah, I I don't read that shit, so I don't know. Not to say I don't read science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard is his own like religion, so I don't get into that. At the adult theater, so you went to adult theater, the comedy club, and the police station. Right? Did you like your shot?
pretty, pretty good.
Do you really?
I mean, I'm behind that.
I think that it's one of the worst. Oh,
Oh, look at that.
what a beautiful shot! Beautiful, Riser. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Are you
Oh,
fucking
wow.
serious? Are you fucking serious? Riser, how many athletes from Australia do you think are competing in the Winter Olympics?
Uh, what's the population of Australia?
69 million. No, it's like
At
I
least, like, at least, I was gonna say, like, 100.
it's not 69 million. It's like 20 million.
Yeah,
It's like 20 million.
if it's only 20 million, then it's like 100.
It's like 54, 56.
How are you guys?
How am I in front of him? How, how am I in front?
Wow.
How am I in front? Oh, no, I'm not in front. Zoot and I are tied.
Come back.
Yeah, baby.
Maybe a
Zoot, Zoot, your shot sucks. And unless Riser hits your ball, I'm gonna put you out of your misery. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Are you sure about that, son? Hit my ball, Zoot. Just the absolute worst thing that could happen. Basically. That's what I'm talking about. Hit his ball.
Dude, you're gonna have to make one hell of a shot here.
Are you fucking serious?
Nice, right off the fire.
I can't believe I missed that shot.
And this is throwing out of the gun.
There's no way Zoot makes a shot. Come on, dude.
That bunny has a bigger chance of becoming an English professor.
Zoot, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2? Zoot, are you a bigger Kendrick Lamar fan or Bad Bunny? Go. What are your thoughts on that? I don't need to memorize the percentage. It's about feel, baby. I didn't memorize shit. That's a terrible shot, Riser.
I can memorize the percentage too.
You gave me
Look at like that one.
Zoot. That's a bad shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Look how good this shot is, though. Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot, folks. Look at this shot.
What's that one?
Oh, it is okay if you know Spanish. Look at this miss, folks.
Didn't that flash?
If you didn't, I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty. It was like had a lot of shit going on. But do I think? I mean, I bet if you were a Spanish speaker, it was really good. But I mean, I don't know.
Why did not our traffic is like openly PR the last whatever he just has these like crazy
He's like Zoot. Zoot would put out the shit he puts out.
some here look like I don't really like the views of the past anything else. I don't feel like I've read about the the flag that this is the family and anyway. I'm all pissed off and like how dare you ever when he represents the US and try to but what he said about the bad thing, he was like he was also
I mean, I get that, but I I would have preferred it to be in English, of course. But I understand that NFL is going for a certain market, and I could see them having a Chinese one in the future. All right, I got one. Zoot's in it. Zoot's already in this game. Riser, you have an invitation. This is only 3 holes.
it's only three
It's just some old game that was started and we didn't finish it. Zoot, you're up. I bet you Zoot doesn't know this is a game, which I understand. Zoot, you're up, dog. Zoot, you're already in the game. Just look at your games that are already going. There you go. Hit it. Go. Zoot, just go. Hit the ball. There you go. That was good. It was really good. Really good. Don't hit my ball.
I was trying to in the water and work about
Oh, oh. That was baller.
yeah, so are you gonna do some comedy class?
I mean, I thought what he said about losing his phone and hooking up with some formerly brunette whore was pretty funny, but they help you to be able to think on your feet. But we could have them right now.
Did you actually give us a single minute of improv before?
Absolutely not.
But we still haven't gotten a single minute of improv through.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, what do you think of my shot? Gentlemen, we'll start with Riser. Riser, what do you think of my shot?
It wasn't a well done.
I don't understand. I don't even understand why you.
Garbage.
That's bullshit. We all got to play them on. That I don't think has ever been done. Yeah, I don't think we've ever done that.
Oh, it's actually a big disadvantage to your person as well. And you'll see why.
You're gonna try to water bump me like a bitch,
No, I just cut the corner using your ball. There's nothing you can do.
baby Zook. Can you?
Last
Yeah,
yeah, no.
that's garbage. That's a garbage shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen, folks. I remember. Oh, stay right behind that fucking cow, baby. Zoot, Zoot, Zoot being wild.
Do water
No, you can't water bump me. You know it. Look how good a shot that was. Riser, what are your thoughts on that? Are you fucking serious? That's a miss. It's a devastating miss. Sexiest shot ever. Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot, baby?
we could have actually won.
No, he couldn't have.
Yeah, if he made it like the fourth shot.
I still have a bigger lead on him. Dude, we tied?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
That's garbage. Just shit happens when you party naked. This one has 5. I know, Zoot. As I previously said, it's one of those things. Right, so you're gonna go or you're gonna jerk yourself off raw. That's a miss. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen. terrible shot.
One of the dumbest strategies I've ever.
Worst fuck.
Those are shit talking, right?
Go, baby. Get it, Zoot. That's a miss. Riser's got a miss. He's going to hit the corner. Fuck. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. It's certainly not that. That's a garbage shot. That's absolute garbage. Take it. Riser has one of the easiest shots ever, and he left it short. He left it short. I can't believe he left it short.
Are you guys gonna get
The answer to that question is no. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here. What the?
to block his ball? I have not played this ball.
Riser, did you know that Zook came in here
I
right?
forgot this ball existed.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You want me to bring you a time machine to show you the thousands of times that you played it? That was the best fucking shot on the floor I think I've ever seen.
No, it's not.
I think mine would have been better had your shitty ass ball not been in the way. Zook, get it. Make one of the best shots you've ever seen. I like how it starts with Zook. Zook. Oh, Zook, get it.
Customers, if you just type, like, lock it.
Riser, what'd you think of my shot? Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
Yeah, I totally. I know.
Riser, what'd you think of my shot? Goofy as fuck. Goofy as fuck. And now Zook's gonna fuck up. Goofy as fuck, dog.
You turn it off.
Yeah.
I saw what you're up to. Okay. I saw it.
Oh, get it, baby. Get it, baby. Get in the hole.
Everyone knows that the bottom snipe it through the feet. And I'm one of those people.
That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. I love how Zoot had a terrible shot.
Oh, look at the shot. I'm sorry. That was a beautiful, beautiful shot.
One of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to ever see, ever to witness. This is the Bad Bunny of shots. Did you guys know that I'm the biggest Bad Bunny fan in the history of the world? I loved his performance in Happy Gilmore too.
Can't say a word about that movie either.
Dude, that's a terrible shot, and I think we all know it. Are you guys ready for the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? Are you fucking serious? That was very close to missing. But it didn't. But it didn't. It was beautiful, and everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. That's short. Maybe hit my ball. Thank you, Riser. Riser, thank you for the bump.
Dude, are you there?
Zoot's jerking himself off in the fucking adult theater.
I know.
Zoot,
Man,
don't,
that doesn't like sound like a creepy place.
well,
You know,
he has a new hero, Paul Rubin.
fucking Wi-Fi.
He's fuck. Oh fuck.
Why? Like, oh, always.
Because he uses all his data to download fucking number 11 on the Pornhub list. Bonnie Blue.
I got rated by that.
Incorrect. Remember what time we had to wait for Zoot? Zoot, you little douche.
Slept for 15 hours, like 2 days in a row. I never slept that long.
Doesn't your dog have to go to the bathroom?
I mean, it takes her out before I go to sleep.
But she has to go 15 hours without going to the bathroom? Or eating or drinking? The answer is
No,
yes.
she was fine. She was going at the door, and I think she was sleeping too. She was good.
You fucking love that dog so much, don't you? Like, I'm not saying it in a bad way. And, like, you truthfully love your dog more than I think most owners love their dog, and I think it's sweet.
Oh yeah, no, she was.
Is she your is she your first dog?
No, I had another. Um, all right, perfect. Recap.
There's no way you're gonna make this. You know who the champion is. We both won?
Okay,
Dude,
awesome. I'll take the win.
how? We're tied.
Very honorable.
No,
Maybe in whatever.
no, I'm gonna smoke you. Are you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Hey, no, I'm not. So you used to have a dog, and you had
Yeah.
a.
That's what I had on like the Canadian first alternative of
A Veggie?
and I was just supposed to pick up this dog and the owner DJ dropped off the dog and went up to the store and back in the box and then he just ghosted and then weren't sure if we were gonna be able to keep the dog. The dog is like super skinny, like super skinny, not well cared for. Super well trained, like not the healthiest dog in the world. And then we were scared kind of. We really liked him, but we thought that
Who is
JJ was gonna come back.
who is we?
If I can't,
Who's we?
we're a little. What?
Who is we?
Like me and my family.
Oh,
So like 8 years ago. And yeah, he was like, "Oh, I got squirrel because my friend got and never achieved a dog, and I was like, oh, I got set up at the border, and I was actually a dog, but he just ended up never a dog. I've been dog for like 4 years. It was all good. I drove to and across the fucking country with my granny, but then he died because of that. And medicine that killed him was really devastated and felt sorry like that.
wow.
Did you see that severe for the US? There's a female
Lindsey Vaughn, dog. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn.
yeah, no one cares about her name. Or tears her ACL, and she's like, I'm Steve, and then she made it down the hill and like totally crossed like totally red.
Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex girlfriend? Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex girlfriend?
Are you fucking serious?
1000%, Doug. That's who he got after all those ticks from like Applebee's and um and whatever the fuck her name is, Gorda, whatever. Jesper Parnovik's fucking name.
I don't even know the lore.
Dog, you don't not fucking know Jesper Parnovik is?
I was not in the loop. Tiger Woods is
Fucking shit up, bro. You consider yourself a
he was shanking girls more than he shanked golf balls.
well, yeah, because he was a real good golfer, dog. He didn't think that many, baby. But look at this shot.
He was shanking the ball straight.
That's true.
Did you call from Austin's talent?
Yeah, I did. I'm the American Austin Powers.
Myers is Canadian.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm the American Austin Powers. And I do know that Mike Myers is Canadian.
So you're basically fighting him up.
I'm really biting off James Bond.
Like a 60s version of.
Yeah, that's what Austin Powers. That's what Austin Powers is, dog. Look at this athleticism. Is that the excuse that you're going to give for your shitty play?
For those of you who really, everyone knows that your phone performance is really good off the rails.
I think you can. I think you can come back and win.
I know I can. Despite these like egregious conditions, I do it.
That's a miss, and I'm really proud that it's a miss. That's just a miss. It's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it.
Uh, don't worry. There's no. Oh wow. Are you supposed to stick the red one?
Yeah, I was, but I came up with a strategy, a winning strategy, a multi-billion-dollar.
Oh, look at that move. I'm sorry. Guys, he's got absolute time.
Miss.
Game over for you.
Get out of here.
Game over.
Get out of here with your 2%.
You know that?
Get out of here with your.
It's over.
Hey, dog. Get out of here with your 2%.
Imagine someone on 2%. I have 2% life in my device and I still for a demonstrate.
Can I move? Oh, I don't like your fucking excuses. I actually I could pray. I could teach a class. I have to show myself on X. Thank you. When are you gonna play? When are you gonna be back? I did not have to leave. I just said I have shit to do. Why don't you come back tonight? Or are you gonna sleep for 15 fucking hours? Back to back days. Take your dog. And it's because of you. I publicly. Cool. You two each other's company. We keep each other up. I understand. All right, big dog. Let's end on a high note. Why don't you come back tonight and watch fucking Lee Montgomery? He's on Kill Tony, dude. He's on Kill Tony, dude. His, no, I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan possible, and that's why I understand. It's like somebody who sees their favorite artist not live up to their potential. They can certainly say that they could be better. That's how you know I'm a true fan. With Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's got a caddy for him. Okay, no, and I think that's the dumbest thing I may have ever heard in my entire life. I think they were more like mine, like all body language. Not what I said. You asked, do you think the first language was like hieroglyphs or whatever? And I said, no. I think it was body language before that. Body language is more primitive. So why don't you come back? Why don't you come back for Kill Tony tonight? All right. Hey, when you watch your coin, or is it just like another thing that you just burned out on? No, you are though. I will tell you this, my friend. You are not a good project founder. Does your project have a Reddit account? Yes or no? Go. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't. No, but whenever you have a post, you can put it on Reddit, or you can post with that account. Cryptocurrency subreddit.
They do. They have some subreddits that are shilling subreddits for meme coins and microcoins. So what's your kind of use of the greatest Christian ever? That's what I'm talking about. You're over here sleeping for 15 fucking hours. I've given you the blueprint. I've given you the textbook strategy on how to be successful. And you're like, okay, well, I could just jerk myself off all day, and that's what you're doing. So I'll quote you directly. And I quote, Bad Bunny is my hero. He is the official spokesperson of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. I cannot wait to create a Reddit and a subreddit to promote my coin. And William Montgomery has had lackluster performances recently. Unquote. That is a direct quote of yours. Right? Who won the Super Bowl? Go. Yeah. That's absolutely okay. The next question that I have for you is why don't you come and watch Bill Tony? It's on at 6 p.m. Yeah, I do. What's it called? Everybody knows it. You like Jeremiah Watkins? Okay, why don't you like him? Dude, if you ever watch old Bill Tony, the old band used to interrupt so much. That's why I said it. Yeah, dog, I've watched 300 fucking podcasts with that man. No, sometimes it would. Sometimes their shit was funny as fuck, but they just interrupted so much. It would be like uh, somebody taking swings. They'd take 10 swings, one would be funny. The one that they would have that was funny would be really, really funny. But it's like, dude, you interrupted 9 other fucking times. There was a reason why they did group them to us to bring the pandemic. They said, like, Jeremiah Watkins in his interview said that he just got a call one day from Tony Hinchcliffe, and he was like, yeah, we're basically decided to go in a different direction. They have to remove us. And we're not going to be, doing this show anymore. Right, exactly. And, but Jeremiah Watkins did have the opportunity to do stand up at the crypto arena, or it was at the and they and no, it was at Phil Tony at and they're doing it Phil Tony in May and doing it in LA. What was it? At I looked up tickets, but they went. They went live. Like you can't one day I went. Anyway, and oh yeah, and it's gonna be. Did you watch the one that they had on Netflix in January? No, you didn't. And you didn't even see the one coming
I want you to do from I would be Zoot, I would be leaving the adult like adult
I was doing under one condition, and that was like don't do an Australian
I'm the one doing the guy. Yeah, the guy on the computer is also
exactly. So I would be like, "Christ, who left this device on the chair in the adult theater, and why is it so sticky? I can't believe that this device is stuck in the chair. I'm trying to get it off, and I can't. I'm going to go and ask one of my colleagues to see if they can assist me. Excuse me, can you please help me to get this device that is stuck in this chair removed?" Why, sure, I'll help you. So as we both attempted to remove this device from the cushion, we recognized that this was a bigger job for just 2 people. So we went and got the manager, and the manager said, "Wow, that is a really stuck device. I wonder if we could get a tool test and see if we can get a crowbar to perhaps unlock it from the seat cushion." So we got a crowbar and had to use 3 different people's leverage in order to get this device unstuck from the cushion. Fortunately, we were able to do so. When we turned the phone on, we saw a desktop wallpaper of an obviously identifiable Bonnie Blue, and the rating of porn was kept track of in a very structured way within the browser. So I said to one of my colleagues, "Who do you think would have left this device in the theater?" And their response was, "There could be only one person. It's the guy who cuts all the floors in this adult theater routinely." And I said, "Why do you think this phone was left in the all gay porn part of the cinema?" And my colleague said that there's only one person who regularly attends this area of the theater, and their name is Sue. So we took the phone and we decided that we would take it to the front desk. We simply used some latex gloves to be able to ensure that we didn't make contact. And all of a sudden, the phone went off as a ringtone. And the ringtone that we heard was the Pornhub theme music. It went, boom, boom, boom. And we tried to answer, which we did. And on the other end, it just so happened to be Sue. Sue, how are you? Well, I guess we found your device. Can you please ensure that you describe some aspects of the phone to us so we know that it's yours?
so there's a very, very detailed spreadsheet my phone. I think it's back to 2013. So, I was top on my my only record during this first year, I believe, and even more than my year. There's also the sport that my business daily to the Peter Club and Comedy Club, which every triangulation that was particular. So I don't know if that was enough.
Why's your phone? Why's your phone so sticky?
Yeah, there was I was just, yeah, I don't and somehow, it got really sticky. I guess somehow the phone was in my pocket, and somehow it was someone was behind me. I don't know if they had something to do with it. There was no one in the computer, but it could have been good of some kind. There was a lot of noise and colored restraints and that. It was a wild.
Can you please answer us the question why you're in the? No, of course not. But it seems that you're in the middle of several simultaneous mini games that, but you abandoned them all. Is there a reason for that?
Typically, anything they said, I possibly for no reason. Does that answer your question?
Oh, most certainly it does. Well, we've got this one. We're going to leave it in the podcast. We're going to put it in a Ziploc bag, and you're free to pick it up whenever you wish.
And not to press this any further. If you're free, I'd like to say something on to the comedy. Australia, you will, because you will, you will get very soon. You're welcome.
Awesome. This is, I was thinking all these fucking different notes, and one of them, I forgot to put, sound over it, and so it was just a little snippet of where Zoo and Zoo asked me, "Do you know who opened for me?" And I say, "Yeah, the same people who closed for you. They're noting the crickets." And I thought that was so funny. And I thought it was hilarious that like the video caught that part of it because
Concept are now to have those.
so I like how this has gone to his head. Like he's getting his old ex-girlfriend. He like mentioned it to her. And he's like, "Hey, I'm in an open relationship. I'm a four, but you know, let's get that together." I don't know. That was the best one. I absolutely positively though his comedy career exploding. Oh, we didn't ask him did he perform. He, I'm sure he would have told us, but he told me last week. He's like, "I'm going to perform, and I'm going to." He had like this whole political statement. And I was like, "I don't know if that's a good idea." And he was like, "I'm just going to go up and bounce." But he didn't. He should have told us how he did. But he's a sensation. He's an sweeping Australia, sweeping the countryside. Everybody knows it. Uh, I really think that Australia's comedy scene. I did say this. If I go viral, when I go viral, the Rhino Rillabox annually will be like one of the comedy clubs of like giant. It will be giant. There will be people who will like camp and just go there. It will be like the new comedy mothership of Australia.
uh, like down the
Do you know where he's going to open the second?
I had New York.
Correct. No, no, he's talked about it, but it's not New York. Most recently, I guess again.
Florida.
Incorrect. Guess again.
Texas or you didn't have like West Street.
I'm not giving you a hint. I think you probably this one out.
Vancouver.
Incorrect.
Am I hotter?
Guess it. You just assumed that he wasn't going to do it somewhere, but I didn't say guess. No.
They hate Las Vegas. Like 8 years ago, like that. It's like it's like like 8 years ago. Like these projects, they ask so many.
I looked into it. We were going to podcast in 2022. Good. Um, but I wasn't the one who was doing it for somebody else. I did get the head hard. I was like, yeah, I do it. And I fucking go right to the source of it. I'm like, just, but that time it's something like we had. He was still doing it for like he wasn't doing flashlight at that time, but I think flashlight at. And he also didn't know who Joe Rogan. We had an SEO guy who came in and was like, "Hey, I see you're doing billboards. I see you're doing radio. Have you ever thought about doing Joe Rogan podcast?" And the owner of the business was Joe Rogan. And like, if you don't know who Joe Rogan is, look into it a little bit. And to see him go from flashlight ads to he can do anything that he wants. I have a question for you. That one guy who was in your right before you came in, he was like
I am.
right before you came in. There was a guy in here. Yeah. Apologies, yeah. You were saying it yourself. Yeah. And I'm serious about this. I don't understand why anybody doesn't believe me. But if you do something long enough, you will eventually be successful. Now, it's difficult to do things long enough, but you'll take Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just kept doing the fucking podcast, and he's been doing it now since December 26th, 2009. So that's like 17 years, and or close to it. And he he's on the more than 500 books. Mr. Beast, who started in like 2014, is now a billion. Why don't you do the same? Like you're someone who is always looking for a business, and I think the business is right beneath your nose, and it's yourself. And if you say to yourself, "Look, if I do this for 10 years, even like, what would I say for you? I would just say, start a podcast." And then if you're like, okay, well, where do I get guests? It's really easy. You just go on Kit and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And do 95%. In fact, I never got anybody who said no. Every single person I ever asked to be on my podcast was on my podcast. And if you do one of those podcasts every single day for a year, you'll be the next Joe Rogan in your own life in 10 years.
Well, very kind. I told you this, well, I told you that, but
Hold on. Hold on. You didn't tell me to start a podcast. I already had a podcast long before I knew you.
I was going to track from what I heard on with your podcast consistently.
Yeah.
And restarting it. But I don't know how I had a podcast. I didn't make a concept for a podcast where I would interview different artists and art, not necessarily only artists, but the first guy I interviewed was the artist. The second person was a animal writer. Some other artists and five persons there, but I did do 6 episodes, and it was very, very fun. Talking to, I had to follow up with another.
Did you ever have a state comedy finalist of South Australia?
I don't know if I listen to that. I've talked to Zeus constantly, and I enjoy talking to Zeus. But yeah, I don't know if anyone would one I just do yeah talking to people as much as I don't know. I don't think I'm worth listening. I don't want to hurt other people listening.
What's your podcast video?
Yeah, it was a
That's probably as fun. Okay. I mean, that's what you're always trying to come up with. Hey, I started on a car. By the way, that zero emission car, that was pretty cool. So the fact that no noise, that gets dangerous. Fine. So it should have some. But I thought it was really cool.
people are driving sorry, like pedestrian.
Yeah, that's why Teslas have to have a sound, at least in the United States.
There's no such thing as a higher noise.
No, but they
But I guess it's
in the United States, an electric car has to have a sound.
What do you think the higher probability electric car or the driver being able to see the blind person?
I mean, it's not just blind people, it's children, it's anybody who just can't hear the music.
Okay, fair enough.
But I thought it was. All right. So you gave up at this exception. That's cool. I can tell you why I don't do my podcast. It takes too long for me to upload it. I just found that record one.
If you're going to record it, you got to record it on it. Doesn't I guess. Yeah, uploading it to YouTube.
hold on, 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 hold on. My big thing is making sure it's on YouTube. If I do it on Spotify, if I have it go on Spotify, that means I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it on Spotify, and that takes.
I mean, if you record it on Google, whatever it's called, Google Meet, and you have the file and it downloads to your and then you can upload it.
Wait, that takes a long time.
Moshe.
If you upload the page, you just upload it here, click the button,
Okay. Oh, I mean, maybe. What I did too. Oh, that was another thing. I didn't want people to have to stop their stream. Like a lot of the people I was going for were streamers, and so the advantage of me interviewing them was they didn't have to stop their stream. They could just do it while they were in the stream. So I didn't have to send them a Google Meet or anything like that.
it's a good way to network with you guys.
Well, so why don't you do a podcast?
I have it like okay, being happy that they want to possibly
Like that?
just like this thing that great stories private
Man, serious?
yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather not use it. Terrible.
Oh, you're serious?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want. Uncomfortable. I thought you were. You had a traumatic brain injury? Like in a happened?
Yeah, no, I was on it.
Oh, all right. Well, get into that. All right. Well, then I understand. You're someone who's like, why did you like treat your life?
Yeah, I like entertainment.
Dude, it's
There's a lot of other things. I really like a lot of people. I just like there's something like killer. Like I don't know, like fun. It's one of the really and also the podcast thing and through how inspired the art of the history and the maybe most important and whatever it is as a name one of the like discovery or the cure for like countless diseases. These conversations are recorded and
you 300. You know, looking glass, and we go into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and business ideas. There's everything from there, scary to all of our history. Any person has a lot of himself on his you should know that the guy in here is the same as Spirit Man. I don't think I told you this. does what I do on YouTube. He doesn't do it from as many angles, and he hasn't done it as long. But he's done it like for almost 300 days.
Very funny, very viral, or
I mean, he has like 300 followers, but not, that's to be expected. I told him that's, if you're not being promoted, that's about it. He is very. You can look him up if you want to look him up on YouTube. His YouTube channel is Spirit. Just a moment, I'll get you. And you can see his setup. His setup's a little different than mine. Mine is because I have so many different streams. Mine's like you see my whole body. It's generally like some quick stuff that he does sleep on camera. I mean, he really does do like basically what I do, except not that anything goes from it for as long. But like I think this is becoming more popular, which is great.
yeah, that was when someone new face back to you as the pioneer of the then Mr. Taylor, voluntary,
Well, it's the weed. Like basically, I didn't know anything from Edward's stuff. He said everything would be recorded. But I would not be the first person to do this. So I'm the first person to archive it as much as I do, and in as many emails. There may be something out there. Well, there are people out there who have just done live streams for a long period of time, or like nature camps that are live streamed on the internet, but they don't get archived. And that's what's important about mine. The fact that every 12 hours I restart my stream. That's what's important about Spirit Man. Every 12 hours he restarts his stream. So you can go back and view any day of his life for the last full year on his streams. That's really important. Yeah. No. Isn't that wild?
It's popular, people don't understand that there's no way to
I have a theory that they do have. They just don't allow people to do it. Okay, so if you want to see his streams and how he's set up, um, so his thing, if you look up Spirit, Peaceful Revolution, you can see his feed. And he does a hunger strike. No, he eats. Yeah, he's Canadian. Now, when I found out, somebody came in my stream. They're like, oh, I know somebody who does what you do. And I was like, like, I've been looking for someone. And I tried to get his attention for a few days. And what but I finally did. Or I didn't think that. But did you see his stream or no? All right, well, why don't you fucking look it up and follow him? All right, so look up Spirit revolution.
Where on YouTube?
Yeah, it was so nice to find somebody who goes through the same issues that I go through, like troubleshooting and making sure your mic works and falling asleep on camera and eating on camera and he has some IRL video, but he's like it's too hard to do IRL while you're live streaming. It's a lot of data, it's lighting, it's power. It's just like it's way easier to just do it from your house. I'm like, I agree. And he is someone who is working, trying to do like 1 week, so I think it's really cool.
What's the name?
Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Okay, well, thank you.
Maybe.
He's not eating.
I mean, but he eats, so I don't really understand that part of it.
Have you found somehow?
Incorrect. Incorrect. Somebody saw my stream on YouTube and came in here and we were talking about something different. We were talking about the Bible and then Jewish mysticism. And then I explained to this person later on in the conversation what I did. And he's like, oh, I know somebody who does that, which caused my heart to sink. Because it was like, how long have you been doing it? How many different streams? I mean, I don't know. And he's like, look up Spirit Revolution. I did. And that's how I met this person. And then I sent them messages. And a few days went by without any response. Then he came in, got to talking, and we talked for like 5 hours or something the first night. And we like exchanged messages and stuff. And I was like, we have like a common goal. Live stream in my stream, or at least be here in the Discord. Been in here about every day since.
A lot of interesting your channel.
I do.
You know, kind of like the part perhaps they would go good to yeah, you give them like incentive. You're eligible and you mail them like a very like thoughtful monetary a unique, interesting, or something that's abstract rabbi, like Tamagotchi, whatever thing.
All right.
Have you, or even if there's like a
Dude, okay, yeah. So, thing that I see people do a lot is they say on X, $1,000 giveaway, and they just don't ever give away $1,000, or they'll give away $1,000 worth of their shitty coin. I don't know what they consider being $1,000. no like, and this makes me think a lot. Like, there's no like giveaway, or, like giveaway authority, contest authority.
Like a false author.
Yeah, but these aren't big enough to like qualify for that. And yeah, but these guys are in fucking Nigeria. Like, you might got with them.
I don't know. Why?
Yeah. Wait, but
Technically, you argue that if knowledge, you don't actually do that.
absolutely. And you, the key is you just want to put it in the title of your Twitter, and you get people to join. But it doesn't say like we're going to be giving away $1,000 today. It could be we're going to give away $1,000 150 years from now. Right. And then they, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, people just straight up lie that
Watch the numbers. Yeah, 2,000.
way.
Or you just ignore the topic. Don't mention it.
I mean, that's what people are doing. Like, I see people do that all the time. Just like raise their, how many people are in there. They, to the point where if I ever see giveaways, I don't even fucking pay attention. And then when they do giveaways, they're like, hey, we're having a contest. Be the first person to repost and like and bookmark, and we're going to do a giveaway at the end. And then they just pick their friend. And it's like, they don't ever really give it away. It's just for show. So, Brendan Schaub is? Exactly. So he gets in trouble for doing this. I don't know if he's but there's an investigation on this. So this is what he does. And I thought of you when I heard about this scam. Because you fucking love scams. And I fucking love this guy's downfall. I love
I think they're
All right, so I know you do. So here's what he does. And he's done this like 2 or 3 times, and people are catching on to him. And he's not the only one to do this. This is a big thing that influencers do. So what they do is they say, hey, we're going to have a truck giveaway, or that's a Brendan Schaub. We're giving away a car, but I'm going to be doing Brendan Schaub. He goes, we're doing a truck giveaway. All you have to do is buy a piece of merch on our merchandise site, and you're going to be entered to win. And you can be automatically entered if you send us a postcard or something like that. So it's no purchase necessary. So what he does is he gets all these loser douches to go and buy a fucking hat of his or a t-shirt of his, whatever it is. And then Brendan Schaub drives the truck for like 6 months, and after every show he goes, we're giving away the truck. Like, all you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise. And he makes money on the merchandise. He makes pretty good money. Then, once they're going to do the giveaway, he gives the truck away to a friend or like a colleague or confidant or something. And he says, oh, we did the truck giveaway. Like, thanks for everybody who entered. And then the person who won the truck then sells the truck and takes the cash for it and gives it back to Brendan Schaub. So basically, Brendan Schaub's making all this money on the merchandise, not losing that much energy. Does this make sense? Right. And so there are some states where like they're like even more intense about this than others. But this is what happened in Brendan Schaub. Like, I think it was his second trip giveaway or his. So it was when he was in LA, and he's like, "Hey, we're doing this truck giveaway or whatever. All you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise or whatever." And the guy who won in Colorado, and he was like a truck, like a truck. What would I call it? Like someone who does modifications on trucks, which is exactly what Brendan Schaub does. And guess from what state Brendan Schaub is?
Uh, uh,
Colorado, where the guy won. And so all these people are like, dude, you just literally found somebody who does truck modifications in your like home state and just gave him the truck. So he then moves to Austin. He comes to Austin and he's like, we're doing another truck giveaway. It's a $50,000 truck or whatever, and they do the same thing for 6 months. They just say everybody buy this truck or whatever. Hello, uh, uh, everybody buy this truck for 6 months, or everybody buy the merchandise for 6 months, and then everybody buys the merchandise, and then they're gonna do the truck giveaway. And if you know it, they give away the truck. And of all the states, there are 50 states that you can do as well. Where do you think the winners from? Like they're not from Colorado, but they're from Texas, which is like, all right, and so they give away the truck plus $10,000, and when you know it, the next day, the winner, quote unquote, was some like pastor or something. The winner, uh, basically sold the truck or put the truck up for sale in Florida, in the same city as where Brendan Schaub's manager is based on, like in Palm Beach or something like that. And so all these people are like, dude, you are running such a fucking scam. And then he doesn't mention it. So he actually had to put a post up on his Instagram saying, hey, I didn't know that this person was just going to straight up sell the truck immediately. I had no idea about this. But you should know, like thank you to everybody who participated, whatever. All these people, like you are just scamming people to get people to buy your shitty ass rituals. Nobody wants it. And then on top of that, the way that he fucking does it is so stupid. Like, I don't even know why this is legal. I don't think it is. But he'll say this. Like when the contest first starts, hey, if you buy a hat, that's one entry. If you buy a hat and a shirt, that's two entries. But by the time you're getting towards the end of the lottery, you're like, if you buy a hat, it's 500 times the entries. And if you buy a shirt, it's another 500 times. So if you buy a hat, it's 1,000 times the entries. You know, like he just makes up fucking numbers. And anybody who like has a brain would never fucking participate in this. And then you go to the website and actually see, and it's like all the people who bought the merch, they have reviews, and of the reviews, let's say he's got 20 things you could buy. Of the 20 things you could buy, there are only like 5 reviewers, and they buy multiple shit, and they all give it 5 stars. And they all have these like fake reviews on them, and I mean he's a huge scammer. I fucking can't get enough of his shit though. I'm absolutely obsessed. And the reason why I'm obsessed is because the subreddit is so fucking funny. Dude, oh yeah. Oh, I'm all in. Doug, I'm so in that I'm obsessed with the podcast that is obsessed with his podcast. I'm obsessed with it. It's called 10 Minutes of Shab. I fucking stream this 24/7. I watch every fucking episode. I'm in their subreddit, or I'm in their Discord. Like, you have to imagine, when you have a popular podcast that's based on how shitty your podcast is, that's some, like, fucking, uh, that's some, there's some Reddit threads oh, yeah, a ton of them. Yeah, that's some Inception shit. Yeah, so here's this fucking, I'm so into it. Dude, I wish somebody else I knew fucking just into this guy's life as much as I am. Because I'm glad I found the Discord, because those guys are more obsessed than I am. So all I have to do is type in giveaway. Like, oh, there are a bunch of threads about the giveaway. Last giveaway of the week, y'all. Scam giveaway is over. He's already preparing for an anticlimactic winner, and he admits he doesn't even like the car. The car giveaway drift explained by an expert. So they have this guy who like explains like what this scam is.
Does he have something that?
Oh, dude, that's the funniest shit about this. There's a whole language that you learn to speak when you fucking start watching this guy. And it's even on Wikipedia. It's called Schwabanese. And there's like, it's so fucking funny. You literally learn like new English because this guy fucks up so many words. And then people just use it to mock him on his subreddit. It is hysterical. It's absolutely hysterical. And the thing is, for as shitty as he is, he's not the worst person on his own fucking podcast. The guy he teamed up with is a four-time sexual predator, according to the Los Angeles Times. This guy raped chicks, like, like when they were like basically they're like Los Angeles Times articles about how Brian Allen is a serial rapist. Like, it's it's ridiculous. So see, I'd have this podcast, and it is such a clusterfuck. They used to do it when they were in LA. They used to do it from like a really nice studio that Howie Mandel gave like they could get from him. It was like, but then Joe Rogan moved to Austin, and these guys were basically losing their notoriety. No one wanted to be on their show anymore because Brendan Schaub is seen as a total douche, and his partner is seen as a rapist. And so they're like, dude, nobody wants to be on our show anymore. Maybe we go to Austin, and it'll change our career. And Joe Rogan said to Brian Callen, move to Austin, it'll change your career. So Brian moves to fucking Austin, buys a house in the middle of nowhere that's way too expensive for him. And, he's like having to pay a mortgage in Austin and a mortgage in California because he basically he was married. Then these allegations came out, and his wife divorced him because he was cheating on her, and so he's got to pay alimony to her, $25,000 a month. Like, I fucking know everything about these assholes' lives, and he has to pay like his mortgage. So he's got two older kids, and then he met a new lady, and she lives with him in Austin. Then there's Brendan Schaub. And this guy has nothing going in his life. Everything he touches turns to shit. He says that he was in the NFL, but he was not. He did play Division I football, like 3 plays, like nothing in the NFL. Then he gets in the UFC, and he goes 10-5 in the UFC. He was on the UFC show, the Ultimate Fighter, during their like really big year, and like he wasn't ever that good of a UFC fighter, but he was the first professional athlete that they said that had a podcast. So this podcast that they had, the fighter, it used to be really popular, especially when podcasts were new and Joe Rogan was doing his thing, and Brendan Schaub became the #1 guest in the history of the Joe Rogan experience, and he could use that as leverage on people. Like, hey, come on my podcast. I'm the #1 guest on the biggest podcast in the world. So people would do that. But then they found out that Brendan Schaub was just a grifter, and he was cheating on his wife with all these girls, and that all came out, and his partner turned out to be a serial rapist, so they just were like too big. And then, so they moved to Austin. Now that they're in Austin, remember I said they had like a really nice studio in LA. In Austin, they can't afford any of that shit. So they do their fucking podcast from like a storage unit, and it's not even like dedicated. The storage unit is not dedicated to their podcast. It's really dedicated to like renting cars. So they're doing this podcast, and there's like all kinds of noise that's going on, air conditioning and fire alarms that go off. And these guys are trying to make this as serious as possible. Now, Brian Callen, the reason why he doesn't leave the podcast is because he's paid $25,000 per month to be on this show, and Brendan Schaub has to. That's the beautiful thing. They used to get millions of viewers. Now every week, whenever they do a show, it's always 40,000 viewers. And the thing is, they're just botting their own. They're botting their own podcast to try to keep numbers up so that they can continue to get sponsors. And so they have these sponsors who come in. But then if you, oh, for sure. But
Just like cancel.
they absolutely do. So they're always getting new sponsors. Like nobody's ever consistent. And whenever they get a sponsor, you have to understand these guys have a subreddit of nearly 200,000 people. That's a big fucking city. I mean, not like a giant, but it's like a big, it's like a small, medium-sized city of people who just love to shit on it. And anything that they do,
Everything they stand for.
yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole lore. There's a whole language. Like, and the thing is, one of the things that they do is they say they refuse to read the comments because Joe Rogan says don't read the comments. So they do everything that Joe Rogan says. And the thing is, if you read the comments, it's just people who are shitting on it. The thing is, they're never going to turn this podcast around. Once you have a podcast that goes from 1 million people watching it per week to 40,000 bots, it's dead. Nobody wants it.
What is Joe Rogan thinking about?
So Joe Rogan does not have them on. He has them on. Well, he doesn't have Brendan Schaub on as a guest anymore. The only time he has him on is when they do fight companions because he can use his expertise, quote unquote. But not really. Joe Rogan knows a heck of a lot more than Brendan Schaub does about fighting. Joe Rogan has seen more fights than anybody ever, basically. And Brendan Callen just kind of comes along. So Brendan Callen, I keep trying to say this. Ryan Callen, Joe Rogan said, move to Texas, it'll change your career. So Ryan Callen moves to Texas under Joe Rogan's guidance. And Joe Rogan was like, put out a special from the Comedy Mothership, and then you can start doing like big arena stuff. So Brian Callen puts out a special, and it bombed. Not as badly as Brendan Schaub's bomb, but still really bad. To the point where Brian Callen can't sell out like even moderately large places. Whenever he does a comedy club, it's always like $5 tickets and 2 for $5. Like basically, like they're not even like comedy clubs don't care about it. And Brendan Schaub totally gave up on comedy because nobody was coming to his show. And so it's just these two guys that are on the sinking ship, and it's absolutely hilarious. This fucking subreddit. I check this subreddit. I'm not kidding, guys. 6 times a day. I mean, I check it all the fucking time because it is so fun when people put together. I check it 50 times a day. Maybe not 50, but like at least 20. No. They refuse to acknowledge that this fucking subreddit exists until recently. They finally had somebody on. Like, you guys know that there's a subreddit, right? And they're like, we don't really know that much about Reddit. Not really. Like, people told us about it. And they're like, no, you have to read into it. You have to understand that there is a giant audience out there. And some of the stuff that they put together is really funny. So why don't you feature it on your show and try to win some of these people back? So they have been doing that a little bit recently. But the thing that I absolutely love about this Brendan Schaub, it's so fucking hysterical that I say this, but he is absolutely obsessed with his kids' sport to the point where it's like it becomes entertaining how much this guy cares about his kids' sport. So it'd be one thing to be like, maybe it's just a really good dad. Really good dads don't cheat on their mom, and don't do it like all the time like he used to. Additionally, it'd be another thing to be like, well, maybe he really cares a lot about his kids. No, because when his kids fuck up, he like tears them to shit. And he last year got thrown out of a game, thrown out of a little league game, and it made so much media attention. It got on TMZ. Like who the fuck is in a T-ball game and gets thrown out and gets on TMZ? But this guy did. So he's obsessed because he thinks exactly. And once he left California, all the dads and where he was living in Calabasas were just making fun of him about like, oh, thank God he's gone. Basically, it's gonna suck. Anyway, but they weren't like nothing about his kid. Like the kid, he does his best to keep separate. But there's this like his bomb that's going to go off one of these days. His son is like 9 years old. His other son is like I hate that 6 years old. And he's got a daughter, like designer baby. She's like 2 or something like that. And
What was a designer?
means that like both his parents are like the dad is Brendan Schaub, who looks like Turkish or Latin. The mom is Mexican. They say that she was born in the United States, but then in other interviews they say she's born in Guadalajara. They say that she came here illegally. Just like you don't know what to believe with these people, but yet their daughter is blonde hair, blue eyes, meaning you're able to like choose some of the characteristics of this. And it's unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. And they the thing is, if one thing if it were like, well, how's his wife? Is she like a nice lady? No, she's like a wannabe Kim Kardashian girl who is like trying to be an influencer, and nobody gives a fuck about it. And so it's like these two. It's like this incredibly messy situation that 200,000 people can't get enough of. And I know it's a lot more than that. And then there are people who are in the comedy world who are watching this all the time. Like Shay Gillis comments on it, and like Steve-O comments on it, and Tony Hinchcliffe comments on it, and like uh, uh, Brian Redband, like all these people know that like this is this is like the worst of it's the worst podcast ever. The people, all they do is talk about the most lame shit. They talk about children's sports, and the funny thing is about the children's sports is uh, Brendan, because he's like a failed like football player and UFC fighter, and he failed at. There's like this list of things that he failed at. It's like 25 things deep. That he is putting all his eggs in one basket for his kid to be a professional athlete. And yes, his kid is pretty big right now as a 9-year-old, but once you start getting into kids like going through puberty and stuff, he's just going to be a regular kid. And on top of that, when he's playing sports against other kids and they start to find out that the whole internet thinks that your family is a huge laughing stock, it is a terrible situation for a child. So there's like that element to it that is just gonna implode on itself. Um, so on top of that, the reason why as well I get really into this is because the guy puts out a lot of content. Like there's a reason why Joe Rogan he puts out 9 hours of content a week, which is a lot. And Brian or Brendan Shaw puts out a Monday show that's 1 hour. He puts out a Tuesday show that's another hour. He puts out he started a new Thursday show that's another hour. That's 3 hours. He's got another show on Thursday that's 4 hours, and he puts out a show on Friday for 5 hours. So he puts out like 5 hours of content a week. So there's a lot to make fun of him for. But the thing is, he's not a really smart guy. He doesn't have any great takes. No one who is a good like podcast guest wants to be on his show because he's having just a joke that he just doesn't have anything to talk about. And these people in the subreddit, if the subreddit didn't exist, I would never care about this podcast. But the subreddit is so funny that people make memes about it, make videos about it. Dude, they do parody songs about it that are just absolutely hysterical when you get into the lore to the point where there are several other podcasts that are dedicated just to just to this guy's podcast. So one is called 10 Minutes of Sean. They do another one called Rapping Tweeties, which is semi-related. There's another one. This guy Unique does it. So Brendan Schaub, this is Brendan Schaub's show. They talk for the first 10 minutes about what's going on in Little League baseball, and then he spends 15 minutes talking about like world events, but not world events, like Instagram news. And then he goes to people's different Instagrams and shows their videos on his stream. So basically, he steals other people's content and shows it on his stream. So what somebody did was they took Brendan Schaub's videos and put it on their stream, and they were like, "Hey, this guy's podcast, and I'm going to have a comment." Brendan Schaub didn't like that, so he sued this guy with what he calls his monster lawyers, these beasts of legal mind, and this became a really important precedent in actually the YouTube world on like how much content can you use of another person. And Brendan Schaub ended up losing this small little podcast, small little like, account, and then Brendan Schaub appealed the decision and so basically like this guy has a guy podcast. He sues little YouTubers who like make comments on his. He is obsessed with children's sports. His wife would leave him, but she can't get anybody better. She's absolutely vapid. His co-host is a serial pedophile. Now, I shouldn't say that. Hold on, that's a different story. His co-host is a serial rapist. He does another show with a guy who got caught texting and sexting underage girls. So he has two co-hosts on different shows. One of them, how many times said was a rapist, and the other one is a pederast, or at least somebody who would ask underage girls to send him like nude pics. And this guy's like in the middle, and it's absolutely the biggest clusterfuck of a podcast. Not interesting. Every time I put it on, I say I absolutely hate the podcast. But once it's done, I go to the subreddit and it's like 50 new things about all these people making fun of this guy. It's hysterical.
Now, Reddit, more into more.
Dude, I'm gonna send you what I sent to Stu, and this is it's like it's all the war that you do. You know who Bobby is?
You know,
Isn't he a
yeah,
yeah? He's involved with these people somehow.
yeah,
I was just gonna say that. Is that yeah? These guys are all related, and there's this huge lore of of Bobby Lee. So basically, if you go to the thing that I just sent you on X, it's called the Shop. There's a lot more than that. I misspoke. So if you go to, you just watch things one after another, and they're absolutely hilarious. People literally use the guy's own words against him. They'll be like Brendan Schaub will say, "I hate when people mention their kids' sports. It's like nobody cares about your kids' sports." Literally, will say that in one of his podcasts, and then the next 300 podcasts in a row, all you hear about in the first 10 minutes is about Little League baseball and like youth football. And it's like, dude, did you not fucking and this guy's just become an absolute laughing stock. All right, so in terms of Bobby Lee, so Bobby Lee has a podcast called We're Bad Friends. And then he also has one called Tiger Belly. And Brendan Shaw, because Brendan Shaw's a horn dog. Do you know who Delilah is?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, it was his girlfriend. All right, so
Oh, yeah.
while they were still together, and Brendan Shaw was married, he hit up Kalila, basically trying to like hook up with her. And he's like, not interested. Aren't you married? Like, and there's this other girl named Annie Letterman, who is a stand-up comedian at the Comedy Store, and Brendan Shaw. There's this lore that basically after 1%, oh, they expose him in the worst way. To the point where they force him on the show and like confront. That's what the chronicles are. That's what I sent you. And so Brendan, so so basically Annie Letterman and Kalila and Esther Levitsky, they have a show called Trash Tuesday. So they just go on and gab about chick shit. Well, this one episode, Annie Letterman was on Trash Tuesday. So this one episode, they didn't mention any names, but Annie was like, "Yeah, I was at the Comedy Store recently, and this comedian, we won't name who they are, was like, hey, you want to walk me to my truck?" And that phrase alone, like, ignited the comedy world. And they were all laughing at this person who didn't think who it was. Clyde was like, oh, I know who you're talking about. That guy messaged me on New Year's Eve a few years ago asking me, like, if I wanted to hook up. And I was like, aren't you married? And they're like, yeah, what a classic move. And but it never mentioned his name. So what ended up happening was the whole subreddit, because all these podcasts are basically related. They're comedy podcasts that revolve around the Comedy Store in LA or the Comedy Mothership in Hollywood. They're all very incestuous. And so the Fire and the Kids subreddit finds out about this, and they're like, oh, that was Brendan Shaw. So people make movies, made fucking compilations about it, made like 30 songs, and then the songs were actually really good. So like they actually caught on with people. They had people making Spotify channels, all this stuff, and so basically everybody started thinking about Brendan Shaw. You are cheating on your wife with these comedians, and they're on. So they asked Brendan Shaw to come on the show, or he asked to be on the show. And he comes on the show and he's like, yeah, I just want to get everything in the open and like basically like I don't like the bullying or whatever. And they're like, we didn't even mention your name. Like the fact that you're here right now is you basically taking credit for these things. But we didn't say your name. We didn't we just basically said there was just one guy at the Comedy Store. And the reason why everybody knew who it was Ann Letterman said, what do you think? Like, you're going to walk me to your truck and I'm going to suck your unfunny dick? And the fact that she said unfunny dick meant that, like, everybody knew who was the comedian who nobody finds funny. And so he gets on Tiger Belly and basically says, well, I hired a bunch of hackers basically to see who was behind my subreddit because obviously it's become really popular and I have no control over it. And it turns out that I think it's you guys. I think it's from the Tiger Belly group. And they're like, what are you talking about? And it's like, I just had some hackers like dig into Reddit and they said that the people, if Bobby Lee was behind this. If Bobby Lee, you know anything about Bobby Lee, he could barely turn on a computer. He's like, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. Like, he's like, and they asked Brendan Shaw, they're like, do you even know how Reddit works? And he's like, no, I don't. And they're like, you like uh, like half.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. So, like, um, I'm gonna watch one with you. If you see it says the race,
Uh, yeah,
so,
that's my one.
so let's watch them both. We'll watch the first one. I'm gonna go watch. Oh, one more thing. You're gonna be like, what is PF Chang? So, and what are home? Yeah, yeah. And what are homeless cats? So, there's this one. But Brendan Schaub has no respect for any type of negativity in his world. So this one time he had a fight at like some UFC fight, and he got his ass kicked. And then afterward, he went to a PF Chang's, which is like a a Chinese restaurant chain. And when he got to the table, they had like a waiter there. The waiter was like, um, "Oh, like I'm a big fan of UFC. Like, um, how'd everything go?" And Brendan Schaub was like, "No, I don't really want to talk about it, but I feel like that's not better." And this is right after the fight. And so the waiter was like telling Brendan Schaub like how to put a plot better. And Brendan Schaub in some later interview was like, "Look, I don't give a shit about after I lose a fight, like what your fucking opinion is. You just come server at like PFK." And then he had this other interview that he did where he's like, "Look, if you're the chapter of mine, I don't care about your opinion. It's like you're a homeless cat. Like I could give a shit about what you are." So the lore has become that like this group of 200,000 people in the subreddit, they are homeless cats who work at PF Chang's. And so you'll see a lot of like descriptions about this, about what it does. It's like of these people who are like cooks in a Chinese restaurant. That's the lore. Okay. With that being said, I'm ready for your what do you think?
Alright, go.
I am. Oh, you're not gonna watch it?
I started watching it.
It's 11 minutes long. Okay. All right. Well, I'm telling you, there's a lot of content here.
Alright, I'll listen. Do you know what happened to
BBC reporter. No, it's she. Oh, you mean episode 911? Episode 911 is the Joe Rogan experience.
You know, he has like a very
Look up episode 911 of the Joe Rogan experience about the Rothschild Road.
how many other Alex Jones are out there?
I don't know, but I just think another Alex Jones, who's a woman reporter for the BBC.
And was she on? You're about with Eddie Brown. Oh, they made it that's yeah. What happened to Eddie Bravo? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, it was just a fucking. I'm getting all the Joe Rogan. So people are asking, dude, why does Joe Rogan, instead of having on like Peter Thiel and all these fucking heroes, what billionaire people, why doesn't he go back to like he used to have on Eddie Bravo? So the last time Eddie Bravo was on 2 years ago, and I believe it was a fight thing. Like they only have Eddie Bravo on when it's like something like fight related because he's like into that kind of planet and everything, but nothing like he used to have him on when he would just have these wild theories and stuff, and he would just start talking about it like that. And they they basically said that Joe Rogan now has got this world where he's trying to become a billionaire, and his the people around him are like influential people. They're the president, they're the head of the FBI, and like the head of talent here. It's Elon Musk, and he's like basically not doesn't want to disrupt what they're doing. So, and he knows that Eddie Bravo is a threat to them. So they don't have. He has had.
Threat to talent here.
Eddie Bravo will cut to shit and say, "Dude, this is a Big Brother state, and this is what I've been talking about a decade or more than that, 2 decades of being Joe Rogan's friend." Joe Rogan knows that, and he's gonna say, basically, like, you have on all these guys, but you don't confront them on it. Just let them go and talk about their or whatever, and it's like um, you're basically like you're selling out, and Joe Rogan doesn't want.
I mean, doesn't he have a point though a little bit? People are questionable things.
Oh, dude, Joe Rogan's so much pissed off at him. They feel very disappointed in him, and they're like the way that Reddit
Just kissing ass about billionaires.
dog. Yeah, if you know anything about the history of the Joe Rogan experience, he used to have his own set of forums that were like Reddit, but just his own. But then people like basically would make all kinds of like racist remarks on it and stuff. He didn't want to have that reflection of him, so he shut it down. And then everything went to Reddit, and then Reddit is run by faceless moderation teams, and
Joe Rogan experience, the Joe Rogan subreddit. His name is um. I mean, no, 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 no. But it's like something like Operation Drink or something like that. And he's been a moderator for 2 years, and it's Canadian, which people aren't happy about. It's like, look, this is an American podcast. It's like, why is it somebody from another country is running this giant, the biggest podcast in the world, but also someone who has a big
Hold on.
I'm in agreement with you on that. But many of the topics in the Joe Rogan subreddit are American politics, and so they might have this fucking guy running this, and he's the top mod, and all the other moderators haven't been there.
How political
It used to be much more political until this Canadian guy started running it, and he even put out an announcement that we won't have political discussions anymore in the Joe Rogan subreddit, and then he faced a lot of backlash, so he had to reverse that. I agree, but this was like 2 months ago. They put out this big long message because it was mocked in the fighter and the kid. It was mocked. Like all of these subreddits are very similar. Like once you get into the Joe Rogan experience, then you get into Kill Tony, then you get into the fighter and the kid and bad friends and you may be drunk and the Massive Change Secret Podcast. Like they're all the fucking things. Right? They're all the same. Like the Rogan versus the podcast world. Theo, Tim Dillon, they all kind of the same thing. Anyway, 2 months ago, they came out with this big long letter saying we will no longer allow political discussions to happen. And so all the people who put out like stuff that affects Americans primarily, um, they wouldn't let any of that discussion happen. When this used to be one of the biggest places to have it. And uh, 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 the subreddit faced backlash. Basically, all these people saying that it's been corrupted and that they got this fucking Canadian who is at the top and he won't let anybody in. When people say, "Hey, uh, why do you keep taking down our political parties?" He says, um, uh, the moderators decided on it, but he's the only moderator basically who has anything. And if you know how Reddit works, it's very mysterious. Who gets to be a moderator and who gets to be a uh, an administrator, like actually work. Well, yeah, I mean it's Connie Nast, and then from there it's I forget the parent company of that, but it's basically this like giant magazine conglomerate, and and then also Sam Altman, who owns 10% of it, is also OpenAI, and it's like Sam Altman got 90 or what is it, something like 60% of all ChatGPT responses are just at Reddit, and like 30% are political.
Oh, geez. Altman had some really easy knowledge to start up. That was directly, it's not like a terrible idea, but like more standalone application. That's why it didn't take off. But do you know about a startup that basically premise is that it's like the notion was that people that like will want to share their location in the future and broadcast their location to everyone in the future. And yeah, and also I got big contact give big touch on Snapchat and Instagram recently. Like Instagram recently integrated location sharing, which I've not
had more Snapchats taken from my house than Disney. Like there were two spots in Orange County that were bright red, and one of them was my house, and the other one was mine was big.
Right.
So you know how they have like a Doppler map, like it's like a heat map of where people are taking Snapchat.
Okay.
So there were two dots in Orange County, and mine was bigger than this one. I created a bot on like 6 different devices that every 15 seconds it would create my Snapchat and upload it. So you know, Disneyland didn't have that much going on at that time. It might have had like maybe like 3 people per minute uploading to Snapchat, but definitely not 6 people, and not continuously, not overnight and stuff. And then I took a screenshot of it, and then
Bad? It work?
yeah, it worked. So I was able to create like when you looked at the map, it was like one of the most dense areas for people to be Snapchatting in the entire world. Like I think it got even pink. Like it had so much. But Snapchat is definitely such a bad um, way to communicate with people. It is like I don't even know how you don't have like a page where people can look at your shit. You know what I mean? Like Instagram, you can look at somebody's feed or TikTok, the same. There's no version of
It's like and save your Snapchat like a crush about like your profile for your archive
that.
Snapchat that you just throw on that.
Okay, I mean they could have certainly changed it, but like you can only like save people Snapchat. You can't create your own content where you be like, hey, I'm gonna well, you could make videos, but and so what I would do is I just have this bot that just would create I have like a significant amount of my life on Snapchat that's just been archived. And but you know how like they get popular snappers? You know what I'm talking about? Like there's this section where people like can make money monetize it,
Yeah.
and like that's really difficult to do. To go from like not in a Snapchatter to really popular. I just and on top of that, it was like a lot of kids, and I didn't want to be like no kid is going to make me go viral. Who will make me go viral? Some pretty big influencer on Twitter. And there's a much better. So,
Like the only thing I can do is Snapchat like a location where you can host other people. But you know what? Basically, like hundreds for that location to find it.
yeah, um, you can do. So what I would do is I would create chat groups with people. You can have up to 300 people in a group. You can have like different groups. So I would have all these huge amounts of people, add them to different groups, and spam them constantly until everybody in the group like this this uh this, this spell or this verse um and like left and then the only people who were in it were like fucking people in the Middle East. Like the Middle East is really good for Snapchat for some reason. Like Saudi Arabia. Like um I don't know why. Just so anyway, I tried that for like a long period of time, and then I even got Snapchat Plus, which was it allowed you to use a computer with Snapchat, and I did all the Snapchat, the filters, all that shit. I did it all. I mean, I know
Yeah.
It's not like let's say you had an opinion on Bad Bunny's halftime show. Okay, so what would you do on Snapchat? You'd create a 15-second video of yourself, and then what? Send it to your friends. That's it. But nobody can search that.
there's no way for hanging out with interact with things. Like if you send your Snapchat to 500 people, send it to them individually, why do you kids know other people's face? It's really just like a weird skill.
Okay, okay, that's why I did not find it to be beneficial. But I did try like to milk it for everything that I could, which is like, okay, I'm gonna fucking compete with this, which was like the biggest thing that I could find around me, like everyone else. And I did. I was bigger than Santa Monica Pier. I was bigger than Beverly Hills. I was bigger than Los Angeles, and I was bigger than Disneyland. Disneyland's like the big place where people Snapchat. Now I couldn't keep it up, meaning I could actually. I could keep it up, but it was just fucking bots, just snapping my fucking life for like maybe I did that for like a week, but nobody cared. Like I didn't get a fucking like out of it. I didn't get anybody who like reposted it. There's just no interaction of it. And I was just like, this is stupid. This is basically for people to just share their location, share their facial information. There's no interaction. There's no like let's say you were trying to start a time. Snapchat's the worst fucking place to do it. It's like nobody's gonna see your shit. Nobody's gonna. I know they do have like promoted snaps, but those were I didn't like. You had to be an influencer or like a approved influencer, and I wasn't any of those things. And so all I found, the thing that I would do is just add a bunch of people to a group Snapchat of 200 people, and then just spam the shit out of them, and then they all first, and then I would just do it again. And I just I haven't found Snapchat to ever be really. So I'm sure it would be if the big thing about Snapchat what I found it to be beneficial is they allowed you only have to be 13 years old to use it. I still think that's true. But they said that your facial stuff wasn't safe, but it all was safe. Yeah, that people would send shit to each other. Um, that's like, and it hasn't changed. I not.
People being busted for Snapchat, they're like, hey,
No,
buddy.
oh, maybe for the location, but the big one with that one is pornography. I think that's a giant one, and that you get two people who are like 15 years old, and they're with each other, like they should be sending each other, and then yeah, they both are charged with being possessing sexual abuse material, and they both have like big records. It's like it's absolutely stupid. This was always been a stupid one to me. If you're a 17-year-old person and you take a picture of your and save it, that's illegal. Like it's considered uh, having like child sexual abuse material. Child pornography. And it's like that's kids are charged with that all the time. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I don't. They don't have a and all right. So
Not do that's
I mean, they could. I don't control that stuff, but they don't because it's more people to prosecute. Um, there's that. So I've never found Snapchat to be a viable way to share information. The best way that I have is that. That's definitely the best. And I've been doing this now. I did it Fewer than that. 100, 100, 100. I'm at 100 days. Uh, so I'm at 99 days, and I've got 3,800 followers. I don't even do it every single day, and that's really good. Additionally, I'm closing in on one entire year of doing X Spaces 24/7 on video. Like nobody does X Spaces 24/7. Nobody, and nobody does it on video, and nobody certainly does it on video 24/7 for an entire year. So I'm pretty jazzed about that.
I agree. I agree with that.
I think that's a cool thing that like
Never on that. Like a fake number that is.
oh wait, that's different. No, so that's a great question. You would think that 38 people are watching me simultaneously. No, that means 38 people.
Uh,
You mean on my X that
yeah.
yeah. But that's
Number 30. I'm down. So I'm sorry.
yeah. You would think that that's how all the other platforms work. But no. But that's what I thought. That's
I mean, now, like, other numbers, they like,
at least with the pink ones, yeah. So like if you see somebody have 50 people that pink, that means 50 people that do. Um, I, but that's not even what I'm talking about. That's a different one. That pink. I'm talking about X space. So I have two videos on X going simultaneously. One is just that video that's like always, and another one's an X space that I'm posting that's also a video. So I have a lot of data stored on X, and it's on a different account. But like I think it's really cool. There's an entire year of my life on X, like, and that's balling. I think it's really cool that people would be able. You can certainly do it fewer years on YouTube and on Instagram. Some like lose the time, but I've never been able to do it on X and not get banned. Get banned. Fortunately, I have not. And that's good.
back to now, yes,
I am
like what the news is that
no, the BBC.
are. We didn't watch for episode
Perhaps at one point it was maybe on my algorithm, but I don't recall what
so you're not familiar with that.
the BBC reported, yeah, but the other person. What about
The person
okay? So I'm familiar with with what you say. Okay.
so, like other countries on fancy using using hoax. And do you know anything like the Sandy Hook?
No.
Are you being sarcastic?
Allegedly, the person in control of media company used for like billions of dollars that had to lose their website. Elon Musk bought it. Oh my
Oh, so you do know some stuff.
God. What I've said, you know, that's not true. I don't know. I know that Sandy Hook, there were some questions about parents there, especially one parent in particular who was laughing right before going to a press conference. Yeah, go ahead. What? Whatever.
Yeah, no, I didn't know anything of reading on Twitter and all this. This a confirmation of all the was maybe not having for the fear of being first like the first and that guy in particular was very like advertising himself as a crisis doctor. Like themselves back as a person, whatever. But make people like a fundraiser set up to take I thought that we also had people like we just recognize a sign-in thing on construction finance for people to further sign in. And that's a lot of questions surrounding the body. But here's the other, there's a photograph of evidence of the kids were not to or not actually, there has a lot of purposes. And as I go and all these very questions, my mind is blown when I was looking at that term post. I thought, oh, right, like fake, like absolutely scary. Or once I saw that, I was like, Christ, it's very suspicious. And but I was just, it came to my head that I was wondering, did you try about because of the positivity of suicide responses before, and then sending the people through them successfully with no feel, with 1.5 billion, and basically what jobs is like really indefinite life with $1.5 billion. He was also like, finally, speaking about selling everything, is also encouraging fathers to go by the some women that was my father company that he could dodge payments, basically, given a huge, like, criticizing the shooting, which is pretty wild.
You mean to tell me you interrupted David Shaw to discuss that?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. No, you did. You said, I don't want to watch 30 minutes worth of. We can watch. Let's watch the Brendan Schaub shit.
No,
Alright, here's it. Okay, so if you look through all this shit, I'll be happy. Zoot can come to me and can like, have absolutely nothing, he's just letting shit, like, he'll just be like, who's the biggest, who's the worst, who's the favorite, who's the, and I get that, but it's cool. And he goes, who's the worst comedian of all time? You're like, well, aside from you, Brendan Schaub, he's got the worst ranked, he's got the worst ranked comedy special in the history of IMDb. He has one comedy special that's a 1.7 called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called You'd Be Surprised is because Brendan Schaub was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and, or actually, Joe Rogan was on the Fighter and the Kid, though it took place at Joe Rogan's studio. So they basically did a Fighter and the Kid episode from Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was like, "Look, you're you're like a talented individual and you're funny, uh, but you're gonna lose like your ability to like speak. You're gonna get PTE and everything if you continue to do this, uh, continue to fight." And they were talking about this one other fighter, and they were like, Joe Rogan was like, "How do you think you would do if you went up against this other fighter?" And Brendan Schaub's like, "I think you'd be surprised." And then Joe Rogan goes, "I think you'd be surprised because your ass." And so Brendan Schaub, to kind of get back on Joe Rogan, called his comedy special "You'd Be Surprised," and it was on Showtime. It was like a big comedy special, and everybody told him, "Don't do a comedy special. You've only been doing comedy for like 2 years. You don't have enough material." But Brendan Schaub was getting thrown all this money, and he's like, "No, I'm going to do it." So he goes and does this comedy special. He gets a 1.7 on time. People shit on it. It's the worst special in history. All right, so then Brendan Schaub goes and does other podcasts and I shouldn't say podcast, other stand up, and eventually he's going to do his second stand up special. He entitled this one "Gringo Pop." So what that means, gringo is like a defamatory term for a white person, and he's like basically calling himself like the daddy of all like defamatory terms for Americans or white people, but kind of thing, interchangeably. And his comedy special comes out and actually turns out to be pretty racist and, against like Latin people, like Latinx. Even though his wife is Mexican and his children are half Mexican, whatever, they're kind of racist. And uh, so, with that being said, he puts out these two specials, and then I'm going to summarize the videos we're going to watch. So, Brendan Schaub comes out. Uh, there's this discussion with this other comedian, and this other comedian says, "I bet I could beat you in 100 meters." Brendan Schaub, absolutely no way. And they get to talking. They're like, other comedians, like, "I'll bet you $1,000 I could beat you in 100 meters." Brendan Schaub, absolutely. I'll just show you. Like, I'm a former football player, UFC, all this other shit. So there's all this hype for this race. And Brendan Schaub is like really cocky. He's like, "Oh, no one's gonna lose." And they have this race. Basically, Brendan Schaub's racing this guy. He's kind of fat, and the fat guy beats Brendan Schaub in 100 meters. But instead of Brendan Schaub admitting like, "Hey, you were faster than me, you're the best of me," he fakes an injury. He fakes whenever Brendan Schaub isn't going to succeed in anything. He fakes an injury. So when he says that he was going to try out for the Buffalo Bills, he said he tore his hamstrings. When he was in this race and he was losing, he says he tore his hamstrings. Whenever he says he's going to lose in anything, he says he tore his hamstrings. He said that reason. Oh, he said he was like coaching Little League baseball or just like a parent helper, and the kids were like going to tag him out, and he said he tore his hamstring, basically, like so that he had an excuse for why he didn't perform as well as he wanted to. And so you'll see this is like a 30-minute video, but it's all of his talking about this and everything. There's another video of him that this is just part of the course. So you can never believe what he's saying, and he's oblivious to everything. All right, so they, the Fighter and the Kid hired a producer. They had like a contest. Right? They had something right to the show long ago that said like, "Hey, I've been really getting motivated by your guys' podcast, and I've lost like 100 pounds." by just like listening to it while I'm on the trip. And they ended up like like inviting this guy to come move to California and become one of the producers. So this guy, his name is George. George is the guy I lost the way. So George, there's this video of them. This is so funny. There's this video of Bert Kreischer who was on the episode with uh, Brendan Schaub, and Bert Kreischer was like, they were just talking, and George is like, yeah, I lost like 150 pounds or something, and Brendan and Bert Kreischer's like, wow, that's really good. Um, so what's the plan now? And he's like, well, I've got a lot of excess skin, and uh, Bert Kreischer's like, oh, like so you get surgery for that? And George is like, well, I just it's a lot of money. It's like $10,000. And Bert Kreischer's like, well, I'd be down for a third of that. And then Brendan, because George's boss doesn't really have anything to say, he's not like paying for his medical or anything like that. Brendan Schaub's like, okay, well, I'll pay for a third of it as well. So Bert's like, okay, so we've got a third for me and a third for you, so we just need to work on the other third. And then, then the other producer of the show was like, I'll give you $1,000. So basically, they got $7,000 together. When easily Brendan or Bert Kreischer could change this guy's life to just get him surgery, they're like kind of being cheap about it. And then instead of when at the end of that, when they're together, Bert's like, "Oh, I love you guys. You guys are the best." Let me know when you get that surgery. Instead of allowing George to like get that last few $1,000s together and get the surgery, Brendan Schaub just fired him. And so they just he didn't even have the money to get back home. He had to basically like break bar on steel to be able to get money to go back to where he was from. So, like that's just how Brendan Schaub operates. Like instead of following what he has to do, let's fucking fire the guy. And I I just find this to be extremely hilarious. And he's going to be putting out a new episode this morning, like 9 a.m. It'll come out, and uh, the the comments on the show absolutely like they just roast the fuck out of him, and they there's this thing. Okay, so Brendan Shaw buys comments and he buys um, for his show, so he'll buy like 40,000 views for his show, and then he will buy like 100 comments. And these comments are not high, they're not like valuable comments. And there's this like classic version of what happened where, like, imagine you were given a spreadsheet and you had like number one comment, your episode is really great, thanks for sharing. And number two was, I really like this episode, thank you. Number three was, this is a really great comment. This is some really great content. Uh, One of them, but you would remove the number before posting that. You wouldn't put like one. It's a really great comment. So one of these people put, it says, and this has become such a big like inside joke that whenever you use this number in the subreddit, it automatically puts this bot account up. And it says, just a moment. Let me find it. Uh, Let me find the exact phrase. So you can imagine. Uh, okay, here it is. Here it is. It says 35. Period. Your YouTube videos are truly commendable, and I must applaud you for the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your channel this week, and I genuinely appreciate it and derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of your remarkable work. Have a wonderful week and continue to produce exceptional content. would do one thing if they just put the post that is just like totally vague and fake, but they put the number 35. So whenever you put the number 35 anywhere in the server, it's fucking fine. Comes up, and it's just it's fun. I have so much I could think about Motherfucker, and I didn't. I only started learning about it about this time last year or so. Or, like they were still in LA, but they were going to make this movie. You could sense they were making the movie in Austin. And if you know anything about Joe Rogan, it's like these people you were talking about, and they all make fun of this guy. And okay, this is it. Okay, so there is another podcast called 10 Minutes to Shop that dedicated 24 hours to watching Gringo Poppy, the stand-up special of Brendan Schaub, for 24 hours. Like, you know how much dedication you have to watch motherfuckers. Like, they got it to the point where they have it memorized. Like, and the thing is, when Brendan Schaub put out this special, normally, if I'm just going to ask you, right, you know a lot about stand-up comedy. How long is a special, generally? That's a great number. It's 24 minutes. So basically, it's like basically an extended like Instagram reel. Like it's not even that long. And all these people make fun of. Do you know who Steve is? Of course you know. So Steve got obsessed with this. Tim, got obsessed with it. Like to the point where Steve was like, I got so deep into this thing. Like there's this huge lore about this guy. Everything he does is shit. Um, just one moment, and I feel like, but that's the in it. It's like, um, it's so fucking good. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and look at their most recent post. Okay, so I gotta go. I just go to there's a whole Wikipedia just on this podcast. It's really fucking, and I'm not talking about Wikipedia. Somebody created their own like Wikipedia up. Um, okay, so here's one. All right, here's a perfect example of what this guy does. He wants to be like a truck, like um, where like have like a truck and uh, no, he's been there, done that. There's a whole lore about that. It's called All Gas No Brake. No, that's not what it's called. It's called uh Drive Fast All Gas. Dude, and it hasn't posted in 9 months. But he does. No, you have to understand. British truck. This guy, I'm gonna tell you that this isn't long, and it's really entertaining. It was on. He was on Fox. Uh, Here it is from. Let's see if okay, here it is. Here it is. Like when your shit's getting covered by TMZ, you know. All right, can you go to your Discord messages
Yeah.
and let me know when you hit play?
Uh, Let's see this car.
Unfortunately, he wasn't hurt, but like, like
Here's what
no, this is the front one, and where he flipped his truck, he just flips it. There's a car within 100 miles of him. He flips it in the middle of the desert, and like these guys, just anything this guy does, it is so funny. Like his okay, here's one. So he had a producer. He's had a ton of producers. Either if it's a female, ends up having sex with the producer, or if it's a guy, if the guy ends up becoming really successful. So he had this producer named Mark, and what he would do is, Brendan Schaub would have this producer Mark be the middleman between like what he calls baddies, like hot chicks on the road who will sleep with Brendan Schaub, or um, he basically went to his producer, and so that there wasn't a paper trail between Brendan Schaub and the girl because he's married. He would go through his producer. So the producer, guy named Mark, ends up just being this middleman to just basically put Brendan Schaub up with chick. And eventually, Brendan stopped Mark, the producer, like when he was home. So Mark left. And then Mark has become a very pretty big star. He was in a Super Bowl commercial last year. I think he was in a Super Bowl commercial this year. And he was just on Saturday Night Live, and he's in an A$AP Rocky music video. Like, it's pretty big. Like, whenever you leave this guy, you actually become pretty successful. Um, Brendan Schaub's other previous, one of his producers, he does a non-nude OnlyFans and brings in like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. He became like really popular with OnlyFans, but for just doing content. And then anybody who the, anybody who's anything becomes very successful only after leaving this project. Okay, I so then there's this thing that they do. All right, so Brendan and his wife are running low on money. They're like they moved to Austin and they bought a house in Austin, which was less expensive than California, but they weren't expecting. So Texas doesn't have income tax, but it has like twice the property taxes of California. The property taxes, California property taxes are very high, but Texas's are way higher. But that's offset by the fact that there's no income tax. It's this like giant bill at the end of the year. He's like, "What the fuck is this? Like, I thought it would be cheaper living here, and it's not." And, or it's fair, but he like basically didn't like do the calculation. He just heard Joe Rogan is there, and I'm gonna fucking pick up and leave. And so he and his wife are like having to like come up with new ways to make money. So they're doing what they'll do is they'll find somebody who does something popular on TikTok or something like that, and literally just steal it, word for word, step by step, everything. They'll just steal it and try to like rip on it. And so they do this couples content, and it just I mean, it's fine. Like nobody speaks perfectly, but he has this way of he doesn't say Super Bowl. He says Super Ball. It's a Super Bowl, and it's like that's not the Super Bowl. That's a type of ball. He it's it's basically the absolute epitome of drifting on the internet, and everybody he encounters he pisses off. You know who Dana White is, right? Exactly. So Dana White hates Rothschild, and that's why he doesn't let him do anything UFC related. And but Brendan Schaub's always like, "Oh, we're friends. We're close." Even though, like one time, Dana White asked, "Why don't you have Brendan Schaub do a UFC event or something?" And Dana White said, "Oh, he can come. He's just gotta pay for a ticket. Like we're not gonna represent us." Um, and but I will say this: sometimes Brendan Schaub comes up with like a win, like last weekend. He was in New York City. I hate that I know all this. He was in New York City for the Ring Magazine Awards, where that not the king of you know that guy, not the king of Saudi Arabia, but like his right hand man behind all the sport. You know who I'm talking about, the excellency guy. You know I'm referencing. All right, so there's like this one Saudi Arabian guy who is like a billionaire who is funding all of these like big boxing fights between like Logan Paul and all those those like super fights. Well, anyway, that guy was there. Already chopped it, broke for it. Um, I mean, I can't believe it. You got to check it out. Fucking it's fucking shit. And then when you're in it, you're in it. Like, and I remember when I didn't know what this was. It just Reddit would always send me this subreddit, like some subreddit I like, and I was like, I don't know why it keeps pushing me this fucking subreddit. And then I looked at it and I'm like, this is stupid. I don't understand. Why are these people not speaking normal English? And then I just one day something clicked, and I was like, oh, this isn't a normal subreddit. This is literally a hate subreddit of hundreds of thousands of people who hate this. And so, okay, I don't want to take up much more of your time. I will do one more. So Shane Gillis talking about the subreddit. Shane Gillis subreddit. You know who Shane Gillis is, right? All right. So you know what podcast is? It's a phenomenal channel where there's just this guy in South Africa who just makes fun of the whole joke. He doesn't make fun of it. He just like plays clips of theirs where he talks about like how they're inconsistent and things like that. There are all types of videos, all these things. He does like things that um, that's like, so when you're like in on the joke, they say that you're funny because that's like a conversation or something. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me see. Okay, yeah, exactly. So this is when the subreddit was smaller. It was like 20,000 people, but then it grew like 50,000. Now it's like almost 200. All right, check your DMs. I'm going to send you another one where he talks about it. Just watch those two. Like, that's those guys think it's funny, and I think it's funny. We're funny fucking people, and this is funny shit.
Accumulate. It's like, you think about it, when we watch well, it's funny that it's like
Am I like as the circle of very popular back when black body fans were popular, and I'd be like Woody's there, glove and like white boy seventh things. The redemption. Um, the everyone just started trolling him and they're just like reactions. The guy was like spying and like his wife was he has no other I just control it and
That's exactly right. Exactly right. To the point where like, this guy's life is a sinking ship. What you're saying, but the only way he's getting afloat is how to support him. Exactly. Exactly. And it's hilarious to know that like of these comedians, like, all these comedians that like the big comedians, um, yeah, they're all waiting for something to happen to this guy. Is either the podcast end or the big blow up or whatever. So you know that it is. You got to tell it. If Shane Gillis says it's funny, you say, but Ari Shaffir saying it's funny. That's just two of them. everybody knows it. It's like the undiscussed, like this minority of people know about it. It's just good stuff. And then once you get in it, there's 5 hours of content a week. You don't have to watch any of it. You just go to fucking subreddit and have people shitting on him and shitting on how he shits on other people. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can tell you that there's one thing I would say to you up until last week. But okay, so last week we had an episode that went into the Epstein. And the guy who's the serial rapist, Brian Callen, he's going in there saying, "Oh, I don't think anything's really that bad. I didn't really look into it much, but like, basically, like, some of these people are like 14 years old, 15 years old. Like, that's, back in the day, that's not really that bad." And Brendan Schaub's like, "Who are you? What? These are children. Like, I can't believe you're even like considering. You have like daughters that are older than these girls, and you're even saying like, go after my daughters. How are you able to like live with yourself?" There are all these videos that were released on Brian Callen. The reason why people suspect that he took this stance is he's the son of an international banker, and basically that was his name to it in any way. Basically, like, there's nothing good that came out of those papers, like, or those files. They're absolutely terrible. There's no one should be proud of anything that's in that. But yet, this one guy is like defending the people. And the reason why he's defending the people is because he's still trying to work in Hollywood, even though he's like 60 years old. Nobody gives a shit about him anymore. And because he has like all these clips, so he was trying to defend. And Brendan Schaub came out and was like, "What are you talking about? There's no defending. You can't defend people who are talking about like some of the things that they talk about." And then like Brian Callen was like, "Well, I didn't really look into it that closely, but I'm just going to give my opinion." And no, then you have to look into it. It's absolutely the most disgusting stuff you've ever seen in your entire life. And what am I saying? That's the only thing that I've ever seen him say. Where he, like, I actually took his side. Like, good job standing up. Um, Serial rapist, like co-host, yeah. Aside from that, like, Brendan Schaub. Well, so here's Brian Callen, he's been in a lot of movies. He was in like Hangover. He used to be on Mad TV, and he doesn't want to piss off any Hollywood directors. And Woody Allen is in these fucking these files, and it's like really bad what they say Woody Allen, like, just to be associated with this. And so Brian Callen doesn't want to burn that bridge. So he's like, "Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. The waters are murky. They're muddy. I don't know exactly what happened." And Brendan Schaub's like, "Dude, you're talking about 9-year-old children. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no murky waters in that. It's not. We're not talking about someone who was 17 and a half years old, and it was a leap year and all this other shit. It is seriously like this is statutory rape. I don't know what you're talking about." And, they basically like come out and attack that. So then there were these other podcasts that were made to say, like, "No, things are fucked up in this situation." But Brendan Schaub is the voice of reason amongst this like creepy dude. And like, here is, I'll send you. I know but this is like another example of this this guy. So we're talking about Snapchat, right? And so there's this other guy named Chris D'Elia. Different than Brendan Schaub. So I have to
I
explain.
know, but I also saw the, I think as a fighter in the kid podcast,
Chris D'Elia?
yeah,
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. Um, so Brendan Schaub does a podcast with Chris D'Elia as well, and so there's just this classic, even like a meme of someone who like really recognizes that they they made a mistake. So let me just make sure I got the right word. He was taught messaging, taught messaging a bunch of 17-year-old girls, like 16-year-old girls, and trying to manipulate them to, if he didn't want them to suck off Ronnie Allen, who was like 55 years old at the time, and they tried to manipulate them to send him like new pictures, and uh, they and also Joe Rogan no longer like Joe Rogan allows like all the different shows on Spotify, but this one he didn't put out because he doesn't
the
want
back.
and did it ever? Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, it was released. It was up for many years, and then then he pulled it down. Like, Joe Rogan, he hasn't fucking always been accused of rape on him, but now Chris D'Elia's, who has been accused of, like, well, I forget what they call it. They called it grooming of underage girls, even though he was never, like, he was never convicted of it. It's just, it's, I'll send you the video.
They had traffic photos and you, like,
Well, so Chris D'Elia has a lot of money. His dad's a big producer. Here's the thing: with all the people that we've named, you name them, they all have very successful. So, just about. Chris D'Elia's dad is a Hollywood producer. Brian Callen's dad is a international banker. Bert Kreischer's dad is the lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Um, Tom Segura's dad, yeah, in Clearwater, Florida. That's where he's from. Tom Segura's dad was a executive for Merrill Lynch. Um, Vicky Cummings' dad is a venture capitalist, and her mom was an executive at like they're all are they all no, that's not it. Here's the thing: nobody of this group of people, like if you want to be a comedian, you have to either dedicate yourself to it all the time, or you have like a side job. The reason why these people were able to do this is because they could go on tour, they could go on tour and live off their families when your normal comedian could not. And so that's why they basically were able to differentiate themselves. Um, so I don't know. He, he's been a bitch recently. Um, and she botched her her
like 500 million, but your own fucking podcast.
exactly. So let's exactly. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna send you two things. I can't find it in just one video, and but they're not long. Everything I'm sending history of comedy. All right. So let me know when you get the first one. I accidentally said it twice. I accidentally said it twice. We're gonna watch. I sent two separate videos, and we're gonna watch it together. And you tell me when you hit play, and I'll hit play on the first one. Then we'll do the same for the second one. But then we'll know all about Crystalia and this fucking meme and the bad one. All right. So that's actually there was that would be not cool any of that stuff. But there's another level of it where you're going after underage chicks, and that's where he, so I didn't know actually a lot about it. But the reason why I knew that he was Chris or whatever is because he was asking chicks on Snapchat to like send them naked pictures or whatever. But he didn't know that Snapchat could be saved. Like you could like screenshot or take a screen record. And so now I want you to watch the second video and let me know when you're starting. Okay.
teacher. She taught me about it's really hard for us to think one of her first students used nudes on Snapchat. And her trying to say Snapchat and when he responded,
Shit, I'll see me better at line. Yeah. She said,
he sent it through Snapchat. She had her students Snapchat.
15%.
And he's on the fire.
His mother ended up finding him. Really saved it.
Crazy shit. Yeah, he's sitting who knows where he sent a picture. I haven't heard right now. Your boy's Hollywood, man. People think Hollywood is bad. People think Hollywood is evil. In real life, that's what happened. In 21, maybe plug one in. I'm praying. What I'm hearing isn't true.
So see that he's with that issue, right? But still he is. But yet, Brendan Shaw still. I did too, and I always have. But you still have to understand, Brendan Schaub is so desperate that he still does a podcast with Mr. Leah, and he does a different podcast with Brian Kelly. One guy has been accused of being a rapist, the other one is being accused of being like, and this guy's in the middle, and he's still the biggest punchline in the whole deal. Like, it's fucking.
Why did it get a lot about his carbs?
It's a question. All right. So, did you start content? Oh, big time. Big time. We could just go to his last. I'll just read you quickly what it says. It's called. Okay, so he mentions this on the Joe Rogan experience. It's very fast. Okay. It's an
anti-electric vehicle. Like he likes gas vehicles, uh, and so he started this like car channel, and uh, he writes this is 10 months ago. So he hasn't done anything in 10 months, and the comments are the first one is what are we doing here? The next is letting Papa. That's his um that's his nickname. Letting Papa understand stuff is like giving your little brother the controller with no battery. Tell him to stay up. Next, son, next is, oh, he's a car guy now. The next is the driving fast, all gas outfits are hilarious. Like a little kid trying to dress up like daddy. The next is, my favorite part is when Brendan didn't show up for half of it. The next is, I'm supposed to pretend that you know stuff about cars now. No dice. I mean, like, everybody just shits on it. Next is brought to you by Blue Scorpion Venom. You're like, what is that? It is like he's always into what do you call it? Experimental nutrients and shit like that. The next thing, there's one thing left to do: install training wheels. The next video hits harder than Roy Nelson. That's the guy who beat his ass. Straight to the face, no head movement. Next is, oh yeah, yeah, baby, nothing like some preload drive fast podcast content. Next is, if I wanted a power stroke. I call your mom, dude. The next is always the gearhead, which is supposed to be a gearhead, but it can't have it, frankly. Uh, dude, there's not a single positive comment in my gear, and
But he's not affected by the cyber.
he doesn't read the comments. Joe Rogan said, "Don't read the comments," so he never reads the comments, or he says that he doesn't.
Never do keep the red to the cover for the government.
Yeah,
I was looking around it. I'm sure you must have.
yeah, he reads the fucking comments and he's obsessed with them because he has to go in and ban, at least on his Instagram, anybody who says anything negative. Because his Instagram has like 1.1 million followers, so he's got to keep that like looking good so that he can get more and more sponsors. But they never have any sponsors that last more than a few weeks. And the only reason why he even has sponsors, this goes into more. I hate that I know this, but there's this company called, I believe, Podcast One that ended up like owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. And, like, there was maybe another company that did something similar. They went under. Basically, they ended up owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. They ended up owing Brendan Schaub a lot of money. And Brendan Schaub, instead of like demanding the money, just said that he would take stock instead. And the stock ended up being like worth nothing. But this company still like is able to get um, some pretty big advertisers. So because of that, they have this network like Theo Vaughn and Brendan Schaub and all these other people who do podcasts and they advertise on there. So like basically the fact that Brendan Schaub owns a lot of their stock means that he keeps getting advertisers, and uh, the fact that he keeps botting his channel means that like
The subscribe market.
exactly. And Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn, they used to do a podcast together called The Fighter and the Kid. Or no, pardon. It used to be called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn got sick of Brendan Schaub and was eventually like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so they rebranded The King and the Sting. Eventually it became The King and the Sting and the Wing with Chris D'Elia. And eventually they turned that podcast into what's something called the Golden Hour. And the Golden Hour comes out on Fridays, and that's with Brendan Schaub, who does it via satellite. He live streams into the studios um, in North Hollywood. And then Chris D'Elia, this other guy, Eric Griffin. Do you know what Workaholics is?
Yeah, I love that show.
Okay, so you know who Eric Griffin is? He plays, what is he? They have a name for it. I thought you liked that show. Look up Eric Griffin and tell me if you know who this comedian is. I think he was born in I don't think you ever heard of it.
Yeah, this guy, he's been on Stevie V's podcast.
Yeah, yeah,
I like him a lot.
yeah. So
I didn't know he was
he is. He plays.
having
So basically, there are three people in the golden hour, which are Crystal Leah, Eric Griffin, and Brendan Schaub. Then there's the fighter and the kid, which is Brendan Callen and Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub had something called the Schaub Show. So here's the schedule. Monday's the Schaub Show. It's 1 hour. It usually comes out like Monday morning. It's usually about like T-ball and MMA. Then there's Tuesday, which is the fighter and the kid. It's an hour. It's usually about T-ball and UFC and whatever dates that Brian Callen is trying. There's nothing on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's another fighter and the kid that's an hour. And Brendan Schaub, starting last week, started another episode of the Schaub Show because he's running low on money and he keeps needing to like create more content. And then on Friday is the Golden Hour. Another hilarious thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. They started a Patreon, which is absolutely hilarious. So, this was such a clusterfuck. Okay, so they didn't do a Patreon for a long time because they used to have a lot of money. Because they had one of the biggest, like, they were doing a top 10 podcast for a long time ago. They used to get millions of people watching. And when there were these accusations that came out about Brendan Callen, or Brian Callen, they basically said, their sponsor said, look, you can't do this show with Brian Callen anymore, at least for the time being. He needs to take a break because he has like rape in him. Like the Los Angeles Times, not just some random ass chick. The Los Angeles Times comes out with a big article about Brian Callen and how he's like, he would like being no, but they basically I think the statute of limitations. No, there were even Whitney Cummings talked about it, that one time Brian Callen asked her to give him a ride to his car from the comedy store, and so she's like, "Yeah, in my car," and gets in the car, and then she just whips his dick out, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And like didn't suck his dick or anything like that. Like basically, like extreme sexual harassment. Now that's not rape. The chick who said they raped that he raped them. There was like a long list. Well, there are at least 4 girls who say that um, he like forced himself on them. Whether he did or not, I don't know. But that's not good luck. And
dude, anyway.
oh yeah, and they make fun of not make fun of, but like they say that the Me Too movement is like overblown and all this other shit. But the reality is, dude, you are creeped to chicks for like 20 years. You cheated on your wife with she left you and left you with a $25,000, and so you have to do this really shitty podcast in this fucking storage unit known as Fighter and the Kid to pay the bills to pay your alimony. It's just the ultimate fuck. Like bad things happen to them. What's the fucking German word Schadenfreude? Like where you get joy out of things. And I'm not the only person who's getting this. This is like all of the fucking and all these people are fucking. So I won't bore you. But you should just know it is amazing. There's always
I'm on the Patreon.
okay. So the advertisers say after there are these rape accusations, you can't do the show with Brian Callen at least for like a year or two. So they kept saying that Brian Callen was on vacation, but like he's gone for like. And so they had all these other guests fill in. And what they tried to do was start a Patreon where Brendan and Brian could just do a Patreon show without the advertisers that said, like, you can't do this show. But it basically was it wasn't a conflict of interest, but it was basically a breach breach of contract with their advertising company. So they started a podcast. They started Patreon like maybe like 7 years ago or something, and it only ever got like 3 subscribers or something. And they only had it going for one day before the advertiser said, "Look, you can't do this. You've got to separate this." So then just recently they launched the Patreon like in November, and they're like, "Oh, we're doing all this stuff with the Patreon. We're going to do a question and answer." And they accidentally let the numbers say out how many subscribers they had. It was like 28, and like up to 28 subscribers, like 24 of them are people who specifically have channels to comment on their channel and share it. So like they didn't really have any real fans, and then they do these question and answers, and like that's the only content. Sometimes they say that they produce a longer podcast, but they very rarely do, and they just it's basically like a thrift. So they're making like maybe I think it's a $5 uh, Patreon, and so maybe over the course of a month they might make $1,000 on it, arguably. So they're each getting $500. It's just not that profitable.
Times 20 is 100.
No. It's grown since then. So I'm just throwing out some numbers. Like that's when they first, but it's still not very big. So do they have a Patreon? Yes, they just started it, and it the only people who like who subscribe to it are basically people from the subreddit who just ask like really inappropriate questions, like, "Hey, why did you cheat on your wife?" Like, there's all this footage of Brendan Shaw given his number on camera on a live stream to like girls while he was married. Like, there's a long clip where Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson do this fight watch together. And Mike Tyson gets so pissed off at Brendan Schaub and like gets up in front of him, eats watermelon in front of him, and sticks his foot on the table and just stares at him like a death stare. Like, you are annoying as it's it's loads of content, loads of fun, and then the what I enjoy more than the shows are the commentary channels on it. Because these guys are really funny comedians. They just make fun of these guys and what they do. And then you get into the Discord, and then like
I'm sure that those Eric and podcast.
absolutely, because that's what Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia, they don't really shit on Eric Griffin all that much. They're just like, "Dude, we understand why you're doing this podcast because you just need the money and nobody knows who you are. So, like, basically, we understand why you're doing it. You're literally doing it with, like, the biggest punching bag in comedy and some guy who is, like, an accused pedophile. He needs, he needs the money. He's not a big comedian, and so he's having to do, like, big, like, cruise ships, which isn't usually seen as something like a good for a comedian. And, like,
I feel like
I would do what you talking about it, but it's like a thing where it doesn't pay really well. I mean, it pays okay, but it's not like
you don't have to pay taxes.
no, you definitely have to pay taxes. They're going to send you basically a W four, or they're going to send you. You're going to
Run international waters.
yeah, but the things are not in American ports, so that's how it's still it's wherever the place is not. Usually, they're usually in Miami. That's why like Carnival Cruise Line is big celebrity cruise line, Royal Caribbean, they all do stuff. So they do
Is there a job that is exemption tax?
a bunch of them. Any not for profit.
Except for like dealer.
religious organization, people who don't at least in the United States make more than like $12,000 a year. Um, but yeah, the big well, give me like example income taxes, federal income taxes, anyone associated with like 501c, which is like a member organization, and make a low amount of money. But then you get to the if you get to be super wealthy, then you end up not having to pay taxes for other reasons. So it's really just the people in the middle who are paying taxes. I think you can any more fire or
Yeah.
okay, good. Great. So hilarious things that have happened. Well, so I'm just gonna name the things that Brendan Schaub, the businesses that he started, and that have. Oh, well, hold on. This is really important. I actually want to watch the video. Um, it's hilarious. And it is. Okay. It shows what kind of movie Brendan Schaub is. Brendan Schaub, he has a. Hold on.
I said I don't think I watched one.
What is it?
It's it was really technically fun. It was yeah, so there was this train track that goes something on the tourists there and up to Prince George and a regional state interior British Columbia. And CNRAL is staying up there, stopping. They're continuing to train. And the video was talking about this interesting creative solution to what to do with the train because maintaining train infrastructure is very costly and so it's like very interesting alternative. And the downside, the framing, like the train itself, the tracks are like a very big asset, and people realize that it's an asset and that if there's no private ownership, it'll be impossible to ever get the benefits of that asset.
When did you send this?
You scroll up from like the 9 French rails.
Oh, did you send it?
What's that? It's a Facebook link.
Oh,
Caller.
there was something wrong with that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You have Facebook?
No, there was something. Oh, let me show. Yeah, we click it. And, okay, it's 10 minutes a month.
Yeah.
I'm just being. I watch your shit for 10 minutes. I watch your shit.
Yeah, when you started.
Okay. Then just wait 1 minute. Let me.
yeah, did you look up
I need to let you know. Ready?
sorry. Yeah. Alright. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You want me to read it?
No, it's yeah.
It was slow. That heartbeat is frozen. That's sad. Things are growing up now. Stations are in the good old days. It's quickly unfolding that threatens to erase this illusion and save around real estate reality that scares to action. The truth is real. These is viewing service. It's the section. They are walking away. But the infrastructure is able to use it. We need to be crystal clear about what is at stake. We aren't just losing money. We're losing pathway. If this gets broken, it gets pieces of the first. The bridges get dismantled. The way gets severed. Access private. Let's slice up a continuous smells. Trying to a 400 and blow away. You could get $1 million. You wear the difference. This pathway is opportunity. It's an asset in here. 19 of them. We never afford 2026. If we let it slip our fingers, we are robbing future generations of the single most valuable transportation route. So if the pathway is priceless, what is it fail? Because the way physics we are trying to run for like a century of trade infrastructure that can scale. Each for trains from the 1960s. We built this frame real and pay the cost of $2 billion. Like railroad in the this 20 years contract. The sea of Skyhook is a powerful one that speed. It spikes and drops. If way and link forests. These of those grades keep early range and birds don't works. The railroad was engineered by pioneers. But makes the engine in every seas. We present it. There's no 3% is the magic number of the 21st century. Which are now running on the rate is a fraction of the energy available to the planet. Extend range, this. And the result is moving was determined. The hands are operating and then these value that's too expensive, logically destructive. We simply bring to hero strength, ribbon routes, briefly, the existing state to bring us, because we aren't using 1 billion ton trestles. We have to get lightly electric vehicles. We save the environment. We use 60% less concrete in a standard road. And we save the budget to utilize the asset that we already have. Being free of the train and the flexibility of a blood work, we are creating a These aren't just buses. These are patient units, disseminations, massive flexibilities, observation index, coffee service, silently kind of check ups and get completely separated from the revolution. Because they are autonomous, they have superhuman reflexes. They identify wildlife or ice in elephants. They come to each other, letting it platoons is a part of the produce. World-class tourism experience that rivals the Rocky Mountain. Zero emissions, fraction of cost, less congested highways. Beyond tourism is endless safety. The world is running self-driving cars. Right now, companies are testing them on the streets. Next year, kids, next to cyclists, next to unpredictable human drivers. This is a regulatory nightmare. But the path is private. Anything close to it. No one coming through. No jaywalkers. The answer is sandals. Pilot pathway. First jurisdiction. America's only autonomous mass transit at high speed. And we have variables. Become the leader in safe changes the game. Hack it. The vehicles are sold. And economies. Fund them with the bid. Doesn't have to wait for a while. Because it was what's running through minutes long. Minutes later, you see this concrete reddit that carries the voices. Whispering from hearing quantities to swim. Computers, motoring numbers, during the day, brain was at night. As a single programmable operating system with infinite flexibility. This is the limits of the problem that has been with brain for decades. The train is not contracts. If your business is a devastation, money moving train. It flies drives on the street. Keep the line down the rail. Back directly into zero traffic. It brings highly paid jobs to the interior. It brings money to the river supply chain. It runs rubber tires on Congo. They don't
It's just them.
Yeah. Something
Um, frankly, I think that like on something like this, it would be a bullet train. Extreme speed and durability, safety in the bullet train. Um, but I understand that there's a lot of great that runs through this. Or that particular train.
it's way too crispy. Like you won't be able to get up to speed on this. It's way too crispy.
Okay, nobody says that you have to go, you know, beat a sound like 180 kilometers per second. What about just 60 kilometers per second, 60 miles per hour?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think trains are better at not like taking corners faster, but because of the curves, like regular trains are not able to go. Like I don't know what the max is. I guess it depends on what section you are. If you're at a curve here.
I didn't understand why is that they using the train tracks anymore?
Like why the train company is no longer using.
Yeah, maybe. No.
Uh, yeah, I don't know the details of why I'm guessing a lot of demand, but I really don't know.
Okay, but
All I know is they're shutting it down, and that's a known fact.
it's like they're shutting it down, but they say that there's still a need for like shipping stuff.
And the video, yes, they did say that, and that really good. That was a good point. Because, yeah, it was for the health. For the health stuff from on train now.
So I didn't really understand that. If you have people who need to be moved, then perhaps like I mean, it doesn't have to be poetry, it's just electric trains that don't move extremely fast, but are just run on electricity. And if cargo, then it should be like freight trains. If you don't have any cargo that needs to run anymore, then go back to um, passenger trains. The thing that I don't like about that is it's still rubber on concrete, and that is extremely inefficient uh, because that means you're going to have wear and tear on the vehicle. Trains don't have nearly that much wear. Like rubber on concrete is a lot of wear and tear, especially when it's going in the same direction. 99% of the entire route. I don't know how much fan I am of that. What I am a fan of is whatever that.
What do you mean, like, so doesn't the car normally, like, you're driving to a destination and then the direction until you turn around and where's the direction have to do the way?
Um, it, like you don't need the durability or the agility of a car to be able to turn like when you're going in one direction. Rails are far more efficient. Like you don't need the ability to turn because you're on rails it's going in one direction. The thing that makes the tire important is that last mile issue. I think it's cool that they came up with those ramps that like go right to the business. That's cool. But this isn't a very populated area. I know that there's like ski lodges and stuff like that, but
Vancouver is a very big Squamish.
but that was not Vancouver.
To Whistler.
That was not Vancouver. That was Squamish to Whistler. They didn't talk about Vancouver.
You're also around from Vancouver.
Well, but that's
Vancouver to Whistler is very good public transportation. I think to get there, that isn't just private or highway,
Whistler,
which currently does not exist.
I
I
understand.
guess no, they have buses there. So as you find.
Right. Okay, but the population of Western Canada is, dude,
Like
fucking
7 million.
it's 13,000 people. It's 13,000 people. No, 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 no. Whistler. There's 13,000
Yeah,
people. That's nothing.
Whistlers are.
That's nothing. They basically do.
Whistler people are not. This isn't built to protect the Whistler. Built to take care of the people.
Okay, but it's just basically a a little bit more efficient. There's already ways to do it. You can take the road. And I understand that on Thursday or Friday morning or whatever, Sunday night, but like, frankly, like, you guys don't know what fucking traffic is. I live in LA, where at 3 in the morning we're going to do a fucking traffic jam.
So your situation is just stop traffic.
Well, that's the thing. You have new problems. Like, this isn't a problem. It really is. It's like now that I mean, I'm thinking Whistler's going to be hundreds of thousands of people. It's 13,000 people. This is a joke. And there's nothing there except skiing. This is a glorified trail to get people to ski in Whistler, is what it is. But there's nothing there. I'm thinking like there's an industry. There are industries there aside from skiing, maybe lumber. That's it. There's nothing in there.
And tourism is big.
Dog, that's you on that. That's skiing or whatever. That's like the warm weather version of skiing. This isn't a big issue. It's just not. Now, what would I advise instead? Uh, I would make it a bike trail.
Yeah, but do you know how far bike that is?
With an electric bike, it's only 3 degrees grade.
I know that's still like 40.
Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's perfect. Dude. An electric bike range. Yo, now what's an electric bike range?
I don't know if you're not gonna get there with that, but
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're up there, you can ski, you have your bike charged.
what if it's like on like ski now on bike with
Dude, well,
there's
that's
also is how
hold on. If it's winter, wait. If it's
freeze your ass off in the rain and snow.
wait, hold on. If it's winter, then take the fucking, then take the boots or take the. I mean, really, what you need is just a better train.
Right.
That's what you need. Not like whatever they got proposed, which is like electric vehicles and all kinds of. Just get a better train. You already have the tracks. Then you don't have to put concrete down. Just have a good train from Vancouver to Whistler.
Right. I think they've been great, like as the USD, like in order to actually do that with billions of
Dude,
dollars.
not as much as fucking making it a road.
But the road is just like cheap concrete to make the road over the track.
Hold on. Okay, fine. But do you know how much upkeep it is on all those individual cars versus a train where the upkeep is minimal and it's safer?
What do you think trains are
Let's
they still have suspension and they still have components
in comparison to vehicles, like car vehicles, compare train upkeep versus car upkeep. But not just one car, like the equivalent amount of population. During trains across the large populations, trains were significantly more efficient and cost-effective per passenger mile, especially at scale. Passenger capacity efficiency. A single train can carry 1,000 people, while a typical car carries 4 to 5 people. Even with only 20% occupancy, the train moves far more people per unit of infrastructure than an equivalent number of cars. High-speed rail can 12,000 people per hour on a single track, far exceeding road capacity under real-world conditions. Maintenance and operating costs. While individual car maintenance may seem lower, trains drastically reduce per passenger cost when scaled. A light rail vehicle carries off about 100 passengers with one operator. In contrast, moving the same number of people by car would require 25 times more vehicles and drivers, multiplying labor, maintenance, and effective demands. Infrastructure impact. Roads require vast land, constant repair, and excessive parking. Trains use less space per passenger and generate far less wear on surfaces due to steel on steel rolling friction, which is far more efficient than rubber on asphalt. That's what I was talking about. Rubber on asphalt is really inefficient. This reduces long-term maintenance costs for cities. Energy and emissions. Trains, especially electric ones, are 50% to 80% more energy efficient than cars per passenger kilometer. On clear grids, uh, that France's nuclear powered rail, emissions drop to 22 grams of CO2 per mile, far below even fully occupied electric cars. Life cycle longevity. Trains last 30 to 40 years, while cars average 12 to 13. But everything here is saying this should be electric rail from Vancouver to Whistler. I know that guy came.
Yeah.
I know that guy came up with like a nice 3D video, but it's just very inefficient.
I mean, that was not trains to like Boston. I get
Perhaps I've seen this issue in the United States, like freight rail isn't used as much, and we have it where like I think that they should turn. We should have a coast to coast bike highway. And you may say, but who would travel coast to coast on a bike? You wouldn't, but you would travel in parts like eastward. So, like, if you want to go from um, Los Angeles to Riverside, or from perhaps like Jacksonville to Tallahassee, you could stop them just like we have like coast to coast highways. We have the reason why I say this is because we have some areas in the United States that are abandoned railroad tracks, and there's nothing there, like except abandoned railroad tracks. But so turn those railroad tracks into a coast to coast bike system. I think it could work because it's like if not, you run into the issue that guy talks about where people will parcel it off and it's too expensive ever to do again. I think that was a good point. All right, now back to Bob. You have to understand his nicknames. He has Brandon. You're like, why is it Brandon? Because a lot of times he goes on different shows and people just mess up his name and they call him Brandon. So everybody calls him Brandon. There's Brendan Free Papa. You're like, why Papa? Because he says, whoa, 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 Bubba, to a lot of people. But then sometimes he messes it up and he says, whoa, 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 Papa. And it's just kind of, or it's become like Brendan Papa. It's just this like portmanteau of it. It's called Bubba. Papa. He's also called, uh, he has a, but in case you want to know, that's who Papa is. And I, uh, he has this is really funny fucking thing. He has a roommate, that he got into with, but we're just gonna watch Um, oh, remember I was saying all these people who be really successful after they leave Brendan Schaub? Theo Vaughn, once he left Brendan Schaub, starts getting like JD Vance, like the vice president, on his podcast. He interviews Donald Trump. Like he actually gets really uh, popular. But that didn't happen until he left Brendan Schaub. Like there's this theory that Brendan keeps everybody down around him, and there's some legitimacy in that. And he puts everyone down. No one's better than he is. Uh, and if you're like, okay, yeah, if you're like, if it works, it's a great way to put it. Um, all right, I want to find is here it is. So here's Brendan just being Brendan, and like you're gonna notice, you're gonna be like, why do they always have like a different studio? They've had like, I mean, this has been going since 2012. They've been going like 14 years, and they, whenever their ratings are low, they change their studio. They like always try to find the reason why people are watching. So
I have sent you the link. You're gonna be like, this is 13 minutes long, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but it's worth every fucking second. So you tell me when you hit go.
Man, third time,
Doug, I just watched a fucking 13-minute long video to go to a fucking road to nowhere. 13,000 people. There are 13,000 people, like, arguably in like my neighborhood and the neighboring neighborhood. Like, that's not that big of a population.
there's a significant issue. Like,
Okay. I mean, I understand that traffic's bad on Thursday night and Sunday night. Try it when it's bad at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're in a fucking bumper to bumper traffic for 2.5 hours. You're like, what the fuck happened? And there's like an accident where like 3 people died. Like it can get really bad. All right, let me know when you hit play.
I just,
You're talking about guys who lost his ability to make a living from films. Why would he never just take something off the shelf at GNC? But I've ever met in my life. Hold on. Oh, and then like no chance. Well, no, she did.
She did. She like someone.
Easy, easy. On top of that, you swim, bro. Don't put that up there. Like a swim. Sorry, dude. Sorry, man. It's a couple. Ozzy and then Again, it's like guys, sports careers, I just can't. I can't believe it. Like, it's how they play soccer. Everybody plays soccer. '60s? What? Yeah, no. But I was gonna say like anymore, right? You're like your parents had you when you're Tyler Anderson. He's the kind of goalkeeperless somebody else. And then fucking there's a kick of ginger day next to it. I mean, the nice house. I was talking to him when I was doing this Saturday night, and he goes, "Yeah, brother, this one is flash." He's his dad's a fucking scientist. I catch the best in that office when I think the greatest fighter walking this planet, Mexico. He doesn't know how heavy his class. When I see you, it can be challenging. If I hear it, it's you. Yeah. Yana Kunitskaya. Yeah. So back to UFC. See the real Maggie. Destination. Jet check. I like that. Thanks. Yeah. Like whether it's Google, whether it's Apple, whether it's YouTube, you feel a responsibility to try to be told when you put this. You just do. I mean, you're gonna have your places. And so there are pressures and things that are still in this. Everything is conspiracy. So not that he beat you, right? So you get the like, bro. Do you like Tyson Fury? Down your mind? Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah. I'm sure. Women, is that famous that, comes right up with minutes besides the executive order. No money to plan here overseas. He rescinded that order. Just $1 was my first question there. He reinstated George Bush. I mean, the top of this. It's just a. They can watch a show. Plus 17 stars. I love those jeans. You know where I got. You go to like it's still 5 FIV clubs. Yeah, first of all, in Peru, everything's baked, bro. I'll have a porch, but it isn't some bread, you know. Sometimes they can bring back to life. I thought they can't. That's I had a confession. Then I had a confession. But everyone thinks that this is so negative. It's not me. There's crabs and cake in your argument. You gotta correct that. Can't let that crack become something bigger. Can't let that crack. So tight. The balls are good. That's why I like it. Have balls. Once. The battery lasts 90 minutes. You have to get your notes. It takes 90 minutes to get your notes. Props and just notes. Right? Don't pull it with your fingers in. Don't be doing that with your fingers. And skating this weekend. Get your weeds and stuff. Bring back some confidence. Providing big. I just shot the job. Said your job is your also Hitler's right. I was a shop. Any relation? What? What does it mean? What does it mean? Wow. Now, tell me, just think. How them? So he was in the car. He was my name is Billy. I can't act this. Over 40 years. What's going on? I'll let you read it. We'll get to that carry on somewhere. And then you know what's called. I don't know if I'm 36 or 37. I don't know.
Hilarious.
Uh, like, any little thing that is like going on, like, like some movie stuff, probably, no, you must that's not, I don't know, it's really, like, what is, he doesn't speak, like, version of the game, like,
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I know I said no more, but just bear with me. One more thing I want to say. If you're going to say that, I understand what you're saying. And
you're in college,
no, you have to watch this. You absolutely have to. I'll even watch. I'll even watch this. No, 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 not 30. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, I found it. Um, it's it's 14 minutes.
yeah, no,
Oh fuck, man! I got to
summarize the video,
Dude, I'll summarize it. It goes like
and explain,
this. Brendan is playing at the University of Colorado as a football player. He is living with a roommate. He doesn't respect the roommate and ends up eating all the roommate's food. So the next time the roommate goes to the store, puts the roommate's name on all of the different food so that Brendan knows that like it's not his. Brendan sees this as threatening and eats all of the roommate's food that has the roommate's name all over it. And basically says, "What are you going to do about it?" The roommate tells his mother. The mother calls Brendan and says, "Look, you need to not eat all his food. You need to buy him the food back." Brendan says, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Hangs up on her. All right. So then, um, just a moment, I'm thinking.
you're gonna stop the AI stuff.
Okay, so um, Brendan gets pissed off at the guy's mom, hangs up on her. Brendan had a parking spot that he was using, and it was in the lease with the roommate, but the roommate got it 50% of the time. But Brendan said, "Look, you don't have a car, so why should you get the parking spot?" The roommate says, "Look, I don't care that I don't have a spot. If you're going to eat my food, then I'm going to take my 50% of this um, parking spot. So I'm going to use it half of the days, and I'll park my bicycle there." Brendan says, "Yeah, okay, whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want." Brendan then gets his car broken into, not by the roommate, just by some random person, and um, comes in and said, "That's it. We're done. I'm fucking pissed off. My car's broken into, and I don't have the um. I'm I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. Uh, that's it. Either you go or I go." The roommate says, "That's not how it's gonna." Pardon me. Brendan says, "We're gonna fight right now, and uh, we're just gonna work this out like men." The roommate says, "I'm not gonna fight you." Brendan says, "We're gonna fight. I'm sick of your shit," and then takes a big loogie and spits in the roommate's face. The roommate says, I'm not going to fight you. Brendan, they get into an altercation. Brendan picks the roommate up and throws him through a glass door. And the next day, Brendan goes to football practice and tells everybody on the team that basically he whooped this guy's ass, that he tells a good story. And everybody was like, oh, yeah, good job, all this other stuff. Um, uh, the roommate, who was also on the football team, says uh, to the football coach, "Hey, this guy threw me through a um, glass plane, like a sliding glass door, and I'm making you aware of it." They do an investigation. The football coach sits Brendan down and says, and Brendan thinks that he's going to like lose his scholarship and all this other stuff, or his position on the team. I don't think he was scholarship, but instead the the coach is like, we need more people like you, and didn't punish him at all. And so Brendan tells this story on the podcast where basically he sounds like a dick. And uh, so then the next day happens. Oh, dude, that was good. The next day happens. The next day occurs, and they get some people who are fans of the show, and they say, "Look, we normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff. We normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff, but in this case, it seems like he was the asshole in the situation." And Brendan's like, "Yeah, whatever, just move on." And I think if you watch it, I know it's like I said, it's like 15 minutes, but it shows him to be a complete dick to people.
This was how many years ago?
Oh, it's a long time ago. It was like 2008.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's.
I am.
Yeah.
Boy, so you are I can't wait till you actually get to know Brendan Schaub, and I'll see that you're an apologist.
I mean, he did one that like 30 years ago.
No, no, no. Dude, no, no, no. I'm not saying that. I believe everybody deserves a second chance. But you'll learn. This guy, he's not nice to people.
He's fine.
Listen to this fucking apologist, kids. Listen to this fucking apologist who's down by 6. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. Oh, is that true?
Something.
They love that. They absolutely love that. Yali was good.
Oh, no. What? Are you? Uh,
Not really. You're doing really well. I'm not able to pull away, even though I've had some big words. Silty, six, Zed.
this is like this fucking play, folks. That was horrible. But who has
Maybe. I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
I don't know.
I like how you keep struggling to put down a word. Like, interesting. It's really interesting. A whoa? Whoa?
If I had an L,
No way. No way. No way. No way. No, no way. No way. Oh, that was good.
R was too hard.
How many letters are left? Did it say?
For
Dude, there's so much of this board that hasn't been used.
yeah, I may have thought the toilet.
That's when you use the fucking S. That was a bad use of an S, my friend.
On the how to create a tile.
This is just pure dominance.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Baby,
I was not.
you're up, big man. You need a big fucking word.
J-Lo should be
Why? What is J-Lo?
for Rothschild.
That's a proper noun, dog.
Yeah, but
So what?
I'd like to play a version where you talk about it.
I would too. I would put acronyms.
Well, acronyms are everything that goes.
Baby, are you saying that you think they get used?
I'm just saying, there'd be a lot of anything. You make an acronym of
Well, popular acronyms.
okay. You played Pyrex the other day. Pyrex.
Yeah, I thought it was too, but it's a
I
material.
have
It's a material,
a
dog.
measure.
It's a ma-
Okay.
it's a material.
Okay.
Dog, we're just seeing pure dominance here. I don't think I can find my last letter.
If I placed on my tile, then
Yep. What letter you have? I'll help you.
I
You can play an I. Good job. All right. Back to Brennan Schaub trivia. No, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you. All right, I'm good for now. I got shit. I got to do. People message me for some reason. I got some. My friend, until then, spend your 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 hours thinking big dog. I'll see you. Yeah, okay? But I want you to review everything, and I'm going to quiz you on Brendan Schaub trivia next time I see you, okay?
last time I was
Not even close. I'm going to just be honest with you. Not even close. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know William Montgomery's type of car. What color Volvo, dog? What color Volvo? Incorrect. Guess again, Mister. I know William Montgomery, but I don't.
Well,
You are 0 for 3, son.
Over.
All right. Where do you go to school?
I went to, I know the color.
You are dog shit. What color is it?
Is it?
What color did you think it is?